Introduction to Prince Henry the Navigator, the Hero of Portugal and Modern Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince Henry the Navigator by Charles Raymond BEAZLEY. Introduction. The Greek and Arabic ideas of the world as the chief inheritance of the Christian Middle Ages in geographical knowledge. Arabic science constitutes one of the main links between the older learned world of the Greeks and Latins and the Europe of Henry the Navigator and of the Renaissance. In geography, it adopted in the main the results of Ptolemy and Strabo, and many of the Muslim travelers and writers gained some additional hints from Indian, Persian, and Chinese knowledge. But however much of the fact they added to Greek cartography, they did not venture to correct its postulates. And what were these postulates? In part, they were assumptions of modern draftsmen, but in some important details they differed. And first, as to agreement. 3 continents, Europe, Asia, and Africa, an encircling ocean, the Mediterranean, the Black Sea and Caspian, the Red Sea and Persian Gulf, the South Asiatic, and North and West European coasts were indicated with more or less precision in the science of the Antonines and even of Hannibal's age. Similarly, the Nile and Danube, Euphrates and Tigris, Indus and Ganges, Jakarta and Oxus, Rhine and Ebro, Don and Volga, with the chief mountain ranges of Europe and Western Asia, find themselves pretty much in their right places in Strabo's description, and are still better placed in the Great Chart of Ptolemy. The countries and nations from China to Spain are arranged in the order of modern knowledge, but the differences were fundamental also. Never was there a clearer outrunning of knowledge by theory, science by conjecture, than in Ptolemy's scheme of the world, circa AD 130. His chief predecessors, Eratosthenes and Strabo, had left much blank space in their charts and had made many mistakes in detail. But they had caught the main features of the old world with fair accuracy. Ptolemy, in trying to fill up what he did not know from his inner consciousness, evolved a parody of those features. His map, from its intricate falsehood, backed as it was by the greatest name in geographical science, paralyzed all real enlargement of knowledge till men began to question not only his facts, but his theories. And as all modern science, in fact, followed the progress of world knowledge, or geography, we may see how important it was for this revolution to take place, for Ptolemy to be dethroned. The world according to Ptolemy. The Arabs, commanding most of the centers of ancient learning, Ptolemy's old Alexandria above all, riveted the pseudoscience of their predecessors on the learned world, along with the genuine knowledge which they handed down from the Greeks. In many details, they corrected and amplified the Greek results. But most of their geographical theories were mere reproductions of Ptolemy's, and to his mistakes they added wilder though less important confusions or inventions of their own. The result of all this, by the 10th century AD, was a geography based not on knowledge, but on ideas of symmetry. It was a scheme fit for the Arabian Nights. And how did Ptolemy lend himself to this? His chief mistakes were only 2, but they were mistakes from which at any rate Strabo and most of the Greek geographers are free. He made the Indian Ocean an inland sea, and he filled up the southern hemisphere with Africa, or the unknown Antarctic land in which he extended Africa. The dark continent in his map ran out on the one side to the southeast of China and on the other to the indefinite west, though there was here no hint of America or an Atlantic continent. It was a triumph of learned imagination over humdrum research. Science under Hadrian was ambitious to have its world settled and known. It was not yet settled or fully known, and so a great student constructed a melange of fact and fancy mainly based on guesswork of imaginary astronomical reckonings. On the Far East, Ptolemy joined China and Africa, and on this imaginary western coast fronting Malacca and further India, he placed various gratuitous towns and rivers. Coming to smaller matters, he cut away the whole of the Indian peninsula proper, though preserving the further or golden Chernissius of the Malays, and he enlarged Taprobane, or Ceylon, to double the size of Asia Minor. Thus, the southern coast of Asia, from Arabia to the Ganges, ran almost due east, with a strait of sea coming through the modern Carnatic, between the continent and the Great Spice Island, which included most of the Deccan. The Persian Gulf, much greater on this map than the Black Sea, was made equal in length and breadth. The shape of the Caspian was, so to say, turned inside out, and its length given as from east to west, instead of from north to south, while the coastline even of the familiar Euxine, Aegean, and southern Mediterranean was anything but true. Scandinavia was an island smaller than Ireland. Scotland represented a great eastern bend of Britain, with the Shetlands and Faroes, Thule lying a short distance to the north, but on the left-hand side of the great island. The Sea of Azov, hardly inferior to the Euxine, stretched north halfway across Russia. All Central Africa and the great southern or Antarctic continent was described as pathless desert, a land uninhabitable from the heat. And the sources of the Nile were accounted for by the marshes and mountains of the moon. Thus, all of the problems of ancient geography were explained. Where Ptolemy's knowledge failed him altogether, no Western of that time had ever been or was likely to go. The whole realized and unrealized world was described with such clearness and consistency, men thought that what was lacking in Aristotle was now supplied. Yet it is worthwhile observing how, centuries before Ptolemy, in the ages nearer to Aristotle himself, the geography of Eratosthenes and Strabo, by a more balanced use of knowledge and by a greater restraint of fancy, had composed a far more reliable chart. The earlier and discredited map avoided all the more serious perversions of Ptolemy. Africa was cut off at the limit of actual knowledge, about Cape Non on the west and Cape Guardafui on the east, and the cinnamon-bearing coast between these points was fringed by the mountains of Ethiopia where the Nile rose. This was the theory which revived on the decline of the Ptolemaic and which encouraged the Portuguese sailors with hopes of a quick approach to India round Africa, as the great eastern bend of the Guinea coast seemed to suggest. Further, on this pre-Ptolemaic map, the Southern Ocean was left untouched by a supposed southern continent, and except for an undue shrinkage of the Old World in general as an island in the midst of the vast surrounding ocean, a reliable description of Western Asia and Central Europe and North Africa was in the hands of the learned world 200 years before Christ. It is true that Strabo's China is cramped and cut short, that his Ceylon, Taprobane, is even larger than Ptolemy's, that Ireland, Erin, appears to the north of Britain, and that the Caspian joins the North Sea by a long and narrow channel. But the true shape of India, of the Persian Gulf and the Euxine, of the Sea of Azov and the Mediterranean, is marked rightly enough in general outline. This earlier chart has not the elaborate completeness of Ptolemy's, but it is free from his enormous errors, and it has all the advantage of science, however imperfect, over brilliant guessing. Of course, even in Ptolemy, this guesswork, pure and simple, only comes in at intervals, and does not so much affect the central, and for his day, far more important tracts of the Old World. But we have yet to see how, in the medieval period and under Arabic imagination, all geography seemed likely to become an exercise of fancy. The chief Greek descriptions of the world, we must clearly remember, were before the medieval workers, Christian and Muslim, from the first. These men took their choice, with the rare exception, the last of these, the Ptolemaic system, because it was the more ambitious, symmetrical, and pretty. Let us trace for a moment the gradual development of this geographical mythology, starting with the notion of the world as a disk, or a ball, the center of the universe round which moved 6 celestial circles of the meridian, the equator, the ecliptic, the 2 tropics, and the horizon. The Arab philosophers on the side of the Earth's surface worked out a doctrine of a cupola, or summit of the world, and on the side of the heavens a pseudo-science of the Anua, or settings of the constellations, connected with the 12 pillars of the zodiac and the 28 mansions of the moon. With Arabic astrology we are not here concerned. It is only worth noting in this connection as the possible source of early Christian knowledge of the Southern Cross and other stars familiar in the story of exploration, such as Dante shows in the first canto of his Purgatorio. But the geographical doctrines of Islam, compounded from the Hebrew Pentateuch and the theoretical parts of Ptolemy, had a more immediate and reactionary effect on knowledge. The symmetrical Greek divisions of land into 7 zones or climates, and of the world's surface into 3 parts water and 1 part terra firma, the Indian fourfold arrangement of Rome land and the East, the similar fourfold Chinese partition of China, India, Persia, and Tartary. All these reappeared confusedly in Arabic geography. From India and the Sanskrit Lanka, they seem to have got their first start on the myth of Ojine, Erin, or Arim, the world's summit. From Ptolemy, the sacred number of 360 degrees of longitude was certainly derived, beautifully corresponding to the days of the year, and neatly divided into 180 of land or habitable earth and 180 of sea or unharvested desert. With the 7 climates they made correspond the great empires of the world, chief among which they reckoned the Caliphate, or Baghdad, China, Rome, Turkestan, and India. The sacred city of Ojine had been the center of most of the earlier Oriental systems. In the Arabic form of Arim, the cupola of the earth, it became the fixed point round which circled medieval theories of the world's shape. Somewhere in the Indian Ocean between Cormoran and Madagascar became the compromise when the mountain could not be found off any of the known coastlines. It was mixed up with notions of the Rock and the Moon Mountains in Africa, of the Magnet Island, and of the Eastern Kingdom made out of one vast pearl. And even in Roger Bacon it serves as an algebraic sign for a mathematical center of the world. The enlargement of knowledge, though forcing upon Arabic science a conviction of Ptolemy's mistake in overextending the limits of the world known to him, only led to the invention of a scholastic distinction between the real and the traditional East and West, while the confusion was made perfect by the travestied history, always so popular among Orientals. The Gades of Alexander and Hercules, the farthest points east and west, were named after the mythical conquests of the real Iskander and the mythical hero of Greeks and Phoenicians. Arim in the middle with the pillars of Hercules and Alexander, and the north and south poles at equal distance from it, the center and the 4 corners of the world as neatly fixed as geometry could define. This was the map, first of the Arabs and then of their Christian scholars. To form an idea of the complete spell thus cast over thought both in Islam and Christendom, we may look at the words of European scholars of the 12th and 13th centuries, living far from Islam, long after its intellectual glory had begun to decay, and at a time when Christian scholastic philosophy had reached an independent position. Gerard of Cremona and Adelard of Bath, the translator of the great Arabic geographer Muhammad al-Khwarizmi in the 12th century, Roger Bacon, and Albertus Magnus in the later 13th, are all as clear about their geographical postulates as about their theological or ethical rules. And what concerns us here is that they exactly reflect the mind of the Arabic science or pseudoscience of the time just preceding, so that their words may represent to us the state of Mohammedan thought between the 8th and 12th centuries, between the writers at the court of Caliph al-Mamun, 813 to 833, and Edrisi at the court of King Roger of Sicily, 1150. 1. Adelard. Summarizing Muhammad al-Khwarizmi with the results of his Paris education, tells us of the Arabic examination of planets and of time, starting from the center of the world called Arim, from which place to the 4 ends of the earth the distance is equal, v. 90 degrees, answering to the 4th part of the world's circumference. It is tedious and unending to attempt to place all the countries of the world and to fix all the marks of time. So the meridian is taken as the measure of the latter and Arim of the former, and from this starting point it is not hard to fix other countries. Arim, he concludes, is under the equator at the point where there is no latitude, and he plainly implies that there were then existing among Arabs tables calculating all the chief places of every country from the meridian of Arim. 2. Gerard of Cremona. who, though for some time a resident of Toledo, is essentially an Italian, tells us about the middle of the world, from which longitudes were calculated, called a rim, and said to be in India, whose longitude from west to east, or from east to west, is 90 degrees. In his theory of the planets, Gerard tells us still more wonderful things. A rim was a geographical center known and used by Hermes Trismegistus and by Ptolemy, as well as by the great Arab geographers. Alexander of Macedon marched just as far to the east of Arim as Hercules to the west. Both reached the encircling ocean, and accordingly Arim is equidistant from both the gates, 90 degrees. Likewise from each pole, north and south, the same, 90 degrees. This all recurs in the tables of Alfonso the Wise of Castile, about A.D. 1260, and two of the greatest of medieval thinkers, Albert and Roger Bacon, reproduced the essential points of this doctrine, its false symmetry, and its balance of the true and the traditional, with variations of their own. 3. Albert the Great, Albertus Magnus, second only to Aquinas among the continental schoolmen in his view of astronomy, repeats Adelard upon the question of a rim, where there is no latitude, while 4. Roger Bacon discusses not only the true and the traditional east and west, but even a twofold a rim, one under the solstice, the other under the equinoctial zone. A rim he finds not to be in the center of the real world, but only of the traditional. In another passage of the Opus Majus, Bacon, our first English worker in the exact sciences, allows the world summit not only to be 90 degrees from the east, although so placed by mathematicians. Yet there is no contradiction, he urges, because the men of theory are speaking of the habitable world known to them according to the true understanding of latitude and longitude. And this true understanding is not as great as has been realized in travel by Pliny and others. The longitude of the habitable world is more than half of the whole circuit. This, reproduced into the Imago Mundi of Cardinal Peter Ailey, 1410, fell into the hands of Columbus and helped fix his doctrines of the shape of the world, in the form of a pear, of the terrestrial paradise, and of the earth's circumference, so enormously contracted as practically to abolish the Pacific. To return to the Arabs, we have seen how they not merely followed Greek theories, which their own experience as conquerors in the further east went to discredit, but in the great outlines of geography, added to earlier errors, put prejudice in the place of knowledge, and handed on to Christendom a half-fanciful map of the world. It only remains for us to illustrate their leading fault of a too vivid fancy with a few details on minor points. 1. Ptolemy's habitable quarter of the world, amounting to just half the longitude of the globe, was literally accepted by the Muslim world, as it accepted the Pentateuch from the moment when it began its study of science of the court of Al-Mamun, 813 to 833. But as the conquests of the caliphs disclosed districts in the east far beyond Ptolemy's limits, it was necessary, in case of keeping his data for the whole, to compress the part which alone was to be found fully described in his chart. On the west, unhappily, there were no countries newly discovered to compensate for this abridgment. By Masudi's time, by the 10th century, fact and theory were thus hopelessly at variance. 2. On the shape of Africa, the mass of Arabic opinion confirmed Ptolemy, but among the more enlightened there is traceable from Masudi's time a tendency either to react towards Strabo's partly agnostic position or to invent some new theory rather more in harmony with the known facts. That is, either their later mapmakers cut off Africa at Cape Non or Bojador and Cape Guardafy and gave away the rest to the green sea of darkness, or like Masudi, they sketched a great southern continent divided from Africa by a narrow channel which connected the Western Ocean with the Sea of Hasbach, of Abyssinia or India. In either case, Africa was left an island. 3. The words Gog and Magog from Jeremiah, describing the nomads of Central Asia, appear in the Quran as Yaduj and Maduj. The complete story in the 10th century and in Idrisi's day connects them with Alexander the Great, who is also found in the Quran as Dhul Qarnayn, and with the Wall of China. When the conqueror, said the Arabs, reached the place near where the sun rose, he was implored to build a wall to shut off the marauders of Yaduj and Maduj from the rich countries of the south. So he built a rampart of iron across the pass by which alone Turan joined Iran, and henceforth Turks and Tartars were kept outside. Till the Arabs reached the Caucasus, they generally supposed this to answer to Alexander's wall. When facts dispelled this theory, the unknown Ural or Altai Mountains served instead. Finally, as the Muslims became masters of Central Asia, the Wall of China, beyond the Gobi Desert, alone satisfied the conditions of shadowy but historic grandeur, beyond all practical danger of verification. 4. In striking contrast with the steady advance of Arabic exploration and trade in the Eastern Sea is the Muslim horror of the Western Ocean beyond Europe and Africa, the Green Sea of Darkness, or the Atlantic. And what we have to note is that they imparted much of this paralyzing cowardice to the Christian nations. Only the Northmen of Scandinavia, living a life apart and forced to make their way over the wild North Sea, were untouched by this southern superstition, and ventured across the ocean by the Faroes, Iceland, and Greenland to the coast of Labrador. The doctors of the Quran indeed thought that a man mad enough to embark for the unknown, even on a coasting voyage, should be deprived of civil rights. Ibn Said goes further and says no one has ever done this. Whirlpools always destroy any adventurer. As late as the generation immediately before Henry the Navigator, about AD 1390, another light of Muslim science declared the Atlantic to be boundless, so that ships dare not venture out of sight of land. For even if the sailors knew the direction of the winds, they would not know whither those winds would carry them, and as there is no inhabited country beyond, they would run a risk of being lost in mist, fog, and vapor. The limit of the West is the Atlantic Ocean. This was the final judgment of the Arabic race and its subject allies upon the western limits of the world, and in two ways they helped fix this belief, derived from the timid coasting traders of the Roman Empire on Greek and Latin Christendom. First, the Spanish Caliphate cut off all access to the western sea beyond the Bay of Biscay from the 8th to the 12th centuries. Not till the capture of Lisbon in 1147 could Christian enterprise on this side gain any basis or starting point. Not till the conquest of the Algarve in the extreme southwest of the peninsula at the end of the 12th century was this enterprise free to develop itself. Secondly, in the darkest ages of Christian depression, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, the 10th centuries, when only the brief age of Charlemagne offered any chance of an independent and progressive Catholic empire in the West, the Arabs became recognized along with the Byzantines as the main successors of Greek culture. The science, the metaphysic, the abstract ideas of these centuries came into Germany, France, and Italy from Cordova, and from Baghdad as much as from Byzantium. And on questions like the South Atlantic or Indian Ocean or the shape of Africa, where Islam had all the field to itself, and there was no positive and earlier discovery which might contradict a natural reluctance to test tradition by experiment, Christendom accepted the Arabic verdict with deference. In the same way, on still more difficult points, such as the theory of a canal from the Caspian to the Black Sea, or from the Caspian to the Arctic Circle, or from the Black Sea to the Baltic, Paris and Rome and Bologna and Oxford accepted the Arabic descriptions. It has been necessary for us to attend to the defects of Arabic geography in order to understand how in the long Saracen control of the world's trade routes and of geographical tradition, science and seamanship were so little advanced. Between Ptolemy and Henry of Portugal, between the 2nd and the 15th centuries, the only great extension of men's knowledge of the world was 1. In the extreme north, where the semi-Christian, semi-pagan Vikings reached perhaps as far as the present site of New York and founded on another side the medieval kingdom of Russia. 2. On the southeast coast of Africa from Cape Guardafui to Madagascar, which was opened up by the trading interest of the Said family, 800 to 1300. 3. In the Far East, in Central and further Asia, by the discoveries of Marco Polo and the friar preachers following on the tracks of the earlier Muslim travelers. The first of these was a northern secret, soon forgotten, or an abortive development, cut short by the Tartars. The second was an Arabic secret, jealously guarded as a commercial right. The third alone added much direct new knowledge to the main part of the civilized world. But throughout their period of commercial rule from the 8th to the 12th centuries, the Arabs took a keen interest in land traffic, conquest, and exploration. They were of small account at sea. It took them some time to turn to their own purposes Hippolytus' discovery, in the 2nd century A.D., of the monsoon in the Indian Ocean. But on land, Muslim travelers and writers, generally following in the wake of their armies, but sometimes pressing on ahead of them, did little to enlarge the horizon of the Mohammedan world, though it was not till Marco Polo and the Franciscan missionaries of the 13th and 14th centuries that Christian Europe shared in this gain. As the early caliphs conquered, they made surveys of their new dominions. Thus, after Tariq and Musa had overrun Spain, Walid at Damascus required from them an account of the land and its resources. The universal obligation of the Mecca pilgrimage compelled every Muslim to travel once in his life, and many an Arab, after the caliphate was settled in power from the Oxus to the Pyrenees, journeyed to and fro with the joy of a master going over vast estates, showing his dreaded turban to the subjects of every nation. This, however, was not geographical science or even pseudoscience. Before Muhammad, the Arabs had possessed some knowledge of the stars and used it for astrology, but it was at the court of Al-Mamun, 813 to 833, that their inquiring spirits first set themselves to answer the great question of geography. Where? Through the 9th and 10th centuries, there arose a succession of travelers and thinkers who, with all their wild dreamings, preserved the best results of Greek maps and would have made much greater advances, but for their helplessness in original work. As they could not recast Aristotle in philosophy, so they could not, with all their new knowledge of the further east, recast the geography of Ptolemy and Strabo. A few great ages, the age, for instance, of Al-Mamun in Baghdad, A.D. 830, of Mahmud in Ghazna, A.D. 1000, of Abderrahman III in Cordova, A.D. 950, give us the history of Arabic geography. Beginning in the latter years of the 8th century, Muslim science was reformed and organized in the new empire by the patronage of the caliphs of the 9th. Itineraries of victorious generals, plans and tables prepared by governors of provinces, and a freshly acquired knowledge of Greek and Indian and Persian thought made up the subject matter of study. The barbarism of the first believers was passing away, and Muhammad's words were recalled, "Seek knowledge, even in China." By the end of the 8th century, Ptolemy's geography and the now lost work of Marinus of Tyre had already been translated. Al-Mamun drew to his court all the chief mathematicians or philosophers of Islam, such as Mohammed al-Khwarizmi, al-Farghani, and Suleiman the Merchant. Further, he built 2 observatories, one at Baghdad, one at Damascus, and procured a chart fixing the latitude and longitude of every place known to him or his savants. Al-Khwarizmi interpolated the new Arabic Ptolemy with additions from the Sanskrit, and made some use of Indian trigonometry. Al-Farghani wrote the first Arab treatise on the astrolabe and adopted the Greek division of the 7 climates to the new learning. Suleiman, at the time of the closest intercourse between China, India, and the Caliphate, traveled in every country of the further east, sailed in the Sea of Pitchy Darkness on the east coast of Asia, and by his voyages became the prototype of Sinbad the Sailor. The impulse given by Al-Mamun did not die with him. About 850, Al-Kindi, made a fresh version of Ptolemy. As early as 840, the Caliph Vatek Billah sent to explore the countries of Central Asia, and his results have been preserved by Idrisi. A few years later, circa 890, Ibn Cordoba, son of the Magi, described the principal trade routes: the Indians by the Red Sea, from Jeddah to Scinde, the Russians by the Volga and North Caspian, the Persian by way of the Balk to China. It was by this last that some have thought the envoys of the English king, King Alfred, went in 883, till they turned south to seek India and the Christians of San Tome. The early scientific movement in Islam reached its height in Albatani and Masudi at the beginning of the 10th century. The former determined, more exactly than before, various problems of astronomical geography. The latter visited every country from further India to Spain. Even China and Madagascar seem to have been within the compass of his later travels, and his voyages in the Indian Ocean bring us to the real Sindbad saga of the 10th century. Sindbad, as his story appears in the Arabian Nights, has been traced to an original in the Indian tales of the Seven Sages, in the Voyages of the age of the Khosrow Nushravan, or of Harun al-Rashid. But the tale appears to be an Arabic original, the real account, with a little more of mystery and exaggeration than usual, of the 9th and 10th century travelers from Suleiman to Masudi, reproduced in form in a series of novels. With Masudi begins also the formal discussion of geographical problems affecting Islam. Was the Caspian a landlocked sea? Did it connect with Euxine? Did either or both of these join the Arctic Ocean? Was Africa an island? If so, was there also an unknown southern continent? What was the shape of southeastern Asia? Was Ptolemy's longitude to be wholly accepted? And if not, how was it to be bettered? By a use of Strabo and of Albatani rather than of Ptolemy, Masudi arrived at fairly accurate and very plausible results. His chief novelties were the long river channel from the Sea of Azov to the North Sea, and the strait between South Africa and the shadowy southern continent. On his scheme, the Indian Ocean, or Sea of Hasbach, contains most of the water surface of the world, and the Sea of Aral appears for the first time in Muslim geography. Lastly, his account of the Arab coasting voyages from the Persian Gulf to Socotra and Madagascar proves, implicitly, that as yet there was no use of the compass. Masudi cut down the girth of the world even more than Ptolemy. The latter had left an ocean to the west of Africa. The former made the Canaries or Fortunate Islands the limits of the known western world, abut upon India the limits of the eastern. The first age of Arabic geography ends with Masudi, its greatest name, in the middle of the 10th century. The second age is summed up in the work of the Eastern sage al-Bruni and of Idrisi, the Arabic Ptolemy, AD 1099 to 1154, who found a home at the Christian court of Roger of Sicily. In the far east and west alike, in Spain and Morocco, in Khorasan and India, Muslim science was now driven to take refuge among strangers on the decay of the caliphates of Baghdad and Cordova. The Ghaznavides, Mahmud and Masud, in the first half of the 11th century, attracted to their court not only Firdusi and Avicenna, but al-Bruni, whose canon became a textbook of Mohammedan science, and who, for the range of his knowledge and the trained subtlety of his mind, stands without a rival for his time. The Spanish school, as resulting directly in Idrisi, half Muslim, half Christian, like his teachers, is of still more interest. One of its first traces may be found in the Latin translation of the Arab Almanac made by Bishop Harib of Cordova in 961. It was dedicated and presented to Caliph Hakam, one of the clearest proofs of the conscious interworking of Catholic and Mohammedan philosophy in the age of Pope Sylvester II, and of our own Saint Dunstan. A century later, on the recapture of Toledo by Alfonso VI, 1084, an observatory was built, served by Jews and Muslims who had been steadily producing, through the whole of the 11th century, astronomical and geographical tables and dictionaries. The whole tribe of commentators on place names, on the climates and constellations, and on geographical instruments was at work in this last age of the Spanish Caliphate, and their results are brought together by Abu Hamid of Granada and by Idrisi. Born at Ceuta in 1099, this great geographer traveled through Spain, France, the Western Mediterranean, and North Africa before settling at the Norman court of Palermo. Roger, the most civilized prince in Christendom, the final product of the great race of Robert Guiscard and William the Conqueror, valued Idrisi at his proper worth, refused to part with him, and employed men in every part of the world to collect materials for his study. Thus, the more gained, not only for the Muslim world, but for southern Europe as well, an approximate knowledge even of Norway, Sweden, Finland, and the coasts of the White Sea. His work, dedicated to Roger and called after him, Al-Rojari, was rewarded with a peerage, and it was as a Sicilian count that he finished his celestial sphere and terrestrial disk of silver, on which was inscribed all circuit of the known world and all the rivers thereof. Each of his great Arabic predecessors, along with Eratosthenes, Ptolemy, and Strabo, was welded into his system, the result of 15 years of abstract study following some 30 of practical activity in travel. A special note may be made on Idrisi's account of the voyage of the Lisbon wanderers, Magarines, sometime before 1147, the date of the final Christian capture of the Portuguese capital. For this is the earliest recorded voyage since the rise of Islam, definitely undertaken on the Western Ocean to learn what it was on it and what were its limits. The wanderers, Idrisi tells us, were 8 in number, all related to one another. They built a transport boat, took on board water and provisions for many months, and started with the first east wind. After 11 days, they reached a sea whose thick waters exhaled a fetid odor, concealed numerous reefs, and were but faintly lighted. Fearing for their lives, they changed their course, steered southward 12 days, and so reached an island, possibly Madeira, which they called El Ghanam, for the sheep found there, without shepherd or anyone to tend to them. On landing, they found a spring of running water and some wild figs. They killed some sheep, but found the flesh so bitter that they could not eat it, and only took the skins. Sailing south 12 more days, they found an island with houses and cultivated fields. But as they neared it, they were surrounded, made prisoners, and carried in their own boats to a city on the seashore, to a house where were men of tall stature and women of great beauty. Here they stayed 3 days, and on the 4th came a man, the king's interpreter, who spoke Arabic, and asked them who they were and what they wanted. They replied they were seeking out the wonders of the ocean and its limits. At this the king laughed heartily and said to the interpreter, "Tell them my father once ordered some of his slaves to venture out on that sea, and after sailing across the breadth of it for a month, they found themselves deprived of the light of the sun and returned without having learnt anything. Then the wanderers were sent back to their prison till a west wind arose, when they were blindfolded and put on board a boat, and after 3 days reached the mainland of Africa. Here they were put ashore, with their hands tied, and so left. They were released by the Berbers, and after their reappearance in Spain, a street at the foot of the hot bath in Lisbon, concludes Idrisi, took the name of Street of the Wanderers. On the other extremity of the Muslim world, on the southeast coast of Africa, there was more real progress. By Idrisi's day, that important addition of Arabic travelers and merchants to the geographical knowledge of the world by the remarkable trade ventures of the Emosaids had already been made. The world according to Idrisi. About AD 742, 10 years after the Battle of Tours, the Emosaid family, descended from Ali, cousin and son-in-law of Muhammad, tried to make Said, their clan chieftain, Ali's great-grandson, caliph at Damascus. The attempt was foiled, and the whole tribe fled, sailed down the Red Sea and African coast, and established themselves as trader in the Sea of India. First of all, Socotra seems to have been their mart and capital, but before the end of the 10th century, they had founded merchant colonies at Melinda, Mombasa, and Mozambique, which, in their turn, led to settlements on the opposite coasts of Asia. Thus, the trade of the Indian Ocean was secure for Islam. The first Muslim settlements arose in Malabar, and when the Portuguese broke into this Mare Clausum in 1497-8, they found a belt of Moorish coast towns from Madagascar to Quiloa, controlling both Indian and the inland African trades, as Ibn Battuta had found in 1330. By Idrisi's day, moreover, the steady, persistent, and self-evident results of Arabic overland exploration had become recognized by a sort of traveler's doctorate. It was not enough for the highest knowledge to study the Quran and the Sunnah and the Greek philosophers at home. For a perfect education, a man must have traveled at least the length and breadth of Islam. All the successors of Idrisi in the 12th and 13th centuries show this mingling of science and religion, of practical and speculative energy. Tradition still governed Muslim thought, but there had come into being a sort of half-acknowledged appendix to tradition, made up of real observations on men and things, and in these observations geographical interest was the main factor. The life of Al-Haravi of Herat, 1173 to 1215, the doctor ubiquitous of Islam in the age of the Crusades, gives us a picture of another Masudi, the friend of the emperor Manuel Comnenus, the first man among Christians. Haravi seems able in his own person to break down the partition wall of religious feud by the common interest of science. In 1192, he was offered the patronage of the crusading princes, and Richard Coeur de Lion begged for the favor of an interview, and begged in vain. Haravi, who had been on one of his exploring journeys, angrily refused to see the king, whose men had broken his quiet and wasted his time. Before his death, he had run over the world, men said, from China to the Pyrenees and from Abyssinia to the Danube, scribbling his name on every wall, and his survey of the Eastern Empire was the single matter in which Turks and Romans made common cause, for Greeks and Latins at Byzantium alike read Haravi like a Christian doctor. Another example of the same Catholic spirit is Yakut the Roman, whose dictionary, finished in the earlier half of the 13th century, was a summary of geographical advance since Idrisi, like the similar work of Ibn Sayyid of the same period. But, as a matter of fact, the balance both of knowledge and power was now shifting from Islam to Christendom. The most daring and successful travelers after the rise of the Mongols were the Venetian Marco Polo and the friar preachers who revived Chinese Christianity, 1270 to 1350. Madeira and the Canaries, off Muslim Africa, were finally rediscovered not by Arabic enterprise, but by the Italian Malocello in 1270, by the English Matcham in the reign of our Edward III, and by Portuguese ship under Genoese captains in 1341. In 1291, the Vivaldi ventured beyond Cape Bojador, where no more had ever been, except by force of storm, as in the doubtful story of Ibn Fatima, who first saw the white headland, Cape Blanco, between Cape Bojador and Cape Verde. In the 14th century, the map of Idrisi was superseded by the new Italian plans and coast charts, or Portolani. As the Muslim world fell into political disorder, its science declined. Judicial astrology seemed gaining a stronger and stronger hold over Islam, and the irruption of the Turks gradually resulted in the ruin of all the higher Muslim culture. Superstition and barbarism shared the honor and the spoils of this victory. But two great names closed the 500 years of Arab learning. One, Ibn Battuta, circa 1330, who made himself as much at home in China as in his native Morocco, is the last of Mohammedan travelers of real importance. Though we have only abridgments of his work left to us, Colonel Yule is well within his rights in his deliberate judgment that it must rank at least one of the 4 chief guidebooks of the Middle Ages, along with the book of Ser Marco Polo and the journals of the two friar travelers, Friar Odoric and Friar William de Rebruqui. 2. With Abulfeda, the Eastern school of Muslim geography comes to an end, as the Western does with Ibn Battuta. In the early years of the 14th century, he rewrote the story and description of the land of Islam, with a completeness quite encyclopedic. But his work has all the failings of a compilation, however careful in that or any age. It is based upon information, not upon inspection. It is in no sense original. As it began an imitation, so it ended. If it rejects Ptolemy, it is only to follow Strabo or someone else. On all the mathematical and astronomical data, its doctrine is according to the Alexandrians of 1200 years before. And this last précis of the science of a great race and a great religion can only be understood in the light of its model, in Greek geography. End of introduction.
Chapter 1 of Prince Henry the Navigator, the Hero of Portugal and of Modern Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince Henry the Navigator by Charles Raymond Beasley. Chapter 1, Early Christian Pilgrims, circa 333 to 867. The special interest of the life and work of Henry the Navigator, 1394 to 1460, lies in the relation it bears to the general expansion of Europe and Christendom, an expansion that had been slowly gathering strength since the 11th century. But even before the tide had turned in the age of Hildebrand and the First Crusade, even from the time that Constantine founded the Christian Empire of Rome, the Christian capital on the Bosphorus, and the state church of the Western world, pilgrimage, trade, conquest, and colonization had been successively calling out the energies of the moving races, the motor muscles of Europe. It is through the generous Henry, Prince of Portugal, that this activity is brought to its third and triumphant stage, to the time of Columbus and da Gama and Magellan. But it is only by tracing the earlier progress of that outward movement, which has made Europe the ruling civilization of the world, that we can fairly grasp the import of that transition in which Henry is the hero. More than any other single man, he is the author of the discovering movement of the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries. And by this movement, India has been conquered, America repeopled, the world made clear, and the civilization which the Roman Empire left behind has conquered or utterly overshadowed every one of its old rivals and superiors, Islam, India, China, Tartary. But before the 15th century, before the birth of Prince Henry, Christendom, Greek and Latin, was at best only one of the greater civilizing and conquering forces struggling for mastery. Before the age of the Crusades, before the 11th century, it was plainly weaker than the Muslim powers. It seemed unable to fight against Slav or Scandinavian heathendom. It was only saved by distance from becoming a province of China. India, the world's great prize, was cut off from it by the Arabs. Even before the rise of Islam, under Constantine or Theodosius or Justinian, the church-state of the Byzantine Caesars, though then ruling in almost every province of Trajan's empire, was in a splendid but sure decline from the exhaustion of the southern races. Our story, then, begins naturally with the worst time and climbs up for 1,000 years, from the heathen and Mohammedan conquests of the 5th and 7th centuries to the reversal of that judgment of those conquests in the 15th. The expansion of Europe is going on all this time, but at our beginning, in the years before and after Pope Gregory the Great, even the legacy of Greece and Rome in wide knowledge of the world and practical exploring energy seem to have passed from sight. And in the decline of the old empire, while Constantine and Justinian are said to receive and exchange embassies with the court of China, there is no real extension of geographical knowledge or outlook. Christian enterprise in this field is mainly one of pilgrimage, and the pilgrims only cease to be important when the Northmen, first heathen, then Christian, begin to lead in a very different manner the expansion of Europe. Into this folk wandering of the Vikings, the first great outward movement of our Europe in the Middle Ages, is absorbed the reviving energy of trade as well as the ever-growing impulse of pilgrimage. The Vikings are the highest type of explorers. They do not merely find out new lands and trade with them, but conquer and colonize them. They extend not merely the knowledge, but the whole state and being of Europe to a new world. Lastly, the partial activity of commerce and religion made universal and political by the leading Western race, for itself only, is taken up by all Christendom in the Crusades, borrowed in idea from Spain, but borrowed with the spirit of the Norse rovers, and made universal for the Latin world, for the whole federation of Rome. In the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, we have the preparation for the discovery and colonization of the outside world by Europeans in the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries of the Christian era. From the conversion of Constantine to the Reformation, the story of Christendom is unbroken. The later Roman Empire is the church-state of a Christian prince, as modern Europe is the church-state of a nominally Christian society. Medieval Europe thought of itself as nothing but the Old World state under religion. From Spain to Russia, men were living under a Holy Roman Empire of an Italian or Teutonic or Byzantine or independent type. England and Russia were not parts of the Germanic revival of Charlemagne, but they had just the same two elements dominant in their life, the classical tradition and the Christian church. And so throughout this time, the expansion of this society, by whatever name we may call it, discovery, exploration, geographical knowledge, has a continuous history. But before the rise of Islam in the 7th century throws Christendom into its proper medieval life, before the new religion begins the really new age, at the end of which lived Henry himself, we are too far from our subject to feel, for instance in the 4th and 5th century Pilgrims, and in Cosmas Indicoplastes, anything but a remote preparation for Henry's work. It is only with the 7th century and with the time of our own Bede and Wilfrid that the necessary introduction to our subject really begins. Yet, as an illustration of the general idea that discovery is an early and natural outlet of any vigorous society, and is in proportion to the universal activity of the state, it is not without interest to note that Christian pilgrimage begins with Constantine. This, the first department of exploring energy, at once evidences the new settlement of religion and politics. Helena, the emperor's mother, helped, by her visit to Palestine, her church at Bethlehem, and her discoveries of relics in Jerusalem, to make a ruling fashion out of the custom of a few devotees, and 8 years after the Council of Nicaea, in 333, appeared the first Christian geography as a guidebook or itinerary from Bordeaux to the holy places of Syria, modeled upon the imperial survey of the Antonines. The route followed in this runs by North Italy, Aquileia, Sirmium, Constantinople, and Asia Minor, and upon the same course thousands of nameless pilgrims journeyed in the next 300 years, besides some 8 or 9 who have left an account mainly religious in form, but containing in substance the widest view of the globe then possible among Westerns. Most of the pilgrims, like Jerome's friend Paula, Bishop Eucherius, and Melania, tread the same path and stop at the same points, but 3 or 4 of them distinctly add some fresh knowledge to the ordinary results. Saint Sylvia of Aquitaine, circa 385, not only travels through Syria, she visits Lower Egypt and stony or Sinaitic Arabia, and even Edessa in northern Mesopotamia, on the very borders of hostile and heathen Persia. To see the monks, she wanders through Osroene, comes to Haran, near which was the home of Abraham and the farm of Laban and the well of Rachel, to the environs of Nisibis and Ur of the Chaldees, lost to the Roman Empire since Julian's defeat. Thence by Padan Aram back to Antioch. When crossing the Euphrates, the pilgrim saw the river rush down in a torrent like the Rhone, but greater. And on the way home by the great military road, then untraveled by Saracens, between Tarsus and the Bosphorus, Sylvia makes a passing note on the strength and brigand habits of the Azorian mountaineers, who in the end saved Christendom from the very Arabs with whom our pilgrim couples them. Again, Cosmas Indicopleustes, in the time of Justinian, is at the end, as Sylvia is at the beginning, of a definite period, the period of the Christian Empire of Rome, while still Caesarean, and not merely Byzantine, patrician, and not papal, consular, and not Carolingian. And contemporary with Cosmas are 2 of the chief among the earlier or primitive pilgrims, Theodosius and Antoninus the Martyr. The first named indulges in a few excursions, in fancy, beyond his known ground of Palestine, going as far east as Susa and Babylon, where no one can live for the serpents and hippocentaurs, and south to the Red Sea and its 2 arms, of which the eastern is called the Persian Gulf, and the western or Arabian runs up to the 13 cities of Arabia destroyed by Joshua. But for the rest, his knowledge is not extensive or peculiar. Antoninus of Placentia, on the other hand, is very interesting, a sort of older Mandeville who mixes truth and its opposite in fairly even proportions, and with a sort of resolute partiality to favorite legends. He tells us how Tripolis has been ruined by the late earthquake, July 9th, 551, how silk and various woven stuffs are sold at Tyre, how the pilgrims scratch their names on the relics shown in Cana of Galilee, and here I, sinner that I am, did inscribe the names of my parents, how Bethshan, the metropolis of Galilee, is placed on a hill, though really in the plain, how the Samaritans hate Christians and will hardly speak to them, and beware of spitting in their country, for they will never forgive it, how the dew comes down upon Hermon the Little, as David says, the dew of Hermon that fell upon the hill of Zion, how nothing can live or even float in the Dead Sea, but is instantly swallowed up, as exact an untruth as was ever told by traveller, how the Jordan opens a way for pilgrims, and stands up in a heap every year at the Epiphany during the baptism of catechumens, as David told, the sea saw that and fled, Jordan was driven back. How at Jericho there is a holy field sown by the Lord with his own hand. A report had been spread that the salt pillar of Lot's wife had been lessened by licking. It was false, said Antoninus. The statue was just the same as it had always been. In Jerusalem, the pilgrims first went up the Tower of David, where he sang the Psalter, and into the Basilica of Sion, where among other marvels they saw the cornerstone that the builders rejected, which gave out a sound like the murmuring of a crowd. We come back again to fact with rather a start, when told in the next section of the hospitals for 3,000 sick folk near the Church of St. Mary, close to Sion. Then, with the footprints and relics of Christ, and the miraculous flight of the column of scourging, carried away by a cloud to Caesarea, we are taken through a fresh set of impressions. The same wild notions of place and time and nature follow the martyr through Galilee to Gilboa, where David slew Goliath and Saul died, where no dew or rain ever falls, and where devils appear nightly, whirled about like fleeces of wool or the waves of the sea, to Nazareth, where was the beam of Christ the carpenter, to Elua, where 15 consecrated virgins had tamed a lion and trained it to live with them in a cell, to Egypt, where the pyramids become for him the 12 barns of Joseph, for the legend had not yet insisted that the actual number should be made to fit the text of the 7 years of plenty. But with all this, Antoninus now and then gives us glimpses of a larger world. In Jerusalem he meets Ethiopians with nostrils slit and rings about their fingers and their feet. They were so marked, they told him, by the Emperor Trajan for a sign. In the Sinai desert he tells us of Saracen beggars and idolaters. In the Red Sea ports he sees ships from India laden with aromatics. He travels up the Nile to the cataracts and describes the Nilometer at Aswan and the crocodiles in the river. Alexandria he finds splendid but frivolous, a lover of pilgrims, but swarming with heresies. But far more wonderful than the practical jumble of Antoninus Martyr is the systematic nonsense of Cosmas, who invented or worked out a theory and scheme of the world, a Christian topography, which required nothing more than a complete disuse of human reason. His assurance was equal to his science. It may have been his voyage to India, or his monastic profession, or his study of Scripture, or something unknown that made him take up the part of a Christian Aristotle. In any case, he felt himself called into the field to support the cause of St. Augustine against infidelity, and to refute the anile fable of the Antipodes. Cosmas referred men back to revelation on such matters, and his system was demonstrated from Scripture, concerning which a Christian is not allowed to doubt. Man by himself could not understand the world, but in the Bible it was all clear enough. And from the Bible this much was beyond dispute. The universe is a flat parallelogram, and its length is exactly double of its breadth. In the center of the universe is our world, surrounded by the ocean, and by an outer world or ring where men lived before the flood. Noah and his ark came over sea from this to the present earth. To the north of our world is a great hill, like the later Muslim and older Hindu cupola of the earth, which perhaps was Cosmas' own original. Round this the sun and moon revolve, making day and night as they appear or disappear behind it. The sky consists of 4 walls meeting in the dome of heaven over the floor on which we live, and this sky is glued to the edges of the outer world, the world of the patriarchs. But this heaven is also cut in two by the firmament, lying between our atmosphere and that new heaven and new earth wherein dwelleth righteousness. And the floor of this upper world is covered by the waters that be above the firmament. Above this is paradise, and below the firmament live the angels, as ministers and flaming fires and servants of God to men. The proofs of this are simple, mainly resting on some 5 texts from the Old Testament and 2 passages of St. Paul. First, the book of Genesis declared itself to be the book of the generation of the heaven and the earth, that is, of everything in the heavens and the earth. But the old wives' fable of the Antipodes would make the heaven surround and contain the earth, and God's word would have to be changed. These are the generations of the sky. For the same truth, the twofold and independent being of heaven and earth, Cosmas quotes the additional testimony of Abraham, David, Hosea, Isaiah, Zechariah, and Melchizedek, who clinched the case against the Antipodes. For how indeed could even rain be said to fall or to descend, as in the Psalms and the Gospels, in those regions where it could only be said to come up? Again, the world cannot be a globe or sphere, or be suspended in mid-air or in any sort of motion, for what say the Scriptures? Earth is fixed on its foundations. Thou hast laid the foundations of the earth, and it abideth. Thou hast made the round world so sure that it cannot be moved. Thou hast made all men to dwell upon the face of the whole earth, not upon every face, or upon any more than one face, upon the face, not the back or the side, but the broad flat face we know. Who then, with these passages before him, ought even to speak of antipodes? So much against false doctrine. To establish the truth is simpler still. For the same St. Paul, who disposes of science falsely so called, does not he speak, like David, like St. Peter and St. John, of our world as a tabernacle? If our earthly house of this tabernacle be dissolved, we that are in this tabernacle do groan, being burdened, which points to the natural conclusion of enlightened faith that Moses' tabernacle was an exact copy of the universe. See thou make all things according to the pattern shown thee in the mount. So the four walls, the covered roof, the floor, the proportions of the tent of the wilderness, showed us in small compass all that was in nature. If any further guidance were needed, it was ready to hand in the prophet Isaiah and the patriarch Job. That stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. Also can any understand the spreadings of the clouds, or the noise of his tabernacle? The whole reasoning is like the theological arguments on the effects of man's fall upon the stars and the vegetable world, or the atmospheric changes due to angels. But though Cosmas states his system with the claims of an article of faith, there were not wanting men and even saints who stood out on the side of reason in geography in the most traditional of times. Isidore of Seville and Virgil, the Irish missionary of the 8th century, both maintained the old belief of Basil and Ambrose, that the question of the antipodes was not closed by the Church, and that error in this point was venial and not mortal. For the positive tabernacle system of the man who sailed to India there was never much support. His work was soon forgotten, though it has been called by some paradox makers the great authority of the Middle Ages, in the face of the known facts that this was the real position of Ptolemy and Strabo, that no one can speak of the Middle Ages in this unqualified way any more than of the modern or ancient worlds, and that Cosmas is almost unnoticed in the great age of medieval science from the 12th century. And whatever we may think of Cosmas and his Christian system of the whole world, evolved out of Holy Scripture, he is of interest to us as the last of the old Christian geographers, closing one age which, however senile, had once been in the truest sense civilized, and preparing us to enter one that in comparison is literally dark. From the age of Justinian, and from the rise of Islam in the early years of the 7th century, the geographical knowledge of Christendom is on a par with its practical contraction and apparent decline. There are travelers, but for the next 500 years there are no more theorists, cosmographers, or map makers of the universe or habitable globe. From the time that Islam, after a century of world conquest, began to form itself into an organized state or federation of states in the later 8th and earlier 9th centuries A.D., thus making itself until the 13th century the principal heir of the older Eastern culture, Christendom was content to take its geography, its ideas of the world in general, from the Arabs, who in their turn depended upon the pre-Christian Greeks. The relation of Ptolemy and Strabo to modern knowledge is best seen through the work of the Arabic geographers. But the Saracens did much to destroy before they began to build up once more. As the northern barbarians of the 5th century interrupted the hope of a Christian revival of pagan literature and science, so the Muslims of the 7th and 8th cut short the Catholic and Roman revival of Justinian and Heraclius, in which the new faith and the old state had found a working agreement. Between Cosmas and the Viking Age, Christian, Roman, Western exploration falls within very narrow limits. The few pilgrims whose recollections represent to us the whole literature of travel in the 7th, 8th, and 9th centuries add nothing fresh even of practical discovery. Theory and theoretical work has ceased altogether, and the first stirrings of the new life in the commerce and voyages of Amalfi, and in the sudden and splendid outburst of Norse life in its age of piracy, are not really before the world until the time of Alfred of England, of Charles the Bald, of Pope Nicholas I the Great. Yet, such as it is, this pilgrim stage of European development stands for something. Religion, as it is the first agent in forming our modern nations, is the first impulse towards their expansion, and to us there is a special interest. For the best known of Western travelers in this darkest of the Christian ages, 600 to 870 A.D., Arculf and Willibald are both connected with England and the beginnings of English science in the age of Bede. Arculf, a Frank or Gallican bishop, who about 690 visited, first of Latin writers since the Mohammedan conquest, Jerusalem, the Jordan Valley, Nazareth, and the other holy places of Syria, was driven by storms on his return to the great Irish monastery of Iona. There he described his wonders to the abbot Adamnan, who then sat in the seat of the Irish apostles Patrick and Columba, and by Adamnan this narrative was presented and dedicated to Aldfrith the Wise, last of the great Northumbrian kings, in his court at York, circa A.D. 701. Not only does the original remain to us, but we have also two summaries of it, one longer, another shorter, made by Beda, the Venerable Bede, as a useful manual for Englishmen concerning the holy sites. We are again reminded by this how constantly fresh life is growing up under an appearance of death. The conversion of England, which Gregory the Great, Theodore, and the Irish monks had carried through in the 7th, that darkest of Christian centuries, was now bearing its fruit in the work of Bede, who was really the sign of a far more permanent intellectual movement than his own, and in that of Boniface, Wilbrord, and Willibald, who began to win for Christendom in Germany more than a counterpoise for her losses in the south and east, from Armenia to Spain. Arculf is full of the mystical, unscientific spirit of the time. He notes in Jerusalem a lofty column which at midday casts no shadow, thus proving itself to be the center of the earth, for, as David says, God is my king of old, working salvation in the midst of the earth. At the roots of Lebanon, he comes to the place where the Jordan has its rise from two fountains, Jor and Dan, whose waters unite in the single river Jordan. In the Dead Sea a lighted lamp would float safely, and no man could sink if he tried. The bitumen of this place was almost indissoluble. The only fruit hereabout were the apples of Sodom, which crumbled to dust in the mouth. The 3 churches on the top of Tabor were according to the 3 tabernacles described by Peter. From Damascus, Arculf made for the port of Tyre, and so came by Jaffa to Egypt. Alexandria he found so great that he was 1 entire day in merely passing through. Its port he thought difficult of access, and something like the human body in shape, with a narrow mouth and neck, then stretching out far and wide. The great Pharaoh's tower was still lit up every night with torches. Here was the emporium of the whole world, countless merchants from all parts, the country rainless and very fertile. The Nile was navigable to the town of elephants. Beyond this, at the cataracts, the river runs in a wild ruin down a cliff. Its embankments, its canals, and even its crocodiles, not so large as ravenous, are all described, and Arculf, returning home by Constantinople, concludes with an account of the capital of Christendom, beyond doubt the metropolis of the Roman Empire, and by far the greatest city therein. Lastly, as the pilgrim sails by Sicily, he sees the Isle of Vulcan vomiting smoke by day and flame by night, with a noise like thunder, which is always fiercer on Fridays and Saturdays. Willibald, a nephew of St. Boniface, and related through his mother to King Ina of Wessex, started for the East about 721, passed 10 years in travel, and on his return followed his countrymen to mission work and to death among the heathen of Upper Germany. He went out by Southampton and Rouen, by Lucca and the Alps, to Naples and Catania, where is Mount Etna. And when this volcano casts itself out, they take St. Agatha's veil and hold it towards the fire, which ceases at once. Thence by Samos and Cyprus to Antaradus and Amezda, in the region of the Saracens, where the whole party who had escaped the Muslim brigands of southern Gaul were thrown into prison on suspicion of being spies. A Spaniard made intercession for them and got their release, but Willibald went up country 100 miles and cleared himself of all suspicion before the Caliph at Damascus. We have come from the west, where the sun has his setting, and we know of no land beyond, nothing but water. This was too far for spies, he pleaded, and the Caliph agreed, and gave him a pass for all the sights of Palestine, with which he traversed the length and breadth of the Holy Land 4 times, finding the same trouble in leaving as he had found in entering. Like Arculf, he saw the fountains of Jordan, the glorious church of Helena at Bethlehem, the tombs of the patriarchs at Hebron, the wonders of Jerusalem. Especially was he moved at the sight of the columns in the Church of the Ascension on Olivet. for that man who can creep between those columns and the wall is freed from all his sins. Tyre and Sidon he passed again and again on the coast of the Adriatic Sea, as he calls the Levant, 6 miles from one another. At last he got away to Constantinople with some safely smuggled trophies of pilgrimage and some balsam in a calabash covered with petroleum. But the customs officers would have killed all of them if the fraud had been found out. So Willibald believed. After 2 years of close intercourse with the Greek Christians of New Rome, living in a cell hollowed out of the side of a church, possibly St. Sophia, the first of English-born travelers returned to Old Rome, as Arculf had done, by sea, noticing, like him, Theodoric's hell in the Liparus. He could not get up the mountain, though curious to see what sort of a hell it was, where the Gothic tyrant was damned for the murder of Boethius and Symmachus, and for his own impenitent Arianism. But though he could not be seen or heard, all the pilgrims remarked how the pumice that riders use was thrown up by the flame from the hell and fell into the sea, and so was cast upon the shore and gathered up. Such was the philosophy of Catholicism about the countries of the known world in the 8th century, for Willibald's account was published with the imprimatur of Gregory III, and, with Arculf's, took rank as a satisfactory comment on the old Bordeaux itinerary of 400 years ago. Again, the impression given by our 2 chief guidebooks, Arculf and Willibald, is confirmed by the monk Fidelis, who traveled in Egypt about 750, and by Bernard the Wise of Mont Saint-Michel, who went over all the pilgrim ground a century later, 867. Fidelis, sailing up the Nile, was astonished at the sight of the 7 barns of Joseph, the pyramids, looking like mountains, but all of stone, square at the base, rounded in the upper part, and twisted at the summit like a spire. On measuring a side of one of them, it was found to be 400 feet. From the Nile, Fidelis sailed by the freshwater canal of Nico, Hadrian, and Amru, not finally blocked up till 767, direct to the Red Sea, near where Moses crossed with the Israelites. The pilgrim wanted to go and look for Pharaoh's chariot wheels, but the sailors were obstinate and took him round the peninsula of Sinai, down one arm of the sea and up another, to Ezion-Geber and Edom. Bernard, the French monk of Mont Saint-Michel, took the straight route overland by Rome to Bari, then a Saracen city, whose emir forwarded the pilgrims in a fleet of transports carrying some 9,000 Christian slaves to Alexandria. Here, like Willibald, Bernard found himself suspect, thrown into prison till bakshish had been paid, then only allowed to move stage by stage as fees were prompt and sufficient. For a traveler must pay, as an infidel, not only the ordinary tribute of the subject Christians of Egypt, but the money of the road as well. Islam has always made of strangers a fair mark for extortion. Safe at last in Jerusalem, the party, Bernard himself and 2 friends, one a Spaniard, the other a monk of Beneventum, were lodged in the hostel of the glorious Emperor Charles, founded for all the pilgrims who speak the Roman tongue. And after making the ordinary visits of devotion, and giving us their account of the Easter miracle of the Holy Fire at the Church of the Sepulchre, they took ship for Italy and landed at Rome after 60 days of misery at sea. Bernard's account closes with the Roman churches, the Lateran, where the keys of the whole city are given every night into the hands of the apostolic pope, and St. Peter's on the west side of Rome, that for size has no rival in the world. At the same time, or a little earlier than the Breton traveler, circa 808 to 850, another Latin had written a short tract on the houses of God in Jerusalem, which, with Bernard's notebook, is our last geographical record before the age of the Northmen. A new time was coming, a time not of timid, creeping pilgrims only, but of sea kings and seamen, who made the ocean their home, and, for the north of Europe at least, broke the tradition of land journeys and coasting voyages. But the early pilgrims, after all, have their place. It is of no use insisting that the mental outlook of these men is infantile. That is best proved by their own words, their own scale of things. But it is necessary to insist that in these travelers we have comparatively enlarged experience and knowledge. And as comparison is the only test of any age or of any man therein, the very blunders and limitations of the past, as we see them to be, have a constant as well as an historical value to us. That is, we are always being reminded, first, how we have come to the present mastery over nature, over ourselves, over all being, and secondly, how imperfect, how futile our work is still, and seems always doomed to be, if judged from a really final standpoint, or rather from our own dreams of the ultimately possible. So if in the case of our medieval travelers, their interests are the very reverse of ours, if they take delight in brooding over thoughts which to us do not seem worth the thinking, if their minds seem to rest as much on fable implicitly accepted as on the little amount of experienced fact necessary for a working life, it will not be for us to judge or to pity or to despise the men who were making our world for us, and through whose work we live. Especially, we cannot afford to forget this as we reach the lowest point of the fortunes, the mental and material work and position and outlook of Europe and Christendom. A half-barbarized world had entered upon the inheritance of a splendid past, but it took centuries before that inheritance was realized by the so altered present. In this time of change we have men writing in the language of Caesar and Augustine, of Alexander and Plato and Aristotle, who had been themselves, or whose fathers had been, pirates, brigands, nomads, wolves of the land or of the sea, to Greeks or Romans of the south, who had been even to the Romanized provincials of the north, as in Britain, mere dogs, whelps from the kennel of barbarism, the destroyers of the order of the world. The boundless credulity and servile terror, the superstition and feudal tyranny of the earlier Middle Ages, marked the first stage of the reconstruction of society, when savage strong men who had conquered were set down beside the overworked and outworn masters of the Western world, to learn of them and to make of them a more enduring race. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Prince Henry the Navigator, the hero of Portugal and of modern discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince Henry the Navigator by Charles Raymond BEAZLEY. Chapter 2. Vikings or Northmen, circa 787 to 1066. The discoveries and conquests and colonies of the Norse Vikings, from the White Sea to North America, are the first glimpses of light on the sea of darkness round the little island of the known world that made up Christendom. And from the needs of the time, these were the only natural beginnings of European expansion. From the rise of Islam, Saracens controlled the great trade routes of the south and east. It was only on the west and north that the coast was clear, of all but natural dangers. In the Moslem Caliphate, men were now busy in following up the old lines of trade, the immemorial traditions of the East, or as in southern Africa, extending the sphere of commercial activity and so of civilization. Men of science were commenting on the ancient texts of Greeks and Latins, or adopting them to enlarged knowledge. But in Christendom, in the atrophy both of mental and physical activity, broken for short periods and in certain lands by the revivals of Charles the Great, of the Isaurian emperors, of Otto I, of Alfred and his house, the practical energy of heathen enemies, for the Northmen were not seriously touched by Christianity till about the end of the first millennium, was the first sign of lasting resurrection. After the material came the spiritual revival. The whole life of the Middle Ages awoke on the conversion of the northern nations and of Hungary. But in the abundant and brilliant energy of the 11th, the 12th, the 13th centuries, we must recognize the offspring of the irrepressible Norsemen as well as of the Irish and Frank and English missionaries, who in the dark ages of Christendom were working out the empire of Innocent III. In exploration, especially, it was true that theory followed achievement. Flavio Gioja, of Amalfi, did not apply the magnet to navigation, did not give sailors the use of the magnet, till navigation itself had begun to venture into the unknown Atlantic. The history of geographical advance in the earlier Middle Ages is thus rather a chronicle of adventure than of science. But the Norse discoveries are not only the first, they are the leading achievements of Western travel and enterprise in the true unknown, between the time of Constantine and the Crusades. The central fact of European expansion in the Dark Ages, from the 7th to the 11th century, is the advance of the Vikings to the Arctic continent and to America about the year 1000. All that precedes this in the same line is doubtful and unimportant. For, of the other voyages to the west in the 6th, the 8th, the 10th centuries, which, on Columbus's success, turned into prior claims to the finding of the New World, there is not one that deserves notice. St. Brandon in 565, the 7 Spanish bishops in 734, the Basques in 990, may or may not have cited their islands of Antilia, of Atlantis, of the 7 cities. They cannot be verified or valued, any more than the journeys of the Enchanted Horse or the Third Calendar. We only know for certain a few unimportant, half-accidental facts, such as the visits of Irish hermits to Iceland and the Faroes during the 8th century, and the traces of their cells and chapels, in bells and ruins and crosses, found by the Northmen in the 9th. It was in 787 that the Vikings first landed in England. By the opening of the next century, they were threatening the whole coastline of Christendom, from Galicia to the Elbe. In 874 they began to colonize Iceland. In 877 they sighted Greenland. In 922 Rolf the Ganger won his Normandy from Charles the Simple by the Treaty of Clare-sur-Epte. As early as 840 was founded the first Norse or Ostman kingdom in Ireland, and in 878 the Norse earldom of the Orkneys, while about the same time the first Vikings seem to have reached the White Sea and the extreme north of Europe. This advance is almost as rapid as that of the early Saracens. Within 100 years from the first disturbance of Danes and Northmen by the growing, all-including power of the new national kingdoms, within 3 generations of Halfdan the Black, first the flying rebels and then the royalists in pursuit of them had reached the farthest western and northern limits of the known world, from Finisterre in Spanland to Cape Farewell in Greenland, from the North Cape in Finland to the northwest capes of Irland, from Novgorod or Holmgard in Russia to Valland between the Garonne and the Loire. The chief lines of northern advance were 3, by the northwest, southwest, and northeast, but each of these divided after a time with important results. The first sea path, running by Caithness, Orkneys, Shetlands, and Faroes, reached Iceland, Greenland, and at last Vinland on the North American continent. But from the settlements on the coasts and islands of northern Scotland, a fresh wave of pirate colonists swept down southwest into the narrow seas of St. George's Channel, and beat upon the east and north and south of Ireland and the western coasts of England and of Bretland. The second invasion ran along the North German coast, and on reaching the Straits of Dover, fell upon both sides of the English Channel, according as the resistance was stronger or weaker in Wessex or in Frankland. The advanced guard reunited with Ostmen and Orkneyers in the Scilly Isles and in Cornwall, and pressed on to the plunder of the Bay of Biscay and its coasts. The most restless of all were not long in finding out the wealth of the Moslem Caliphate of Cordova, and trying to force their way up to the Douro and the Tagus. The expansion on this side was not to stop till it had founded, from the Norman colony on the Seine, a Norman kingdom of England and a dominion in the 2 Sicilies, but this was the work of the 11th century, the time of organization and settled empire. On the third side of northern expansion, to east and northeast, there were 2 separate roads from the first, one taking the Baltic for its track and dividing northwards to Finland, up the Gulf of Bothnia, eastwards to Russia and Novgorod, Gedariki, and Holmgard, the other coasting along Hålogaland to Bjarmaland, along Lapland to Perm and the Archangel of later time. Of these 3 lines of movement, by far the most vital to our subject is the first, which is also the earliest. The second, to south and southwest, hardly gives any direct results for our story, and the third, to east and north, is mainly concerned with Russian history. While King Alfred was yet unborn, Norse settlements had been permanently founded in the outlying points, coasts, and islands of Scotland and Ireland, and in the years of his boyhood, about 860, Nadod the Faroe Jarl sighted Iceland, which had been touched at by the Irish monks in 795, but was now to be first added as a lasting gain to Europe as a new country, Snowland, something more than a hermitage for religious exiles from the world. 4 years later, in 864, Gardar the Swede reached this new Ultima Thule, and renamed it from himself Gardar's Home. Yet another Viking, Raymond Floke, followed the track of the first explorer in 1867 before Iceland got its final name and earliest colonization from the Norsemen Ingolf and Leif and the sheep farmers of the Faroes in 874, the 3rd year of Alfred's reign in Wessex. 3 years later, 887 to 8, at the very time of the farthest Danish advance in England, when Guthrum had driven the English king to the Isle of Athelney, the Norsemen reached their farthest point of northern advance in Europe. Gunnbjorn sighted a new land to the northwest, which he called White Shirt, from its snow fields, and which Red Eric a century later renamed Greenland, "for there is nothing like a good name to attract settlers." By this the Old World had come nearer than ever before to the discovery of a new one. Geographically, this side of the Arctic continent falls to the share of North America, and once its fjords had been made in their turn centers of colonization and of further progress, the actual reaching of Newfoundland and Cape Cod was natural enough. The real voyage lay between Cape Farewell and the European mainland. It was a stormy and dangerous passage from the Greenland bays to Labrador, but not a long one, and, as far as can be judged from scanty records, neither so cold nor so icebound as at present. But exploration had outrun settlement. It was not until 986, more than 100 years after Gunnbjorn's discovery, that Eric the Red, one of the chiefs of the Iceland colonists, led a band of followers and friends into a permanent exile in the unknown land. The beginnings of several villages were made in the first few years, and the first American discoveries followed at once. About 989, one Bjarni Herjulfsson, following his father from Iceland to Eric's Fjord in Greenland, was driven west by storms, first to a flat, well-wooded country, then to a mountainous island covered with glaciers. He bore away with a fresh breeze, and reached his home in Eric's Fjord in 4 days. But his report roused great interest. The time had come, and the men and Norse rovers, who after so much of the past were ready to dare anything in the future, eagerly volunteered to follow up the new route. Bjarni himself, visiting Norway and telling his story, was blamed for his slackness, and when he went back to Greenland, there was, "much talk of finding unknown lands." In the year 1000, Leif, a son of Red Eric, started with a definite purpose of discovery. He bought Bjarni's ship, manned it with 25 men, and put out. First they came to the land Bjarni had sighted last, and went on shore. There was no grass to be seen, but great snowy ridges far inland, "and all the way from the coast to these mountains was one field of snow, and it seemed to them a land of no profit." So they left, calling it Helluland or Slateland, perhaps the Labrador of the 16th century. They put out to sea again, and found another land, flat and wooded, with a white sand shore, low-lying towards the sea. "This," said Leif, "we will call after its nature, Markland, woodland." Then striving for 2 days before a northeast wind, they came to an island, where they landed to wait for good weather. They tasted the dew on the grass, and thought they had never known anything so sweet. Sailing on again into a sound between the island and a ness, they reached a place where a river came out of a lake. Into this they towed the ship and anchored, carrying their beds out on the shore, and setting up their tents, with a large hut in the middle, and made all ready for wintering there. There was no want of fish food, "the largest salmon in the lake they had ever seen," and the country seemed to them so good that they would need no fodder for cattle in the winter. There was no frost. The grass seemed fresh enough all the year round, and day and night were more equal than in Iceland or in Greenland. The crew were divided in 2 parts. One worked at the huts, and the other explored the country, returning every night to the camp. From the wild vines found by the foragers, the whole district was called Vinland, and samples of these, enough to fill the stern boat, and of the trees and self-sown wheat found in the fields, were taken back to Eric's Fjord. Thereafter Leif was called the Lucky, and got much wealth and fame, but Thorwald Ericsson, his brother, thought he had not explored enough, and determined to be talked about even more than the first settler of Vinland. He put to sea with 30 men, and came straight to Leif's booths in Vinland, where he stayed the winter. On the first signs of spring, Thorwald ordered his vessel to be rigged, and sent his longboat on ahead to explore. All alike thought the land beautiful and well wooded. They noticed that the distance was small between the forest and the sea, that the beach was all of white sand, and that there were many islands off the shore, and very shallow water. But they saw no trace of man or beast, except a wooden corn barn on an island far to the west. After coasting all the summer, they came back in the autumn to the booths. The next spring Thorwald went eastwards, and "towards the north along the land they drove upon a cape, and broke their keel, and stayed long to repair, and called the place Kielness, Kielarness, from this." Then they sailed away eastwards along the country, everywhere thickly wooded, till at one place Thorwald drew up his ships to the land, and laid out gangways to the shore, saying, "I would gladly set up my farm here." But now they came upon the first traces of other men. Far off upon the white sandy beach 3 specks were sighted, 3 skin boats of the Skreelings, or Eskimos, with 3 men hiding under each. Thorwald's men captured and killed 8 of them, but one escaped, "to where within the fjord were several dwellings like little lumps on the ground." A heavy drowsiness now fell upon the Norsemen, in the Saga, till "sudden scream came to them, and a countless host from up the fjord came in skin boats and laid themselves alongside." The Vikings put up their shield wall along the gunwale, and kept off the arrows of the Eskimos till they had shot them all away, and "fled off as fast as they could," leaving Thorwald with a mortal wound under the arm. He had time just to bid his men "carry him to the point he had wished to dwell at, for it was true that he would stay there a while, but with a cross at head and feet, and so died and was buried as he had said." The place was called Cross Ness from the dead chief, but the crew stayed all the winter and loaded the ship with vines and grapes, and in the spring came back to Eric in Greenland. And now, after the first mishap, discovery became more serious, not to be undertaken but by strong and well-armed fleets. It was this that checked the expansion of these Arctic colonies. At their best they were too small to do more than hold their own against nature and the Skreeling savages in their tiny settlements along the coast, where the ice fields have long since pushed man slowly but surely into the sea, with his painfully won patches of hay and corn and pasturage. But the colonists would never say die till they were utterly worn out. Now they only roused themselves to conquer the new lands they had found, and found disputed. First, a third son of Red Eric, Thorstein, bethought him to go into Vinland for his brother Thorwald's body. He put to sea and lost all sight of land, beating about in the ocean the whole summer, till he came back to Greenland in the first week of winter, 1004-6. He was followed by the greatest of the Vinland sailors, Thorfinn Karlsefni, who really took in hand the founding of a new settlement over the western sea. He came from Norway to Iceland soon after Thorwald's death in 1004, passed on to Greenland about 1005, "when, as before, much was talked about a Vinland voyage," and in 1006 made ready to start with 160 men and 5 women in 3 ships. They had with them all kinds of cattle, meaning to settle in the land if they could, and they made an agreement, Karlsefni and his people, that each should have an equal share in the gain. Leif lent them his houses in Vinland, "for he would not give them outright," and they sailed first to Helluland, Labrador, where they found a quantity of foxes, then to Markland, well stocked with forest animals, then to an island at the mouth of a fjord, unknown before, covered with eider ducks. They called the new discoveries Stream Island and Stream Fjord, from the current that here ran out into the sea, and sent off a party of 8 men in search of Vinland in a stern boat. This was driven by westerly gales back to Iceland, but Thorfinn, with the rest, sailed south till he came to Leif Ericson's "river that fell into the sea from a lake, with islands lying off the mouth of the stream, low grounds covered with wheat growing wild, and rising grounds clad with vines." Here they settled, renamed the country Hope, from the good hope they had of it, and began to fell the wood, to pasture their cattle in the upland, and to gather the grapes. After the first winter the Skrælings came upon them, at first to traffic with furs and sables against milk and dairy produce, and then to fight, for as neither understood the other, and the natives tried to force their way into Thorfinn's houses, and to get hold of his men's weapons, a quarrel was bound to come. Fearing this, Karlsefne put a fence round the settlement, and made all ready for battle, "and at this very time was a child born to him in the village, called Snorre, of Gudrid his wife, the widow of Thorstein Ericsson, whom he had brought with him." Then the Eskimos came down upon them, "many more than before, and there was a battle, and Thorfinn's men won the day and saved the cattle," and their enemies fled into the forest. Thorfinn stayed all the winter, but towards spring he grew tired of his enterprise, and returned to Greenland, taking much goods, vines, wood for timber and skin wares, and so came back to Eriksfjord in the summer of 1008. Thus ends the story of the last serious effort to colonize Vinland, and the saga, while giving no definite cause for this failure upon failure, seems to show that even the trifling annoyance of the Skrælings was enough to turn the scale. Natural difficulties were so immense, men were so few, that a pygmy enemy had all the power of the last straw in a load, the odd man in a council. The actual resistance of American natives to European colonists was never very serious in any part of the continent, but the distance from the starting point and the difficulties of life in the new country were able, even in the time of Raleigh and De Soto, to keep in check men who far more readily founded and kept up European empires in the Indian seas. So now, though on Thorfinn's return the talk began to turn again upon a Vinland voyage as both gainful and honourable, and a daughter of Red Eric named Freydis talked men over, especially two brothers, Helga and Finnboga, to a fresh attempt in the country where all the house of Eric had tried and failed, though Leif lent his booths as before, and 60 able-bodied men, besides women, were found willing to go, the colony could never be firmly planted. Freydis and her allies sailed in 1011, reached the settlement, which was now for the third time recolonized, and wintered there. But jealousies soon broke up the camp. Helga and Finnboga were murdered with all their followers, and the rest came back in 1013 to Greenland, "where Thorfinn Karlsefne was just ready for sailing back to Norway, and it was common talk that never did a richer ship leave Eriksfjord than that which he steered." It was that same Karlsefne who gave the fullest account of all his travels, concludes the saga, but whether Thorfinn ever returned to Vinland, whether there were any more attempts to settle at Leif's booths or elsewhere, whether the account we have of these voyages is really an Eric saga, only telling the deeds of Red Eric and his house, for after Bjarni almost every Vinland leader is of this family, we cannot tell. We can only fancy that all these suggestions are probable, by the side of the few additional facts known to the Norse skalds or bards. The first of these is, that in 983-4, Are Marson of Reykjanes, in Iceland, was driven by storms far west to White Man's Land, where he was followed by Bjarni Asbjörnsson in 999, and by Gudleif Gudlengsson in 1029. This was the tale of his friend Raffin, the Limerick trader, and of Are Frode, his great-great-grandson, who called the unknown land Great Ireland. Footnote: by some supposed to be South Carolina, by others the Canaries. End footnote. True or untrue, in whatever way, this would be a later discovery than those of Eric and his sons, if the news of it did not come into Iceland or Norway till after Thorfinn Karlsefne's voyage, as is generally supposed. Again, the length of the voyage is a difficulty, and the whole matter has a doubtful look, an attempt to start a rival to the Eric saga by a more brilliant success a few years earlier. We seem to be on more certain ground in our next and last chapter of Viking exploration in the Northwest, in the fragmentary notices of Greenland and Vinland voyages to the middle of the 14th century, and in the fairly clear and continuous account of the two Greenland settlements of the western and eastern bays. We hear, for instance, of Bishop Eric going over from Eric's Fjord to Vinland in 1121. Of clergy from the Eastern Bay Diocese of Gardar sailing to lands in the west, far north of Vinland, in 1266. Of the two Helgesons discovering a country west of Iceland in 1285. Of a voyage from Greenland to Markland in 1347 by a crew of 17 men, recorded in 1354. Unless these are pure fabrications, they would seem to prove something of constant intercourse between the mother and daughter colonies of Northwest Europe and Northeast America, and something of a permanent Christian settlement of Northmen in the new continent is made probable by assuming such intercourse. During 981 to 1000, both Iceland and Greenland had become Catholic in name and Christian in surname. In 1126, the line of bishops of Gardar begins with Arnold, and the clergy would hardly have ventured on the Vinland voyage to convert Skrælings in an almost deserted country. The later stories of the Greenland colonies, interesting as it is, and traceable to the year 1418, is not part of the expansion, but of the contraction of Europe and Christendom. And the voyages of the Zeni in 1380 to 95 to Greenland and the western islands Istotaland and Drogeo, belonging to another part. They are the last achievements of medieval discovery before Henry of Portugal begins his work, and form the natural end of an introduction to that work. But it is curious to notice that just as the ice and the Eskimos between them are bringing to an end the last traces of Norse settlement in the Arctic continent, and just as all intercourse between Vinland, Greenland, Iceland, and Norway entirely ceases, at any rate to record itself, the Portuguese sailors, taking up the work of Eric and Leif and Thorfinn on another side, were rounding Cape Verde and nearing the southern point of Africa, and so providing for the mind of Columbus suggestions which resulted in the lasting discovery of the world that the Vikings had sighted and colonized, but were not able to hold. The Venetian, Welsh, and Arabic claims to have followed the Norsemen in visits to America earlier than the voyage of 1492 belong rather to the minute history of geographical controversy. It is a fairly certain fact that the northwest line of Scandinavian migration reached about AD 1000 to Cape Cod and the coasts of Labrador. It is equally certain that on this side the Norsemen never made any further advance, lasting or recorded. Against all other medieval discoveries of a western continent, one only verdict can stand: not proven. The other lines of northern advance, though marked by equal daring and far greater military exploits, have less of original discovery. There was fighting in plenty, the giving and taking of hard knocks with every nation from Archangel to Cordova, and from Limerick to Constantinople, and the Vikings, as they reached fresh ground, renamed most of the capes and coasts, the rivers and islands and countries of Europe, of North Africa, of Western Asia. Iberia became Spanland, Galicia, Jacob's Land, Gallia, Frankland, Britannia, England, Scotland, Bretland, Hibernia, Ireland. Islam, outside Spanland, passed into Circland or Saracen land. Greece was Grickland, Russia, Gadariki. The Pillars of Hercules, the Straits of Gibraltar, were Norva's Sound, which later days derived from the first Northmen who passed through them. The city of Constantine was the great town, Miklagard. Novgorod was Holmgard, the town of all others that most touched and influenced the earlier, the Viking age of northern expansion. For was it not their own proudest and strongest city-state? And, "who can stand before God or the great Novgorod?" except the men who had built it, and would rush to sack it if it turned against them. But all this was only the passing of a more active race over ground which had already been well known to Rome and to Christendom, even if much of this was now being forgotten. It was only in upland Russia, and in the farthest north, that the Norsemen sensibly enlarged the western world to east or northeast, as they did through their Iceland settlements on the northwest. On the south and southwest, no Vikings or royalist followers of Vikings, like Sigurd the Crusader, sailed the seas beyond Norva's Sound and Cirkland, and as pilgrims, traders, travelers, and conquerors in the Mediterranean, their work was of course not one of exploration. They bore a foremost share in breaking down the Moslem incubus on southern Europe. They visited the holy sites, "when sacred Hierosolima they'd relieved, and fed their eyes on Jordan's holy flood, which the dear body of the Lord God had lavid." They fought as Varangian bodyguards in the armies of the great Byzantines, Nikephoros Phocas, John Thomiscus, Basil II, or Maniachus, but in all this they discovered for themselves rather than for Europe. But Russia, that is, old Russia round Novgorod and Kiev, the White Sea, the North Cape and Finland coasts, as well as the more outlying parts of Scotland and Ireland, were first clearly known to Europe through the Northmen. The same race did much to open up the modern Lithuania and Prussia, and the conversion of the whole of Scandinavia, mother country and colonies alike, in the 10th and 11th centuries, added our Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, with all the Viking settlements, to the civilized world and the Church of Rome. First, on the eastern side, it was in 862 that the Russians invited help from their less dreaded neighbors around Uppsala against their more vexatious neighbors around Kiev, and in September of the same year Rurik arrived at Novgorod and founded the medieval kingdom of Russia, which in the 10th century under Oleg, Igor, and Vladimir was first the plunderer, then the open enemy, and finally the ally in faith and in arms of the Byzantine Empire. All through this time and afterwards, till the time of the Tartar deluge, the intercourse of Swedes, Danes, and Northmen with Gardariki was constant and close, and not least in the time of the Vinland voyages, when Vladimir and Yaroslav reigned at Novgorod, and the two Olafs, the son of Tryggva and the saint, found refuge at their court before and after their hard rule in Norway. Olaf Tryggvason's uncle had grown old in exile at Novgorod when young Olaf and his mother fled from Norway to join him there and were captured by Vikings in the Baltic and kept 6 years in the Gulf of Riga before they got to Holmgard, 872. In 1019, Ingigerd of Sweden was married to Yaroslav. 10 years later, Saint Olaf was driven from Norway by revolt, and flying into Russia was offered a kingdom called Bulgaria, the modern Kasan, whose old metropolis of Vulgar was known to the Arab travelers of the 9th century, and whose ruins can still be seen. Olaf hesitated between this and a pilgrim's death in Jerusalem, and at last preferred to fight his way back to Norway. The next king of the Norsemen, Magnus the Good, came from Novgorod by Ladoga to Trodheim, when Olaf's son, Harald Hardrada, fled back to his father's refuge, to the court of Yaroslav. While Magnus had been in exile, men had asked news of him from all the merchants that traded to Novgorod. Last of these earlier kings, Harald Hardrada, during all the time of his wild romance in East and South, before he went to Miklagard, and after his flight, and all the time of his service in the Varangian Guard of the Empress Zoe, made Novgorod his home. His pilgrim relics from Holy Land and his war spoils from Circa, Africa and Sicily, were all sent back to Yaroslav's care till their master could come and claim them, and when he came at last, flying from Byzantine vengeance across the Black Sea into the Sea of Azov and all around the eastern realm of Kiev, he found his wealth untouched and Princess Elizabeth ready to be his wife, and to help him with Russian men and money to win back Norway and to die at Stamford Bridge for the crown of England. 1066. Harold is the type of all Vikings, of the Norse race in its greatest, most restless energy. William the Conqueror, or Knut the Great, or Robert Guiscard, or Roger of Sicily, are all greater and stronger men, but there is no Ganger, no rover, like the man who in 50 years, after fighting in well nigh every land of Christians or of the neighbours and enemies of Christendom, yet hoped for time to sail off to the new-found countries, and so fulfill his oath and promise to perfect a life of unmatched adventure by unmatched discovery. He had fought with wild beasts in the arena of Constantinople. He had bathed in the Jordan and cleared the Syrian roads of robbers. He had stormed 80 castles in Africa. He had succoured the Icelanders in famine and lived as a prince in Russia and Northumberland. By his own songs he boasts that he had sailed all round Europe. But he fell, the prototype of sea kings like Drake or Magellan, without one discovery. Men of his own nation and time had been before him everywhere, but he united in himself the work and adventures, the conquests and discoveries of many. He was the incarnation of northern spirit, and it was through the lives and records of such as he that Europe became filled with that new energy of thought and action, that new life and knowledge, which was the ground and impulse of the movement led by Henry the Navigator, by Columbus and the Cabots. Harold's wars kept him from becoming a great explorer, but Norse captains who took service under peaceful kings did something of what he aimed at doing. We must retrace our steps to the voyages of Othere and Wulfstan under King Alfred about the year 890, about the time when a Norse king, Harold Fairhair, was first seen in the Scotch and Irish seas. Their discovery of the White Sea, the North Cape, and the Gulfs of Bothnia and Finland was followed up by many Norsemen, such as Thorer Hund under St. Olaf, in the next 150 years, but Othere's voyage was the first and chief of these adventures both in motive and result. He told his lord King Alfred that he dwelt northmost of all Northmen on the land by the western sea, and he wished to find how far the land lay right north, or whether any man dwelt north of the waste. So he went right north near the land. For 3 days he left the waste land on the right and the wide sea on the left, as far as the whale hunters ever go." And still he kept north 3 days more, to the North Cape of Europe. "Then the land bent right east, and with a west wind he sailed 4 days till the land bent south, and he sailed by it 5 days more to the great river, the Dwina, that lay up into the land, and where beyond the river it was all inhabited." The modern country of Perm and Archangel. Here he trafficked with the people, the first he had met, except the Finn hunters, since leaving his fjord. Besides his wish to see the country, he was looking for walrus ivory and hides. The Finns and Bjarma men of Archangel, it seemed to him, spoke nearly the same language, but between his home and this Bjarma land no human being lived in any fixed dwelling, and all the Northman's land was long and narrow and thinly peopled, decreasing in breadth as it stretched northward, from 60 to 3 days' journey. Again Alfred told how Othere, sailing south for a month from his house, having Ireland on his right and coasting Norway all the time on his left, came to Jutland, "where a great sea runs up into the land, so vast that no man can see across it," whence in 5 days more he reached the coast, "from which the English came to Britain." Wulfstan, in the service of the same king, told him how he sailed in 7 days from Sleswick to Trousseau and the Vistula, having Wendland, or Pomerania and Prussia, on his right all the way. He described, "Wittland near the Vistula, and Estland and Venland and Estmere and the Ilfing running from the Trousseau Lake into Eastmere." But neither the king nor his captains knew enough to contradict the old idea, found in Ptolemy and Strabo, of Scandinavia as one vast island. Thus it was for the satisfaction of their Saxon lord that Wulfstan and Othere, by their voyages along the coasts of Norway and Lapland, of Pomerania and Prussia, round the White Sea and the Gulf of Riga and southern Finland, added a more coherent view of northeast Europe, and specially of the Baltic Gulf, to Western geography. But these Norse discoveries, though in the service of an English king, were scarcely used save by Norsemen, and they must partly go to the credit of Vikings as well as of Alfred the Great. Thus in 965 King Harold Grayskin of Norway "went and fought with the folk on the banks of the Dwina," and plundered them, and in 1026 Thorir Hund joined himself to a fleet sent by St. Olaf to the White Sea, pillaged the temple of the idol Jomala, and destroyed his countrymen by treachery on their way home. Where 2 expeditions are recorded, they may well stand for 20 unknown and uneventful ones, and the same must be equally granted as to the gradual advance of knowledge through the unceasing attacks of the Norse kings and pirates on the lands to the south of the Baltic, where lived the Wends. Thus on the west and east, northwest and northeast, the Northmen could and did make a definite advance into the unknown. Even the southwest lines of northern invasion and settlement, though they hardly yield any general results to discovery, certainly led to a more thorough inclusion of every part of the British Isles in the civilized West, through the Viking earldoms in Caithness, in the Orkneys and the Shetlands, in Man and the Hebrides, and on the coast of Ireland, where the Ostman colonies grew into kingdoms. From about 840, when the first of these settlements was fairly and permanently started, to the 11th century, when a series of great defeats, by Brian Boru at Clontarf in 1014, by Godwine and Harold in England from 1042 to 1066, and by the Norman and Scottish kings in the next generation, practically destroyed the Norse dominion outside the Orkneys. For those 200 years, Danes and Northmen not only pillaged and colonized, but ruled and reorganized a good half of the British Isles. By the time of Alfred, the Viking principalities were scattered up and down the northern and western coasts of the greater of our 2 islands, and were fringing 3 sides of the lesser. About A.D. 900, the pioneer of the Norse kings, Harold Fairhair, pursued his traders, first to Shetlands and Orkneys, then to Caithness, the Hebrides, and Man. His son Eric, who followed him, ranged the northern seas from Archangel to Bordeaux, and so Hakon the Good in 936, and other Norse princes in 946, 961, 965, above all the 2 great kings Olaf in 985-9 and 1009-14, fought and triumphed through most of the world as known to the Northmen. Thus Frankland, England, Ireland, Scotland were brought into closer unity through the common danger, while as the sea kings founded settled states, and these grew by alliance, first with one another and then with their older Christian victims, as the Norse kingdoms themselves became parts of Latin Christendom, after Latin Christendom had itself been revived and reawakened by their attacks, the full value of the time of trial came out on both sides to conquered and to conquerors. For the effects, formative, invigorative, provocative, of the northern invasions had a most direct bearing on the expansion that was to come in the next age, even for those staid and sober western countries, England and France and Italy, which had long passed their time of migration, and where the Vikings could not, as in the far northeast and northwest, extend the area of civilization or geographical knowledge. Lastly, the new start made by England in exploration and trade, and even in pilgrimage, is plainly the result, in action and reaction, of the Norse and Danish attacks waking up the old spirit of a kindred race, of elder cousins that had sunk into lethargy and forgotten their seamanship. But from the Peace of Wedmore, 878, Alfred first of all began to build an English navy capable to meet and chase and run down the Viking keels; then established a yearly pilgrimage and almsgiving at the threshold of the apostles in Rome; then sent out various captains in his service to explore as much of the world as was practicable for his new description of Europe. His crowning effort in religious extension was in 883, when Sigehelm and Athelstan bore Alfred's gifts and letters to Jerusalem and to India, to the Christians of San Thome. The corresponding triumph of the king's scientific exploration, the discoveries of the White Sea and the Baltic, seem to have happened nearer the end of the reign, somewhere before 895. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Prince Henry the Navigator, the Hero of Portugal and of Modern Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Prince Henry the Navigator by Charles Raymond Beasley. Chapter 3. The Crusades and Land Travel, circa 1100 to 1300. The Pilgrims were the pioneers of the growth of Europe and of Christendom until Charlemagne, in one sense, in another and a broader sense, until the Crusades. Their original work, as far as it can be called original at all, was entirely overshadowed by the Vikings, who made real discoveries of the first importance in hunting for new worlds to conquer. But when the first Viking rovers themselves, and then the Northmen, settled in the colonies and the old home, took up Christianity as the Arabs had taken up Islam, the pilgrim spirit was translated, as it were, into new and more powerful forms. Through the conversion of Hungary and of Scandinavia, Europe, Christian Europe, was compacted together in a stronger empire than that of Constantine or of Charlemagne, a spiritual federation, not a political unity, one and undivided not in visible subordination, but in a common zeal for a common faith. This was the state of the Latin world, and in a measure of the Greek and Russian world as well, by the middle of the 11th century, when the Byzantine emperors had broken the strength of the Eastern Caliphate and recovered most of the realm of Heraclius. When the Roman papacy under Leo IX, Hildebrand, and Urban began its political stage, aiming, and in great part successfully aiming, at an imperial federation of Europe under religion, when on every side, in Spain, in France, in England, in Germany, and in Italy, the nations that had been slowly built into that Domus Dei were filled with fresh life and purpose from the Norsemen, who as pirates or conquerors or brothers had settled among them. The long crusade that had gone on for 400 years in Spain and in southern Italy and in the Levant which had raged round the islands of the Mediterranean, or the passes of the Alps and Pyrenees, or the banks of the Loire and the Tiber, was now in the eve of the first Syrian crusade of 1096, rapidly tending to decisive victory. Toledo was won back in 1084. The Norman dominion in the two Sicilies had already taken the place of a weak and halting Christian defense against Arab emirs. Pilgrims were going in thousands where there had been tens or units by the reopened land route through Hungary. Only in the Far East, the first appearance of the Turks as Moslem champions threatened an ebb of the tide. Christendom had seen a wonderful expansion of the heathen north. Now that it had won the Northmen to itself, it was ready to imitate their example. The deliberate purpose of the popes only gave direction to the universal feeling of restless and abundant energy longing for wider action. But it was not the crusading movement itself which brought so much new light, so much new knowledge of the world to Europe, as the results of that impulse in trade, in travel, and in colonization. 1. From the 11th century, from the beginning of this period, all the greater pilgrims, Ceolwulf, the English merchant, King Sigurd of Norway, Abbot Daniel of Kiev, and their followers, have something more in view than piety. They have a general interest in travel, some of them a special interest in trade. Most of them go to fight as well as to pray. 2. But as the warlike spirit of the Church militant seems to grow tired, and its efforts at founding new kingdoms in Antioch, in Jerusalem, in Cyprus, in Byzantium, more and more fruitless, the direct expansion of European knowledge begins in scientific travel. Vinland and Greenland and the White Sea and the other Norse discoveries were discoveries made by a great race for itself, unconnected as they were with the main lines of trade or with religious sentiment. They were unrealized by the general consciousness of the West. A full account of the Norse voyages to America was lying at the Vatican when Columbus was searching for proofs of land within reach, of India, as he expected, in the place where he found an unknown continent and a new world. But no one knew of these. Even the Greenland colony had been lost and forgotten in the 15th century. In 1553, the English sailors reached the land of Archangel without a suspicion that Othere or Thor Hund had been there 600 years before. Russia, from the 13th to the 16th centuries, was almost out of sight and mind under the Tartar and Moslem rule. But the missionaries and merchants and travelers who followed the crusading armies to the Euphrates and crept along the caravan routes to Ceylon and the China Sea, added further and Central Asia, Thessari Arabum et Dividas India, to the knowledge of Christendom. And as this knowledge was bound up with gain, as the Polos and their companions had really opened to the knowledge of the West those great prizes of material wealth which even the Rome of Trajan had never fully grasped, and which had been shared between Arabs and natives without a rival for so long, it was not likely to be easily forgotten. From that time, at the end of the 13th century, to the success of the Portuguese on another road at the end of the 15th, European interest was fairly engaged in pressing in upon the old land routes and getting an even larger share of their profits. 3. There was another side of the same problem, a still brighter hope for men who could dare to try it. By finding a sea path to the Indian storehouse, Mariners like the Venetians and Genoese, or their Spanish pupils, might cut into the treasuries of the world at their very source, found a trade empire for their country, and gain the sole command of heaven on earth, of the true terrestrial paradise. Then masters of the wealth of the East and of the fighting power of the West, the Christian nations might crush their old enemy, Islam, between two weights, hammer and anvil, might fairly strike for the rule of the entire habitable globe. It was with thoughts of this kind, vaguely inspired by the Crusades and their legacy of discovery from Baghdad to Cathay, that the Vivaldi left Genoa to find an ocean way round Africa in 1281 to 91, with the hope of going to the parts of the Indies that Malicello reached the Canary Islands about 1270, and that volunteers went on the same quest nearly 20 times in the next 4 generations before their spasmodic efforts were organized and pressed on to achievement by Henry and his Portuguese, 1412 to 1497. 4. Lastly, the Renaissance of Europe in the crusading age was not only practical but spiritual. Science was at last touched and changed by the new life scarcely less than the art of war, or the social state of the towns, or the trade of the commercial republics. And geography and its kindred were not long in feeling some change, though it was very slowly realized and made useful. The first notice of the magnet in the West is of about 1180. The use of this by sailors is perhaps rightly dated from the 13th century and the discoveries of Amalfi. But to return, we must trace more definitely the preparation which has been generally described for the work of Prince Henry, first in the Pilgrim warriors and the travellers of the New Age, merchants or preachers or sightseers who follow out the eastern land routes. Next, in the seamen, who begin to break the spell of the Western Ocean and to open up the high seas, the true high roads of the world. Lastly, in the students who, most of all, in their maps and globes and instruments and theories, are the trainers and masters and spiritual ancestors of the hero of discovery. The first of these classes supplied the matter, the attractions and rewards of the exploring movement. The others may be said to provide the form by which success was reached, genius in seamanship, and the one was as much needed as the other. Human reason did its work so well because of a reasonable hope. Men crept round Africa in face of the Atlantic storms because of the golden East beyond. It was, as we have seen, the land travellers of the 12th and 13th and 14th centuries who laid open that golden East to Europe and added inspiring knowledge to a dream and a tradition. And of these land travellers, the first worth notice are Ceolwulf of Worcestershire, Adelard of Bath, and Daniel of Kiev, 3 of that host of peaceful pilgrims who followed the conquerors of the First Crusade, 1096-9. All of these left their recollections, and all of them are of the new time, in sharp contrast with the hordes of earlier pilgrims, even the most recent, like Bishop Ealdred of Worcestershire and York, who crowned William the Conqueror, or Swen Godwinson, or Thor Hund, whose visits are all mere visits of penitence. Every fresh conversion of the northern nations brought a fresh stream of devotees to Italy and to Syria, a fresh revival of the 4th century habit of pilgrimage. But when medieval Christendom had been formed, and religious passion was more steady and less unworldly, the discoverer and observer blends with the pilgrim in all the records left to us. Ceolwulf was a layman and a trader who went on a pilgrimage 1102 and became a monk at the instance of his confessor, Wulfstan, Bishop of Worcestershire. But though his narrative has been called an immense advance on all earlier guidebooks, it ends with the Holy Land and does not touch even the outlying pilgrim sites in Mesopotamia or Egypt, visited and described by Sylvia or Fidelis. Starting some 3 years after the Latin capture of Jerusalem in 1099, the English traveller takes us up 6 different routes from Italy to Syria, evidence of the vast development of Mediterranean intercourse and of practical security against pirates, gained very largely since the 2nd millennium began. His own way, by Monopoly, Corfu, Corinth, and Athens, took him to Rhodes, which once had the idol called Colossus, one of the 7 wonders of the world, but destroyed by the Persians with nearly all the land of Romania on their way to Spain. These were the Colossians to whom St. Paul wrote. Thence to Myra in Lycia, the port of the Adriatic, as Constantinople is of the Aegean. Landing at Jaffa after a sail of 13 weeks, Ceolwulf was soon among the wonders of Jerusalem, that had not grown less since Arculf's day. At the head of the Sepulchre Church was the famous navel of the earth, now called compass, which Christ measured with his own hands, working salvation in the mists, as say the Psalms. For the same legends were backed by the same texts as in the 6th or 7th century. Going down to the Jordan, 4 leagues east of Jericho, Arabia was seen beyond, hateful to all who worship God, but having the mount, whence Elias was carried into heaven in a chariot of fire. 18 days' journey from the Jordan is Mount Sinai, by way of Hebron, where Abraham's holm oak was still standing, and where, as pilgrims said, he sat and ate with God. But Ceolwulf himself did not go outside Palestine on this side. After travelling through Galilee and noting the house of Saint Architriclin, saint ruler of the feast, at Cana, he made his way to Byzantium by sea, escaping the Saracen cruisers and weathering the storms that wrecked in the roads of Jaffa before his eyes some 20 of the pilgrim and merchant fleet then lying at anchor. But not only can we see from this how the religious and commercial traffic of the Mediterranean had been increased by the Crusades, the main lines of that traffic had been changed. Since the Moslem conquest, visitors had mostly come to Palestine through Egypt. The Christian conquest of Syria reopened the direct sea route, as the conversion of Hungary and Northeast Europe had reopened the direct land route 100 years before, circa 1000 to 1100. The lines of the Danube Valley and of the Roman Sea were both cleared, and the West again poured itself into the East, as it had not done since Alexander's conquest, since the Oriental reaction had set in about the time of the Christian era, rising higher and higher into the full tide of the Persian and Arabian revivals of Asiatic empire. Among the varied classes of pilgrim crusaders in Ceolwulf's day were student devotees like Adelard and Daniel from the 2 extremes of Christendom, England and Russia, Bath and Kiev, northern sea kings like Sigurd or Robert of Normandy, even Jewish travelers, rabbis, or merchants like Benjamin of Tudela. All these as following in the wake of the First Crusade, and for the most part stopping at the high water mark of its advance, belong to the same group and time and impulse as Ceolwulf himself, and are clearly marked off from the great 13th century travelers who acted as pioneers of the Western faith and empire, rather than as camp followers of its armies. But except Abbot Daniel, circa 1106, and Rabbi Benjamin, circa 1160 to 73, who stand apart, none of our other pilgrim examples of 12th century exploration have anything original or remarkable about them. Abelard, or Ethelard, the countryman of Ceolwulf and Willibald, is still more the herald of Roger Bacon and of Neckham. He is a theorist far more than a traveller, and his journey through Egypt and Arabia, circa 1110 to 14, appears mainly as one of scientific interest. He sought the causes of all things and the mysteries of nature, and it was with a rich spoil of letters, especially of Greek and Arab manuscripts, that he returned to England to translate into Latin one of the chief works of Saracen astronomy, the Kharizmian tables. We have already met with him in trying to follow the transmission of Greek and Indian geography or world science through the Arabs to Europe and to Christendom. Abbot Daniel of Kiev in himself is a very ordinary and rather mendacious traveller, a harmless, devout pilgrim, as careless in all matters of fact as Antonine the Martyr, but as representing the beginnings of Russian expansion, he is of almost unique interest and value. His tract upon the Holy Road is one of the first proofs of his people's interest in the world beyond their steps, and of that nation's readiness and purpose to expand Christian civilization in the East, as the Franks, after breaking through the Western Moslems, were now doing. Medieval Russia, Russia before the Tartars, after the Northmen, was now a very different thing from the people fouler than dogs of the Arab explorers. The house of Rurik had guided and organized a nation second to none in Europe, till it had fallen into the general lines of Christian development. Jury trial and justices in assize it had taken from the West. Its church and faith and architecture, its manners and morals, came to it from the court of the Roman Empire on the Bosphorus. Daniel and the other Russians who passed through that empire in the age of Nestor, for trade or for religion, were the vanguard of a great national and race expansion that is now just beginning to bestride the world. In 1022 and 1062, 2 monks of Kiev are recorded out of a crowd of the unknown as visitors to Syria, and about 1106, probably through the news of the Frankish conquest, Daniel left his native river, the Snow, in Little Russia, and passed through Byzantium, and by way of the archipelago and Cyprus to Jaffa and Jerusalem, describing roughly in verse or half miles the whole distance, and that of every stage. His tone is much like Ceolwulf's, and his mistakes are quite as bad, though he tells of nothing but what was seen with these self-same eyes. The sea of Sodom exhales a burning and fetid breath that lays waste all the country, as with burning sulphur, for the torments of hell lie under it. This, however, he did not see. Saracen brigands prevented him, and he learnt that the very smell of the place would make one ill. His measurements of distance are all his own. Capernaum is in the desert, not far from the great sea, Levant, and 8 versts, 4 miles, from Caesarea, half the distance given in the next chapter as between Acre and Haifa, and less than half the breadth of the Sea of Tiberias. The Jordan reminds Daniel of his own river, the Snow, especially in its sheets of stagnant water. Samaria, or Sebastopol, he confuses with Nablus, Bethshan with Bashan, Lydia with Ramleh, Caesarea Philippi, with the greater Caesarea on the coast. Not far from Capernaum and the Jordan is another large river that comes out of the lake of Gennesaret and falls into the Sea of Tiberias, passing by a large town called Decapolis. From Mount Lebanon, 6 rivers flow east into the lake of Gennesaret, and 6 west towards Great Antioch, so that this is called Mesopotamia, or the land between the rivers, and Abraham's Haran is between these rivers that feed the lake of Gennesaret. Daniel has left us also an account of his visits to Marsaba Convent in the Kedron Gorge near the Dead Sea, to Damascus in the train of Prince Baldwin, and to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, to witness the miracle of the Holy Fire, noticed by Bernard the Wise as a sort of counterpart to the wonder of Beth Horon, also retold by Daniel when the sun stood still while Joshua conquered King Og of Bashan. It is not in outlook nor in knowledge, nor even in the actual ground traversed, that these later pilgrims show any advance on the chief of the earlier travelers. It is in the new life and movement, in the new hope they give us of greater things than these. This is the interest to us in King Sigurd of Norway, 1107 to 11, a crusader Norseman in the New Age that owed so much of its very life to the Northmen, but who is only to be noticed here as a possible type of the explorer chief, possible, not actual, for his voyage added nothing definite to the knowledge or expansion of Christendom. His campaign in Jacob's Land or Galicia, and his attack on Moslem Lisbon some 40 years before it became the head and heart of Portugal, like his exploits in the Balearic, show us a point in the steady decline of Western Islam, and so far may be called a preparation for Prince Henry's work, but properly as a chapter of Portuguese, not of general European growth. There are many others like Sigurd, Robert of Normandy, Godric the English pirate, who fought his way through the Saracen fleets with a spear shaft for his banner, Edgar the Atheling, grandson of Edmund Ironside, the Dartmouth fleet of 1147, which retook Lisbon. But the Latin conquest of Syria has now brought us past the Crusades, in the narrower sense, to their results, in the exploration of the further East. The first great name of this time, of our next main chapter of preparation, is Benjamin of Tudela, but standing as he does well within the earlier age, when the primary interest was the Holy War itself, he is also the last of the Palestine travelers, of those Westerns whose real horizon was the sacred east of Syria. He is a little before the awakening of universal interest in the unknown world, for the Christian Northmen lost with the new definiteness of the new faith much of their old infinite unrest and fierce inquisitive love of wandering, and their spirit, though related to the whole Catholic West by the crusading movement, was not fully realized till the world had been explored and made known, till the men of Europe were at home in every country and on every sea. Benjamin, as a Jew and a rabbi, has the interest of a sectary, and his work was not of a kind that would readily win the attention of the Christian world. So the value of his travels was hidden till religious divisions had ceased to govern the direction of progress. He visited the Jewish communities from Navarre to Baghdad, and described those beyond from Baghdad to China, but he wrote for his own people, and none but they seem to have cared about him. What he discovered, circa 1160 to 73, was for himself and for Judaism, and only his actual place in the 12th century makes him a forerunner of the Polos or of Prince Henry. We may see this from his hopeless strangeness and confusion in Rome, like a Frank in Pekin or Delhi. The church of St. Peter is on the site of the great palace of Julius Caesar, near which are 80 halls of the 80 kings called emperors, from Tarquin to Pepin, the father of Charles, who first took Spain from the Saracens. In the outskirts of the city is the palace of Titus, who was deposed by 300 senators for wasting 3 years over the siege of Jerusalem, which he should have finished in 2. And so on, with the Hall of Galba, 3 miles round, and having a window for each day in the year, with St. John Lateran and its Hebrew trophies, 2 copper pillars from the Temple of Solomon that sweat at the anniversary of the burning of the temple, and the statues of Samson and of Absalom in the same place. So with Sorrento, built by Hadarezer when he fled before King David, with the old Roman tunnel between Naples and Pozzuoli, built by Romulus, who feared David and Joab, with Apulia, which is from King Pul of Assyria. In all this we have, as it were, Catholic mythology turned inside out. David put into Italy when the West put Trajan at the sources of the Nile. It was not likely that writing of this sort would be read in the society of the popes and the schoolmen, the friars and the crusaders, any more than the Buddhist records of missionary travel from China 1,000 years before. The religious passion which had set the crusaders in motion would keep Catholics as long as it might from the Jews, Turks, infidels, and heretics they conquered and among whom they settled. But with the final loss of Jerusalem by the Latins and the overflow of the Baghdad Caliphate by the Mongol Tartars, 1258, the barrier of fanatic hatred was weakened, and Central Asia became an attraction to Christendom, instead of a dim horror, without form and void, except for Huns and Turks and demons. The papal court sent mission after mission to convert the Tartars, who were wavering, as men supposed, between Islam and the Church, and with the first missionaries to the house of Genzis went the first Italian merchants who opened the court of the great Khan to Venice and Genoa. As early as 1243, an Englishman is noticed as living among the western horde, the conquerors of Russia, but official intercourse begins in 1246 with John de Plano Carpini. This man, a Franciscan of Naples, started in 1245 as the legate of Pope Innocent IV to the Tartars, took the northern overland route through Germany and Poland, reached Kiev, the metropolis of Russia, through help of the Duke of Krakow, and at last appeared in the camp of Bateau on the Volga, hence by the Sea of Aral, of moderate size with many islands, to the court of Bateau's brother, the great Khan, Kuiak himself, where the Christian stranger found himself one of a crowd of 4,000 envoys from every part of Asia, 1246. After 16 months, Carpini made his way back by the same route over the plains and through Kiev to give at Rome the first genuine account of Tartary in its widest sense, from the Dnieper to China, 1247. The great rivers and lakes and mountains of Russia and Turkestan, the position and distribution of the land and its peoples, even from the Caspian to the Northern Ocean, where men are said to have dogs' faces, are now first described by an honest and clear-headed and keen-eyed observer, neither timid nor credulous. Carpini really begins the reliable western map of further Asia. His personal knowledge did not reach China or India, but in his book of the Tartars, Europe was told nearly the whole truth, and almost nothing but the truth, about the vast tract and the great races between the Carpathians and the Gobi Desert. In the same was included the first fair account of the manners and history of the Mongols, whom we call Tartars, and the simple truthfulness of the friar stands out in all the allusions that make his work so human. His interviews with the Tartar chiefs and with brother travelers, his dangers and difficulties from Lettish robbers and abandoned or guarded ferries, his passage of the Dnieper on the ice, his last 3 weeks on trotting hacks over the steppes. We have gone a good way from Abbot Daniel, for in John de Plano Carpini, Christian Europe has at last a real explorer, a real historian, a genuine man of science in the service of the Church and of discovery. Carpini was followed after 6 years by William de Rubriquis, a Fleming sent by St. Louis of France on the same errand of conversion and discovery, 1253, but by a different route, through the Black Sea and Cherson, over the Don, at the head of Azov, that divides Europe and Asia, as the Nile divides Asia and Africa, to the great camp on the Volga, the greatest river I had ever seen, which comes from Great Bulgaria in the north and falls into a lake, the Caspian Sea, that would take 4 months to journey round. Higher in their course, the Don and the Volga are not more than 10 days' journey apart, but diverge as they run south. The Caspian is made out of the Volga and the rivers that flow into it from Persia. Thence, through the iron gates of Derbend, between the Caspian and the Caucasus, which Alexander made to shut the barbarians out of Persia, helped by a Nestorian, who possessed influence at the Tartar court, like so many of his church, Rubriquis reached the Alps of the Altai country, where he found a small Nestorian lordship governed like the Papal States by a priest, who was at least one original of the great medieval phantom, Prester John. Crossing the great steppes of eastern Tartary, like the rolling sea to look at, Rubriquis at last reached the Mongol headquarters at Karakorum, satisfied on the way that the Caspian had no northern outlet, as Strabo and Isidora had imagined. Thence he made his way home without much fresh result. Though Rubriquis is well called the most brilliant and literary of the medieval travellers, his mission was fruitless, and the interest of his work lay rather in recording custom and myth, in sociology, than in adding anything definite to the geographical knowledge of the West. John de Plano had already been over the ground to Karakorum, and recorded all the main characteristics of the lands west of the Gobi Desert. The further advance, east to China, south to India, was yet to come. But while Rubriquis was still among the Tartars, Niccolo and Matteo Polo, the uncles of the more famous Marco, were trading 1255 to 65 to the Crimea and the districts of southern Russia that were now under the western horde, and soon after, following the caravans to Bokhara, they were drawn on to the court of Kubla Khan, then somewhere near the wall of China. After a most friendly reception, they were sent back to Europe with presents and a letter to Pope Clement IV, offering a welcome and maintenance to Christian teachers. Kubla had often questioned the Polos of the western lands, and now he asked for 100 Latins to show him the Christian faith, for Christ he held to be the only God. Furnished with the imperial passport of the golden tablet, our merchants made their way back to Acre in April 1269. They found the old pope dead, Gregory X, in his place, and he showed a coolness in answering the Khan's requests, but in 1271 they set out on their second journey to the furthest east, taking with them 2 friar preachers and their nephew Marco, now 19 years of age. In Armenia, the friars took alarm at the troubled state of the Nearer East and turned back, just as Augustine of Canterbury tried to find a way out of the mission to the English that Pope Gregory I laid upon him in 597. For the Church it was perhaps as momentous a time now as then. The 13th century, if it had ended in the Christianizing of the Mongol Empire, would have turned the Catholic victory of the 4th and 6th centuries in the West, the victory that had been worked out in the next 700 years, to fuller and fuller realization, into a world empire, which did come at last for European civilization, but not for Christendom. The Polos, however, kept on their way northeast for more than 1,000 days, 3 years and a half, till they stood in the presence of Kublai Khan. Beyond Gobi and the Great Wall and the mountain barriers of China, in Cambaluc or Pekin, princess and crowned of city's capital. Their journey was first through Armenia Lesser and Greater, then through Mosul, Nineveh, to Baghdad, where the last caliph and pope of the Saracens had been butchered by Holgalu and his Tartars, sewn in a sack, and thrown into the Tigris by one account, walled up alive by another, in 1258. But though the stories in Marco's journal are a main interest of his work, as a summary and reflection of the science and history and general culture of the Christian world of his time, we must not here look outside his geography, and his first place note of value is on the Caspian, which containeth in circuit 2,800 miles, and is like a lake, having no union with other seas, and in which are many islands, cities, and castles. The extent of the Nestorian missions through all parts of India and to Cairo and Baghdad, and wherever Christians dwell, strikes him even now at the beginning of his travels, much more when he finds their churches on the Hoang Ho and the Yang Tse Kiang, declining indeed, but still living to witness to the part which that great heresy had played as an intermediary between the further and the nearer East, a part which history has never yet worked out. Entering Persia as traders, the Polos went naturally to Ormuz, already the great mart of Islam for the Indian trade, where Europeans really entered the third, and to them, unknown belt of the world, after passing from a zone of known homeland through one of the enemy's country, known and only known as such. Failing to take the sea route at Ormuz for China, as they had hoped, our Italians were obliged to strike back northeast through Persia and the Pamir, the Kashgar district and the Gobi steppes to Cathay and the pleasure domes of Kubla, visiting Karakoram and the Altai country on the way, by a turn due north. In 1275 they were in Shangtu, the Xanadu of Coleridge, the summer capital of Kublai Khan, and not till 1292 did they get leave to turn their faces to the west once more. Here the Polos became what might be called consulting engineers to the Mongol court. Marco was even made in 1277 a commissioner of the Imperial Council, and soon after sent upon government missions to Yunnan in extreme southwest China and to Yangzhou city. The greater part of Marco's own memoirs is taken up with his account of the 34 provinces of the Tartar Empire that centered round the 6 parts of Cathay and the 9 parts of Mengi, the districts of northern and southern China as we know them, an account of the roads, rivers, and towns, the trade, the court, and the imperial ports, the customs and manner of life among the subject peoples in that empire, perhaps the largest ever known. Especially do the travellers dwell on the public roads from Pekin or Cambaluc through all the provinces, the 10,000 royal inns upon the highways, the 200,000 horses kept for the public service, the wonderful speed of transit in the great Khan's embassages, so that they could go from Pekin to the wall of China in 2 days. But scarcely less is said about the great rivers, the arteries of Chinese commerce, even more than the caravan routes, above all, the Yang Tes Kiang, the greatest stream in the world, like an arm of the sea, flowing above 100 days' journey from its source into the ocean, and into which flow countless others, making it so great that incredible quantities of merchandise are brought by this river. It flows, exclaims Marco, through 16 provinces, past the quays of 200 cities, at one of which I saw at one time 5,000 vessels, and there are other marts that have more. The breadth and depth and length and merchandise of the Pulasangan and the Caramaran are only less than the Kiang's. From the point where Marco crossed the second of these, there was not another bridge till it reached the ocean, hundreds of miles away, by reason of its exceeding greatness. Lastly, Pekin, the capital of the empire, with Quinsay and the other provincial capitals of Mengi and Cathay, call out the unbounded admiration of the Polos, as of every other Western traveller, from the Moslem Ibn Battuta to the Christian friars of the 14th century. Pekin, 2 days' journey from the ocean, the residence of the court in December, January, and February, in the extreme northeast of Cathay, had been lately rebuilt into a central square of 24 miles in compass, and 12 suburbs, 3 or 4 miles long, adjoining each of the 12 gates, where merchants and strangers lived, each nation with separate bourses or storehouses where they lodged. From this centre to the land of Gog and Magog, and the champaign land of Bargu, the great Khan travelled every year in midsummer for the fresh air of the plateau country of Central Asia, as well as for a better view of the great Russian and Bactrian sub-kingdoms of his house. The 6 months of spring and autumn were spent in slow progresses through central and southern China to Tibet on one side and to Tonquin on the other. But greater even than Pekin, Quinsay or Kansai, the city of heaven in southern China, though no longer the capital even of a separate kingdom of Mengi, was the crowning work of Chinese civilization. It surpassed the other cities of Kubla as much as these overshadowed the Rome or Venice of the 13th century. In the world there is not its like, for by common report it is 100 miles in circuit, with a lake on one side and a river on the other, divided in many channels, and upon these and the canals adjoining 12,000 bridges of stone. There are 10 marketplaces, each half a mile square, great storehouses of stone, where the Indian merchants lay by their goods, palaces and gardens on both sides of the main street, which, like all the highways in Mengi, is paved with stone on each side, and in the midst full of gravel, with passages for the water, which keeps it always clean. Salt, silk, fruit, precious stones, and cloth of gold are the chief commodities. The paper money of the great Khan is used everywhere. All the people, except a few Nestorians and Moslems, are idolaters, so luxurious and so happy that a man would think himself in paradise. It was only in recent years that Kubla or his general Bayan had captured Quinsay and driven out the king of Mangai with his seraglio and his friends. The exile till then had only thought of pleasure, of wine, women, and song. The sweet meat which cost him the sour sauce ye have heard, on the approach of danger, had fled on board the ships he had prepared to certain impregnable isles in the ocean, and if these impregnable islands may be identified with Zimpangu or Japan, the conquerors pursued him even here. There is nothing more interesting in Polo's book than his story of the Mongol failure in the eastern islands, 1,500 miles from the coast of Mangai, now first discovered to Christian knowledge. This country of Japan, very great, the people white, of gentle manners, idolaters in religion, under a king of their own, was attacked by Kubla's fleet in 1264 for the gold they had, and had in such plenty that the king's house, windows, and floors were covered with it, as churches here with lead, as was reported by merchants, but these were few, and the king allowed no exportation of the gold. The expedition was as disastrous a failure as the old Athenian attack upon Sicily, and was not repeated, although fleets were sent by the Great Khan after this into the southern seas, which were supposed to have made a discovery of Papua, if not of the Australian continent. In this sea of China, over against Mangi, Marco reported from hearsay of mariners and expert pilots, are 7,440 islands, most of them inhabited, whereon grows no tree that yields not a pleasant smell, spices, lignum, aloes, and pepper, black and white. The ships of Zatum, the great Chinese mart for Indian trade, knew this sea and its islands, for they go every winter and return every summer, taking a year on the voyage, and all this though it is far from India and not subject to the Great Khan. But not only did Polo in these sections of his guidebook or memories of travel record the main features of a coast and ocean scarcely guessed at by Europeans and flatly denied by Ptolemy and the main traditional school of Western geography. In his service under Kubla and in his return by sea to Aden and Suez, he opened up the 8 provinces of Tibet, the whole of Southeast Asia from Canton to Bengal, and the great archipelago of further India. 4 days' journey beyond the Yangtze Kiang, Marco entered the wide country of Tibet, vanquished and wasted by the Khan for the space of 20 days' journey, and become a wilderness wanting inhabitants, where wild beasts are excessively increased. Here he tells us of the yak oxen, and great Tibetan dogs, as great as asses, of the musk deer and spices, and salt lakes having beds of pearls, and of the cruel and bestial idolatry and social customs of the people. Still farther to the southwest, Commissioner Polo came to the Cinnamon River, called Brios, on the borders of the province of Kaindu, to the porcelain-making districts of Karazan, governed by Kubla's son, and so to Bengal, which borders upon India, and where Marco laughs at the tattoo customs of flesh embroidery for the dyeing of fools' skins. Thence back to China, the richest and most famous country of all the East, where was peace so absolute that shops could be left open, full of wares, all night, and travelers and strangers could walk day and night through every part, untouched and fearing none. But the Polos wearied even of the court favors and their celestial home. They longed to come back to earth, to Frankland and Christendom, where life was so rough and poor and struggling, but for whose sake they had come so far and braved so much. But the Khan was hurt at the least hint of their wishes, and it was only a fortunate chance that restored them to Europe. 20 years after their outward start, they were dismissed for a time, and under solemn promise of return, as the guides of an embassy in charge of a Mongol bride for a Persian Khan, living at Tabriz and related to Kubla himself. So in 1292 they embarked for India at Zatum, one of the fairest ports in the world, where is so much pepper that what comes by Alexandria to the west is little to it, and as it were, one of 100. Then striking across the Gulf of Chinon for 1,500 miles, and passing infinite islands with gold and much trade, a gulf seeming in all like another world, they reached Ziambar, and after another run of the same distance, Java, then supposed by mariners to be the greatest island in the world, above 3,000 miles round, and under a king who pays tribute to none, the Khan himself not offering to subject it because of the length and danger of the voyage. 100 miles southeast, the fleet touched at Java the Less, in compass about 2,000 miles, with abundance of treasure and spices, ebony and Brazil, and so far to the south that the North Star cannot be seen, and none of the stars of the Great Bear. Here they were in great fear of those brutish man-eaters with whom they traded for victuals, and camphire, and spices, and precious stones, being forced to stay for 5 months by stress of weather, till they got away into the Bay of Bengal, the extreme point of European knowledge until this time, where there are savages living in the deep sea islands, with dogs' heads and teeth, as I was told, all naked, both men and women, and living the life of beasts and amens. Sailing hence 1,000 miles to the west, adds Marco, is Ceylon, the finest island in the world, 2,400 miles in circuit, and once 3,600, as is seen in old maps, but the north winds have made great part of it sea. Again west for 60 miles to Malabar, which is firm continent in India the Greater, and where the Polos re-entered, as it were, the horizon of western knowledge at the shrine of St. Thomas, the Apostle of India. Here we must leave the Venetians, with only a bare mention of their homeward route from Malabar by Murphily, and the Valley of Diamonds by Kamari, where they had a glimpse of the pole star once more, and by Guzerat and Cambay to Socotra, where Marco in his stay heard and wrote down the first news ever brought to Europe of the great isle Magaster or Madagascar, and of Zanzibar or Zanzibar. Of Polo's account of Hindu customs, self-immolation, and especially sati, of caste, of the Brahminical thread with 104 beads by which to pray, of their etiquette in eating, drinking, birth, marriage, and death, only the simple fact can be noticed here that the first serious and direct Christian account of India, as of China, is also among the most accurate and well judged, and that both in what he says and what he leaves unsaid, Messer Marco is a true Herodotus of the Middle Ages. But not only does his account discover for Europe the extreme east and south of Asia, in his last chapter he returns to the Tartars, and after adding a few words on the nomads of the Central Plains, gives us our first Latin account of Siberia, where are found great white bears, black foxes, and sables, and where are great lakes, frozen except for a few months in the year, and crossed in sledges by the fur traders. Beyond this the obscure land reaches to the furthest north, near which is Russia, where for the most of winter the sun appears not, and the air is thick and dark, as betimes in the morning with us, where the men are pale and squat, and live like the beasts, and where on the east men come again to the ocean side and the islands of the Falcons. The work of Marco Polo is the high water mark of medieval land travel. The extension of Christendom after him was mainly by the paths of the sea. The Roman missions to the Tartars and to Malabar, vigorously and stubbornly pressed as they were, ended in unrelieved collapse. Only by the revolt and resurrection of the Russian kingdom did the European world permanently
and markedly expand on the side of Asia. But a crowd of missionaries followed the first traders to Cathay and to Mengi, Friar Odoric, John de Monte Corvino, John de Cora, statesmen like Marignoli, the papal legate, sightseers like Mandeville followed these. Bishop Jordanus of Capua worked for years in Culam, near Cape Comorin, circa 1325 to 35. The martyrdom of 4 friars on April 1, 1322, at Tana in India, became one of the great commemorations of the Latin Church. There seemed no cause why Christian missions, which had won North and Northeast Europe, should not win Central and Eastern Asia, whose people seemed as indifferent, as agnostic, as our own Norse or English pagans. The fame of the Latins, says Jordanus, about 1330, and he is borne out by Marino Sanudo, is greater in India than among ourselves. Here our arrival is always looked for, and said to be predicted in their books. Once gain Egypt, and launch a fleet even of 2 galleys on this sea, and the battle is won. As Egypt could not be gained by arms, it was turned by seamanship. Before Polo returned from China, the coasting of Africa had begun, and Italian mariners were already in search of the longer way to the east. But there is no work of land travel after that of Messer Marco, which really adds anything decisive to European knowledge before the 15th century. The advance of trade intercourse between India and the Italian republics, the gradual liberation of Russia, the use made of the caravan routes by some of the most active of the Western clergy, are the chief notes of the time between the Polos and Prince Henry, and the flimsy fabrications of Mandeville, of all liars that type of the first magnitude, would be fairly left without a word, even in a minute history of discovery, if he had not, like Ctesias with Herodotus, won a hearing for himself and drawn men's minds away from the truth-telling original that he travestied by the sheer force of impudence. The Indian travels of the Italian Niccolo Conti and the Russian merchant Athanasius Nikitin belong to a later time, to the age of the Portuguese voyages. They are not part of the preparation for our central subject. They are only a somewhat obscure parallel to that subject. For in the later Middle Ages the chief interest lies elsewhere. The expansion of Christendom in the 14th century, and still more in the 15th, Prince Henry's own, is the story of the ventures and the successes, not so much of landsmen as of mariners. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Prince Henry the Navigator, the hero of Portugal and of modern discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Prince Henry the Navigator by Charles Raymond Beasley. Chapter 4. Maritime Exploration, circa 1250 to 1410. Italian, Catalan, French, and English sailors were the forerunners of the Portuguese in the 14th century, and the latter years of the 13th, and as in land travel, so in maritime, the republics of Italy, Amalfi, Pisa, Venice, and Genoa were the leaders and examples of Europe. Just as the Italian Dante is the first great name in the new literatures of the West, so the Italian Dorias and Vivaldi and Monicelli are the first to take up again the old Greek and Phoenician enterprise in the ocean. Since Hanno of Carthage and Pharaoh Necho's Tyrians, there had been nothing in the nature of a serious trial to find a way round Africa, and even the knowledge of the western or Fortunate Islands, so clear to Ptolemy and Strabo, had become dim. The Vikings and their Crusader followers had done nothing south of Gibraltar Straits. But while the Crusades were still dragging along a weary and hopeless warfare under St. Louis of France and Prince Edward of England, discovery began again in the Atlantic. In 1270, Lancelot Malicello found the Canaries. In 1281 or 1291, the Genoese galleys of Tedesio Doria and the Vivaldi, trying to go by sea to the ports of India to trade there, reached Gozora or Cape Non in Barbary, the southern Ultima Thule, and according to a later story, sailed the sea of Genoa, Guinea, to a city of Ethiopia, where even legend lost sight of them, for in 1312 nothing more had been heard. From the frequent and emphatic references to this attempt in the literature of the later Middle Ages, it is clear that the daring Genoese drew upon themselves the attention of the learned and mercantile worlds, as much as one would naturally expect, for these men are the pioneers of Christian explorations in the southern world, the precursors of all the ocean voyages that led to the discoveries of Prince Henry, da Gama, Columbus, and Magellan, the first who directly challenged the disheartening theories of geographers such as Ptolemy, the inaction and traditionalism of the Arabs, and the elaborate falsities of storytellers who, in the absence of real knowledge, had a grand opening for terrible fairy tales. The first age, if so it may be called, of South Atlantic and African voyages was purely Italian. The second was chiefly marked by the efforts of the Spanish states to equip fleets and send out explorers under Genoese captains. In 1317, the Genoese Emmanuel Pissanha became Admiral of Portugal. In 1341, 3 ships manned by Portuguese and other Spaniards, with some Italians, put out from Lisbon in search of Malicello's rediscovered islands, granted by the Pope to Don Louis of Spain in a bull of November 15, 1334, and now described from the original letters of Florentine merchants and partners in the venture of 1341 by Boccaccio. Land was found on the 5th day after leaving the Tagus, July 1. The fleet stayed till November, and then brought back 4 natives and products of the islands. The chief pilot thought these were near 900 miles from Seville, and we may fully suppose that the archipelago of 13, now first explored and described, represents the Fortunate Islands of Greek geography, the Canaries of modern maps, and that the 5 chief islands, with their naked but not quite savage people, with excellent wood houses, and flocks of goats, palms and figs, gardens and corn patches, rocky mountains, and pine forests, were our Faro, Palma, Gomera, Grand Canary, and Tenerife. The last they took to be 30,000 feet high, with its white scarped sides looking like a fortress, but terrified at signs of enchantment they did not dare to land, and returned to Spain, leaving the islands of the rediscovered to be visited as a convenient slave depot by merchants and pirates from the peninsula till the Norman conquest of Bethencourt in 1402. The voyage of 1341 gained much by attempting little. The Catalan voyage of 1346, which followed close upon it, was something of a return to the wilder and larger schemes of the first Genoese. On August 10, 1346, Jamie Ferrer left Majorca to go to the River of Gold, but of the said galley, says the Catalan map of 1375, no news has since been heard. On the same map, however, the explorer's boat is sketched off the Cape Finisterre of West Africa, and there is, after all, some ground for supposing this to be nothing more than a mercantile venture to the gold coast of Guinea, which was becoming known to the traders of Nismus, Marseilles, and the Christian Mediterranean by the caravan traffic across the Sahara. Even Prince Henry began in the same way. Guinea was his halfway house for India. About the same date, circa 1350, as the Catalan Voyage, is the book of the Spanish friar, of the voyage south to the River of Gold, which gives a more than half fabulous story of travel, first by sea beyond Capes Non and Bojador, then by land across the heart of Africa to the Mountains of the Moon, the city of Meli, where dwelt Prester John, and the Euphrates, which comes from the terrestrial paradise, where behind some real notes of Barbary coasting, perhaps gained from the Catalans of 1346, there is little but a confused transcript of Edrisi's Geography. Yet this was one of the books which helped to fix the notion of a double Nile, northern and western, a Nile of Egypt and a Nile of the Blacks, with a common source in the Mountains of the Moon, upon the Christian science of the time, as the Arab geographers had fixed it upon Islam. The next piece of Atlantic exploration was a romantic accident. In the reign of Edward III, an Englishman named Robert Machen eloped with Anne d'Arfit from Bristol, circa 1370, was driven from the coast of France by a northeast wind, and after 13 days sighted an island, Madeira, where he landed. His ship was swept away by the storm. His mistress died of terror and exhaustion, and 5 days after, Machen was laid beside her by his men, who had saved the ship's boat, and now ran her upon the African coast. They were enslaved, like other Christian captives of the Barbary corsairs, but in 1416 a fellow prisoner, one Morales of Sevilla, an old pilot, was ransomed with others and sent back to Spain. On his way, Morales was captured by a Portuguese captain, Zarco, the servant of Prince Henry, the rediscoverer of Madeira, and through this the full story of Machen and his island came to be known in the court of the Navigator Prince, who promptly made his gain of the new knowledge a lasting one by the voyage of Zarco in 1420. Last among the immediate predecessors of Prince Henry's seamen come the French. In the 17th century it was claimed, on newly found evidence, that between 1364 and 1410 the men of Dieppe and Rouen opened a regular trade in gold, ivory, and Malaguet pepper with the coast of Guinea, and built stations at Petit Paris, Petit Dieppe, and La Mina, which they named from the precious metal found there. But all this is more than doubtful, and the genuine Norman voyage of de Bethencourt in 1402 shows us nothing but the Canaries and the northwest coast of Morocco. Cape Non, or Cape Bojador, was still the European furthest on the African coast. The French seigneur was stirred up to attack the Fortunate Islands by two events. First, in 1382, one Lopez, a captain of Sevilla sailing to Galicia, was driven by a tempest to Gran Canary and lived among the natives 7 years, till he and his men were denounced for riding home and inviting rescue. To stop this intrigue, they, the 13 Christian brothers, whose testament reached Bethencourt 12 years later, were all massacred. News of this and of the voyage of a Spaniard named Bacara to the same islands at the same time reached Rochelle about 1400, and found several French adventurers ready for a trial. The chief of these, Jean de Bethencourt, Lord of Granville, and Godefroy de la Salle, a needy knight, started in July 1402 to conquer in the sea a new kingdom for themselves. Though the leaders quarrelled and Gran Canaria beat off all attacks, the enterprise was successful in the main, and several of the islands became Christian colonies, a first step towards the colonial empires of the great European expansion, as the record of Bethencourt's chaplains is the first chapter of modern colonial history. But nothing is clearer in this tract than its limitations. The French colonialists as late as 1425 seem to know nothing of the African coast beyond Cape Bojador. They look upon the Canaries rather as an extension of Spain and of Europe than as the beginning of a new world. They are anxious to get to the River of Gold and traffic there, but they do not know the way, save by report. De Bethencourt had been to Bojador himself, and if things in that country are such as they are described in the book of the Spanish friar, he meant to open a way to the River of Gold, for the friar says it is only 150 leagues from Cape Bojador, and the map proves the same, which is only a 3 days' voyage for sailing boats, whereby access would be gained to the land of Prester John, whence come so many riches. But as yet our Normans are only eager to know the state of the neighbouring countries, both islands and terra firma. They do not know the coast beyond the utmost cape of Bojador, which had taken the place of the first Arab Finisterre, Cape Non, or Nam, as the limit of navigation. We are now at the very time of Prince Henry himself. His first voyage was in 1412. De Bethencourt died in 1425, and it is quite needless to follow out at length the stories, however interesting, of sporadic navigation in other parts of the European seas. Between 1380 to 95, the Venetian Zeni sailed in the service of Henry Sinclair, Earl of the Orkneys, to Greenland, and brought back fisher stories, which read like those of Central America, of its man-eating Caribs and splendid barbarism. Somewhat earlier, about 1349, Ivar Bardson of Norway paid one of the last of Christian visits to the Arctic colonies of Greenland, the legacy of the 11th century, now sinking into ruin. But neither of these voyages gives us any new knowledge of the unknown, which was now being pierced, not from the north and east, but from the south and west. Both in land travel and sea voyages we have traced the progress of Western exploration and discovery up to its hero, the real central figure both in the history of Portugal and of the European expansion. A little remains to be said on the other lines of preparation for his work in scientific theory and national development from the age of the Crusades. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Prince Henry the Navigator, the Hero of Portugal and of Modern Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Prince Henry the Navigator by Charles Raymond Beasley. Chapter 5. Geographical Science in Christendom from the First Crusades, circa 1100 to 1460. Before the Crusades of the 11th and 12th centuries, the scientific geography of Christendom, as we have seen, was mainly a borrowed thing. From the 9th century to the time of the medieval and Christian Renaissance, in the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, the Arabs were the recognized heirs of Greek science, and what Franks or Latins knew of Ptolemy or Strabo was either learnt or corrected in the schools of Cordova and Baghdad. But when the Northmen and the holy war with Islam had once thoroughly aroused the practical energies of Christendom, it began to expand in mind as well as in empire, and in the time of Prince Henry, in the 15th century, a Portuguese could say, "Our discoveries of coasts and islands and mainland were not made without foresight and knowledge, for our sailors went out very well taught, and furnished with instruments and rules of astrology and geometry, things which all mariners and map-makers must know." In fact, compass, astrolabe, timepiece, and charts were all in use on the Mediterranean about 1400, just as they were to be found among the Arab traders of the Indian Ocean. In this section it will be enough to glance hastily at the latter and growingly independent science of Christendom, from the time that it ceased merely to follow the lead of Islam, and thought and even invented for itself. In another chapter we have seen something of the lasting and penetrating influence of Greek and Moslem and Hindu tradition upon the Western thought, which has conquered by absorbing all its rivals. We must not forget that some original self-reliant work in geographical theory, not less than in practical exploration, is absolutely needed to explain the very fact of Prince Henry and his life, a student's life, far more even than a statesman's, and after all, the invention of instruments, the drawing of maps and globes, the reckoning of distances, is not less practical than the most daring and successful travel. For navigation, the first and prime demand is a means of safety, some power of knowing where you stand and where to go, such as was given to sailors by the use of the magnet. Prima dadet natus usum magnetus Amalfus, says the Berticelli of Palmero. But the earliest mention of the black ugly stone in the West is traced to an Englishman. Alexander Neckham, a monk of St. Albans, writing about 1180 on the natures of things, tells us of it as commonly used by sailors, not merely as the secret of the learned. When they cannot see the sun clearly in cloudy weather or at night, and cannot tell which way their prow is tending, they put a needle above a magnet, which revolves till its point looks north and then stops. So the satirist Guyot de Provins, in his Bible of about 1210, wishes the Pope were as safe a point to steer by in faith as the North Star in sailing, which mariners can keep ahead of them, without sight of it, only by the pointing of a needle floating on a straw in water, once touched by the magnet. It might be supposed from this not merely that the magnet was in use at the end of the 12th century, but that it had been known to a few savants much earlier. Yet when Dante's tutor, Brunetto Latini, visits Roger Bacon at Oxford about 1258, and is shown the black stone, he speaks of it as new and wonderful, but certain if used to awake suspicion of magic. It has the power of drawing iron to it, and if a needle be rubbed upon it and fastened to a straw so as to swim upon water, the needle will instantly turn towards the pole star. But no master mariner could use this, nor would the sailors venture themselves to sea under his command if he took an instrument so like one of the infernal make. It was possibly after this that the share of Amalfi came in. It may have been Flavio Gioja or some other citizen of that earliest commercial republic of the Middle Ages, which filled up so large a part of the gap between two great ages of progress, who fitted the magnet into a box, and by connecting it with the compass card, made it generally and easily available. This it certainly was before Prince Henry's earliest voyages, where he takes its use for granted even by merchant coasters, who, beyond hugging the shore, know nothing of chart or needle. In any case, it would seem that prejudice was broken down, and the mariner's compass taken into favour, at least by Italian seamen and their Spanish apprentices, in the early years of the 14th century, or the last years of the 13th, and that when the Dorias set out for India by the ocean way in 1291, and the Lisbon fleet sailed for the Western Islands in 1341, they had some sort of natural guide with them, besides the stories of travellers and their own imaginings. About the same time, circa 1350, mathematics and astronomy began to be studied in Portugal, and two of Henry's brothers, King Edward and the great regent Pedro, left a name for observations and scientific research. Thus Pedro, in his travels through most of Christendom, collected invaluable materials for discovery, especially an original of Marco Polo and a map given him at Venice, which had all the parts of the earth described, whereby Prince Henry was much furthered. Good maps, indeed, were almost as valuable to him as good instruments, and they are far clearer landmarks of geographical knowledge. There are at least 7 famous charts, either left to us or described for us, of the 14th and early 15th centuries, which give a pretty clear idea of what Henry's own age and his father's thought and knew of the world, some of which we believe to have been used by the prince himself, and each of which follows some advance in actual exploration. First of all comes the Venetian map of Marino Sanudo, drawn about 1306, and putting into map form the ideas that inspired the first Italian voyages in the Atlantic. On this, the south of Africa is washed by the sea as the Vivaldi had hoped to find it, but the old story of a central zone, uninhabitable from the heat, still finds a place, helping to keep up the notion of the tropical seas, always kept boiling by the sun, that held its own so long. Besides this, in Sanudo's map, there is no evidence that anyone had really been coasting Africa. Henry is not anticipated, and can hardly have been much helped by this very hypothetical leap in the dark. But the Florentine map of 1351, called the Laurentian Portolano, is to all appearance a record of the actual discoveries of 1341 and 1346, and a wonderful triumph of guesswork if it is nothing better. For Africa is not only made an island, but the main outline of its coast is fairly drawn. In its western corner, the headlands, bays, and rivers are laid down as far as Bojador, and the 3 groups of Atlantic islands, Azores, Canaries, and Madeira, appear together for the first time. Beyond this, names grow scarce, and on the great indent of the Gulf of Guinea, enormously exaggerated as it is, there is nothing to show for certain any past discovery, which suggests that this map was made for 2 purposes. First, to record the results of recent travel. Secondly, and chiefly, to put forward geographical theories based upon tradition and inference, what men of old had told, and what men of the present could fancy. Long after the Italian leadership in exploration had passed westward, Italian science kept control of geographical theory. The Venetian maps of the brothers Pizzigani in 1367, and of the Camaldolese convent at Murano in 1380 and 1459, and the work of Andrea Bianco in 1436 and 1448 are the most important of medieval charts, after the Laurentian, and along with these must be reckoned that mentioned above as given in 1425-8 to Henry's brother Don Pedro on his visit to Venice. This treasure has disappeared, but it was said by men of Henry's day and after time, who saw it in the monastery of Alcobaça, to show as much or more discovered in time past than now. If their account is even an approach to the truth, it was in itself proof sufficient of the supremacy and almost monopoly of Italians in geographical theory. With 1375 and the Catalan map of that year, which specially refers to the Catalan voyage of 1346 and may be taken as one result of the same, we come to Spanish parallels. But until the death of Henry in 1460, Italian draftsmen were in possession, and Fra Mauro's great map of 1459, the evidence and result, in great measure, of the navigator's work, could only be drawn by Venetians for the men whose discoveries it recorded. But there is one other point in Italian map science which is worth remembering. At a time when most schemes of the world were covered with monsters and legends, when cartography was half mythical and half miscalculated, the coasting voyagers of the Mediterranean had brought their portolani, or sea charts, to a very different result. And how was this? Did they get right, as it were, by chance? They never had for their object, says the great Swedish explorer and draftsman Baron Nordenskjöld, to illustrate the ideas of some classical author, of some learned prelate, or the legends and dreams of feats of chivalry within the court circle of some more or less lettered feudal lord. They were simply guides to mariners and merchants in the Mediterranean seaports. They were seldom drawn by learned men, and small enough in return was the attention given them by the learned geographers, the men of theory, in the 15th and 16th centuries. But these plans of practical seamen are a wonderful contrast in their almost present-day accuracy to the results of theory let loose, as we see them in Ptolemy and the Arabian geographers, and in such fantasies as the Hefford Mappa Mundi, so well known in England. Map sketches of this sort were unknown to Greeks and Romans, as far as we can tell. The old Periplei were sailing directions, not drawn but written, and the only Arabian coast chart known to us was copied from an Italian one. But from the opening of the 12th century, if not before, the western Mediterranean was known to Christian seamen, to those at least concerned in the trade and intercourse of the great inland sea, by the help of these practical guides. From the middle of the 13th century, when the use of the compass began on the coasts of southern Europe, the portolani began to be drawn with its aid, and by the end of the same century, by the time of our Hereford map, circa 1300, these charts had reached the finish that we see and admire in those left to us from the 14th century. For of the 498 specimens of this kind of practical map now left to us, there is not one of earlier date than the year 1311. Among these specimens, not merely the mass of materials, but the most important examples, not merely 413 out of 498, but all the more famous and perfect of the 498 are Italian. The course begins with Visconti's chart of the year 1311 and with Dulcert's of 1339, and the outlines of these two are faithfully reproduced, for instance, in the great Dutch map of the Barentzoens, circa 1594. For the type once fixed in the 14th century recurs steadily throughout the 15th and 16th. The type was so permanent because it was so reliable. Every part of the Mediterranean coast was sketched without serious mistake or disproportion, even from a modern point of view, while the fullness and detail of the work gave everything that was wanted by practical seamen. Of course, this detail was in the coastlines, river mouths, and promontories. It only touched the land features as they touched the seas, for the portolani were never meant to be more than mariners' charts, and became less and less trustworthy if they tried to fill up the inland spaces usually left blank. For this we must look to the highest class of medieval theoretical maps, those founded on portolani, but taking into their view land as well as water and coastline, and such were the celebrated examples we have noticed already. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Prince Henry the Navigator, the Hero of Portugal and of Modern Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince Henry the Navigator by Charles Raymond BEAZLEY. Chapter 6. Portugal to 1400. 1095 to 1400. Henry the Navigator is the hero of Portugal, as well as of discovery, the chief figure in his country's history, as well as the first leader of the great European expansion, and the national growth of 300 years is quite as much a part of his life, quite as much a cause of his forward movement, as the growth of Christendom towards a living interest in the unknown or half-known world around. The chief points of interest in the story of Portugal are first, the stubborn, restless independence of the people, always rising into fresh vigor after a seeming overthrow. And secondly, their instinct for seamanship, which Henry was able to train into exploring and colonizing genius. There was no physical justice in the separate nationality of the Western Kingdom of Lisbon any more than of the Eastern Kingdom of Barcelona. Portugal was essentially part of Spain, as the United Provinces of William of Orange were essentially part of the Netherlands. In both cases, it was only the spirit and endurance of the race that gave to some provincials the right to become a people, while that right was denied to others. And Portugal gained that right by a struggle of 300 years, which was first a crusade against Islam, then a war of independence against brother Christians of Castile, last of all a civil strife against rebels and anarchists within. In the 12th century, the 5 kingdoms of Spain were clearly marked off from the Moslem states and from one another. By the end of the 15th, there is only the great central realm of Ferdinand and Isabella, and the little western coast kingdom of Emmanuel the Fortunate, the heir of Prince Henry. Nations are among our best examples of the survival of the fittest, and by the side of Poland and Aragon, we may well see a meaning in the bare and tiresome story of the medieval kingdom of Portugal. The very fact of separate existence means something for a people which has kept on ruling itself for 10 generations. Though its territory was never more than 1/4 of the peninsula, nor its numbers more than 1/3 of the Spanish race, from the middle of the 12th century, Portugal has stood alone, with less right to such independence from any distinction of place or blood than Ireland or Navarre, fighting incessantly against foes without, from north, east, and south, and keeping down the still worse foes of its own household. But the meaning of the growth of the Portuguese power is not in its isolation, its stubbornly defended national distinction from all other powers, but in its central and, as it were, unifying position in modern history, as the guide of Europe and Christendom into that larger world which marks the real difference between the Middle Ages and our own day. For Henry the Navigator breathed into his countrymen the spirit of the old Norse rovers, that boundless appetite for new knowledge, new pleasures, new sights and sounds, which underlay the exploration of the 15th and 16th centuries, the exploration of 1/2 of the world's surface, the finding of a new continent in the south and in the west, and the opening of the great sea routes round the globe. The scientific effects of this, starting from the new proof of a round world won by a Portuguese seaman, Magellan, and the political effects, also beginning with the first of modern colonial empires, founded by da Gama, Cabral, and Albuquerque, are too widespread for more than a passing reference in this place, but this reference must be connected with the true author of the movement. For if the industrial element rules modern development, if the philosophy of utility, as expressing this element, is now our guide in war and peace, and if the substitution of this for the military spirit is to be dated from that dominion in the Indian seas which realized the designs of Henry, if this be so, the Portuguese become to us, through him, something like the founders of our commercial civilization and of the European empire in Asia. By the opening years of the 15th century, Portugal, in a Catholic rather than a classical renaissance, had already entered upon its modern life, some 3 generations before the rest of Christendom. But its medieval history is very much like that of any other of the 5 Spanish kingdoms. Like the rest, Portugal had joined in driving the Moors from the Asturias to Andalusia in the 200 years of successful Western Crusade, 1001-1212. In the same time, between the death of the great vizier Almanzor, the last support of the Old Western Caliphate, 1001, and the overthrow of the African Moors who had supplanted that Western Caliphate, between those 2 points of Muslim triumph and Christian reaction, the Portuguese kingdom had been formed out of the county granted in 1095 by Alfonso VI of Leon to the free lance Henry of Burgundy. For the next 300 years, 1095 to 1383, under his descendants who reigned as kings in Guimarães or Lisbon, we may trace a gradual but checkered national rise to the revolution of 1383, with 2 prominent movements of expansion and 2 relapses of contraction and decline. First comes the formation of a national spirit by Count Henry's widow, Dona Teresa, and her son, Afonso Henriques, who, from a lord of Coimbra and Oporto, dependent on the kingdom of Galicia or of Leon, becomes the first free king of Portugal. His victories over the Moors in taking Lisbon, 1147, and winning the day of Urique, 1139, are followed by the first wars with Castile, and by the time of quiet organization in his last years under the regency of his son Sancho, the city builder. The building and planting of Sancho is again followed by the first relapse into the weakness of Afonso II and the turbulent minority of Sancho II. Constitutional troubles begin with the first Sancho's quarrel with Innocent III and with the appearance of the first national Cortes under Chancellor Julian. The second forward movement starts with Afonso III of Boulogne, who saves the kingdom from anarchy and conquers the Algarves on the south coast from Islam, who first organizes the alliance of crown and people against nobles and clergy, and, in the strength of this, defies the interdict of Urban IV. Diniz, his bastard son, for whose legitimation he had made the same struggle with Rome, follows Afonso III in 1279, and with him begins the wider life of Portugal, her navy and her literature, her agriculture, justice, and commerce. The second relapse may be dated from the Black Death, 1348, which threatened the very life of the nation, and left behind a sort of chronic weakness. The national spirit seemed worn out. Court intrigue and political disaster, the order of the day. The church and Cortes alike, effect and useful only against themselves. But in the revival under a new leader, John, the father of Prince Henry, and a new dynasty, the House of Avis, and its royal race of famous infants, in the years that follow the Revolution of 1383, the older religious and crusading fervor is joined with the new spirit of enterprise, of fierce activity, and the Portugal thus called into being is a great state, because the whole nation shares in the life and energy of a more than recovered liberty. Before the age of King Diniz, before the 14th century, there is little enough in the national story to suggest the first state profession of discovery and exploration in Christian history. But we must bring together a few of the suggestive and prophetic incidents of the earlier time if we are to be fully prepared for the later. 1. O Porto, the port of Galicia, from the formation of the county or march of Henry of Burgundy, seems to have given the district its name of Portugalia, at one time as a military frontier against Islam, then as an independent state, lastly as an imperial kingdom. Also, as the earliest center of Portugal was a harbor, and its earliest border a river, there was a sort of natural, though slumbering, fitness for seamanship in the people. 2. Again, in the alliance of the crown with the towns, first formed by Count Henry's wife, Teresa, in her regency after his death, 1114 to 1128, and renewed by her grandson Sancho, the city builder, and by Afonso III, the savior of the kingdom, we have an early example of the power of that class, which was the backbone of the great movement of expansion, when the meaning of this was fairly brought home to them. 3. In the capture of Lisbon in 1147 by Afonso Henriques, Teresa's son, at the head of the allied forces of native militia and northern crusaders, Flemish, French, German, and English, we have brought clearly before us not merely the facts of the gain of a really great city by a rising Christian state, not merely the result of this in the formation of a kingdom out of a county, but the more general connection of the crusading spirit with the new nations of Europe. Portugal is the most lasting monument of crusading energy. It was this that strengthened the Lusitanians to make good their stand both against the Moors and against Castile. And it was this which brought out the maritime bent of the little western kingdom, and drew out its interest on the one and only side where that could be of great and general usefulness. The Crusades without and the policy of statesmen within, we may fairly say, made the Portuguese ready to lead the expansion of Christendom, made possible the work of Henry the Navigator. The foreign help given at Lisbon in 1147 was only a repetition on a grand scale of what had long been done on a smaller, and it was offered again and again till the final conquest of the southern districts between Cape St. Vincent and the Guadiana around 1250 left the European kingdom fully formed, and the recovery of western Spain from the Moslem had been achieved. 4. And when the crusading age passed away, it left behind an intercourse of Portugal with England, Flanders, and the North Sea coasts, which was taken up and developed by Genise and the kings of the 14th century, till, under the new royal house of Avis, in the boyhood of Henry the Navigator, this maritime and commercial element had clearly become the most important in the state, the main interest even of government. So, from the first mercantile treaty of 1294, between the traders of Lisbon and London, we feel ourselves beyond the mere fighting period, and before the death of Genise, 1325, there is a good deal more progress in the same direction. The English Treaty of Exchange is followed by similar ones with France and with Flanders, while for the protection of this commerce, as well as to prove his fellowship or his rivalry with the maritime republics of Italy, Genise, the labourer king, built the first Portuguese navy, founded a new office of state for its command, and gave the post to a great Genoese sailor, Emmanuel Peçanha, 1317. With the new Lord High Admiral begins the Spanish-Italian age of ocean voyages, and the rediscovery of the Canaries, in 1341, is the first result of the alliance. In 1353, the old Treaty of 1294 is enlarged and safeguarded by fresh clauses signed in London, as if to guard against future trouble in the dark days then hanging over Portugal. For the next generation, 1350 to 1380, the national politics are bound up with Spanish intrigues and lose nearly all reference to that larger world to which the kingdom was recalled by the Revolution of 1383, the overthrow of Castile on the battlefield of Aljubarrota, and the accession of John of Aviz. Once more intensely, narrowly national, one might almost say provincial in peninsular matters, Portugal then returned to its older ambition of being not a make-weight in Spanish politics, but a part of the greater whole of commercial and maritime Europe. Almost ceasing to be Spanish, she was, by that very transfer of interest from land to sea, fitted for her special part, to open up those wastes of tide no generation opened before. It was through a love affair that the crisis came about. Ferdinand the Handsome, the last of the House of Burgundy to reign in Lisbon, became the slave of the worst of his subjects, the evil genius of himself and his kingdom, Leonora Teles. For her sake, he broke his marriage treaty with Castile, 1372, and brought down the vengeance of Henry of Trastamara, whom the Black Prince of England had fought and seemed to conquer at Navarrete, but who in the end had foiled all his enemies, Pedro the Cruel, Ferdinand of Portugal, and Prince Edward of Crécy and Poitiers. For Leonor's sake, Ferdinand braved the great riot of the Lisbon mob, when Fernand Vasquez, the tailor, led his followers to the palace, burst in the gates, and forced from the king an oath to stand by the Castilian marriage he had contracted. For her sake, he broke his word to his artisans, as he had broken it to his nobles and his brother monarch. Leonor herself, the people hunted for, in vain, through the rooms and corridors of the palace. She escaped from their lynch law to Santarém. The same night Ferdinand joined her. Safe in his strongest fortress, he gathered an army and forced his way back into the capital. The mob was scattered, Vasquez and the other leaders beheaded on the spot. Then, at Oporto, without more delay, the King of Portugal married his paramour, in the face of her husband, of Castile, and of his own people. Laws are nil, said the rhyme, when kings will. But though nobles and people submitted in the lifetime of Ferdinand, the storm broke out again on his death in October 1383. During the last 10 years, the Queen had practically governed, and the kingdom seemed to be sinking back into a province of Spain. Ferdinand's bastard brother, John, master of the Knights of Aviz, and father of Henry the Navigator, was the leader of the national party, and Leonor had in vain tried to get rid of him, silent and dangerous as he was. She forged some treasonable letters in his name, and procured his arrest. Then, as the king would not order him to execution without trial, she forged the warrant too, and sent it promptly to the governor of Évora Castle, where the master lay in prison. But he refused to obey without further proof, and John escaped to lead the national restoration. On the death of Ferdinand, his widow took the regency in the name of her daughter Beatrice, just married to the King of Castile. It was only a question of time, this coming subjection of Portugal, unless the whole people rose and made monarchy and government national once more. And in December 1383 they did so. Under John of Aviz, the patriots cut to pieces the Queen's friends and made ready to meet her allies from Castile. On the battlefield of Aljubarrota, on August the 14th, 1385, the struggle was decided. Castile was finally driven back, and the new age of the new dynasty was fairly started. The Portuguese people under King John I and his sons, Edward, Pedro, Henry, and Ferdinand, passed out of the darkness of their slavery into the light and life of their heroic age. The founder of the House of Aviz, John, the King of Good Memory, is the great transition figure in his country's history, for in his reign the age of the merely European kingdom is over, and that of discovery and empire begins. That is, the limits of territory and of population, as well as the type of government and of policy, both home and foreign, secured by his victory and his reign, are permanent in themselves, and, as the conditions of success, they lie at the root of the development of the next 100 years. Even the drift of Portuguese interests seawards and southwards is decided by his action, his alliance with England, his encouragement of trade, his wars against the Moors. For, by the middle of his reign, by the time of the Ceuta conquest, 1415, his third son, Prince Henry, had grown to manhood. Yet, King John's personal work, 1383 to 1433, is rather one of settlement and the providing of resources for future action than the taking of any great share in that action. His mind was practical rather than prophetic, common sense rather than creative, but in his regeneration of the court and trade and society and public service of the kingdom, he fitted his people to play their part, to be, for a time, the very foremost men of all this world. First of all, he founded a strong centralized monarchy, like those which marked the 15th century in France and England and Russia. The spirit, the aim of Louis XI, of the Tudors, of Ivan III, was the same as that of John I of Portugal, to rule as well as govern in every department, over all persons in all causes, as well ecclesiastical as civil, within their dominions supreme. The master of Avis had been the people's choice. The Lisbon populace and their leaders had been among the first who dared to fight for him, but he would not be a simple king of parliaments. He preferred to reign with the help of his nobles. For, though he distrusted feudalism, he dreaded cortes still more. So, while in most of the new monarchies of Europe the subjection or humiliation of the baronage was a primary article of policy, John tried to win his way by lavish gifts of land, while resolutely checking feudalism in government, curtailing local immunities, and guarding the liberties of the towns against noble usurpers. We shall see the results of this in the life of Prince Henry. At present, there is only space to notice the general fact. The other lines of John's home government, his reform of criminal procedure, his sanction of the vernacular in legal and official business in place of Latin, his attempt to publish the first collection of Portuguese laws, his settlement of the court in the true national capital of Lisbon, are only to be linked with the life of his son as helping, one and all of them, towards that conscious political unity on which Henry's work was grounded. The same was the result of his foreign policy, which was nothing more than the old state rules of Geniche. Systematic neutrality in Spain and a commercial alliance with England and the northern nations were but the common-sense securities of the restored kingdom, but they played another part than one of mere defense, in drawing out the seamanship and worldly knowledge, and even the greed of Portuguese traders. In the marts of Bruges and London, the schoolmasters of husbandry to Europe, Henry's countrymen met the travellers and merchants of Italy and Flanders and England and the Hanse towns, and gained some inkling of the course and profits of the overland trade from India and the further east. First, as in Nismes and Montpellier, they saw the Malagat pepper and other merchandise of the Sahara and Guinea caravans. The Windsor and Paris treaties of 1386 and 1389, the marriage of John himself with Philippa, daughter of old John of Gaunt, time-honored and time-serving Lancaster, and the consequent alliance between the House of Avis and the house of our own Henry IV, are proofs of an unwritten but well understood triple alliance of England, Flanders, and Portugal, which had been fostered by the Crusades and by trade and family politics. And through this friendship had come into being what was now the chief outward activity of Portuguese life, an interest in commerce, which was the beginning of a career of discovery and colonization. Lastly, besides good government, besides saving the kingdom and keeping it safely in the most prosperous path, Portugal owed to King John and his English wife the training of their 5 sons, Edward the Eloquent, Pedro the Great Regent, Henry the Navigator, John the Constable, Ferdinand the Saint, the cousins of our own Henry V, Henry of Azincourt. Edward, the heir of John the Great and his unfortunate successor, 1433-1438, unlucky as most literary princes, but deserving whatever courage and honesty and the best gifts can deserve, was a good ruler, a good son, a good brother, and a good lawyer, and one of the earliest writers in his own Portuguese. As a pupil of his father's great chancellor, John of the Rules, he has left a tract on the ordering of justice. As a king, 2 others on pity and a loyal counselor. As a cavalier, a book of good writing. Still more to our purpose, he was always at the side of his brother Henry, helped him in his schemes, and brought his movement into fashion at a critical time, when enterprise seemed likely to slacken in the face of unending difficulties. But the navigator's right-hand man was his next brother, Pedro, the traveler, who, after visiting all the countries of Western Europe and fighting with the Teutonic Knights against the heathen Prussians, brought back to Portugal for the use of discovery that great mass of suggestive material, oral and written, in maps and plans and books, which was used for the first ocean voyages of Henry's sailors. On his judgment and advice, more than of any other man, Henry relied, and after Edward's death, it was due to him as regent that the generous support of the past was more than kept up, that so many ships and men were found for the rounding of Cape Verde, and that Edward's son and heir, Afonso V, was trained in the mind of his father and his uncle to be their successor in leading the expansion of Portugal and of Christendom. John and Ferdinand, Henry's 2 younger brothers, are not of much importance in his work, though they were both of the same rare quality as the elder Infantes, and the worst disaster of Henry's life, the Tangier campaign, is closely bound up with the fate of Ferdinand, the constant prince. But as we pass from the earlier story of Portugal to the age of its great achievements, it would be hard to doubt or to forget that the mother of the navigator was also of some account in the shaping of the heroes of her house. Through her, at least, the Lusitanian prince of Thomson's line is half an Englishman. The Lusitanian prince who, heaven inspired, to love of useful glory roused mankind, and in unbounded commerce mixed the world. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Prince Henry the Navigator, the Hero of Portugal and of Modern Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince Henry the Navigator by Charles Raymond BEAZLEY. Chapter 7. Henry's Position and Designs at the Time of the First Voyages, 1410-1415. Then, from ancient gloom emerged the rising world of trade. The genius then of navigation, held in hopeless sloth, had slumbered on the vast Atlantic deep for idle ages, starting, heard at last, the Lusitanian prince, who, heaven inspired, to love of useful glory roused mankind, and in unbounded commerce mixed the world. Thomson, Seasons, Summer, 1005 to 1012. The third son of John the Great and of Philippa was the infant Henry, Duke of Viseu, Master of the Order of Christ, Governor of the Algarves, born March the 4th, 1394, who might have travelled from court to court like his brother Pedro, but who refused all offers from England, Italy, and Germany, and chose the life of a student and a seaman, retiring more and more from the known world that he might open up the unknown. After the capture of Ceuta in 1415, he planted himself in his naval arsenal at Sagres, close to Lagos town and Cape St. Vincent, and for more than 40 years, till his death in 1460, he kept his mind upon the ocean that stretched out from that rocky headland to the unknown west and south. Twice only, for any length of time, did he come back into political life. For the rest, though respected as the referee of national disputes and the leader and teacher of the people, his time was mainly spent in thinking out his plans of discovery, drawing his maps, adjusting his instruments, sending out his ships, receiving the reports of his captains. His aims were three: to discover, to add to the greatness and wealth of Portugal, and to spread the Christian faith. 1. First of all, he was trying to find a way round Africa to India, for the sake of the new knowledge itself, and for the power which that knowledge would give. As his mind was above all things interested in the scientific question, it was this side which was foremost in his plans. He was really trying to find out the shape of the world, and to make men feel more at home in it, that the dread of the great unknown round the little island of civilized and habitable world might be lightened. He was working in the mist that so long had hung round Christendom, chilling every enterprise. Thus, the whole question of the world and its shape, its countries and climates, its seas and continents, on every side of practical exploration, was bound to be before Prince Henry as a theorist. The practical question which he helped to solve was only a part of this wider whole. Did this Africa, stretching opposite to him in his retreat at Sagres, never end till it reached the southern pole, or was it possible to get round into the Eastern Ocean? Since Ptolemy's map had held the field, it had been heresy to suppose this. But in the age of Greek and Phoenician voyages, it had been guessed by some, and perhaps even proved by others. The Tyrians whom Pharaoh Necho sent down the Red Sea more than 600 years before Christ brought back after 3 years a story of their finding Africa an island, and so returning by the west and north through the Straits of Gibraltar. The same tradition, after a long time of discredit, was now reviving upon the maps of the 14th century, and in spite of the terrible stories of the Arabs, Henry was able, in the first years of the 15th, to find men who would try the forlorn hope of a direct sea route from Europe to the Indies. We have seen how far the charts and guidebooks of the time, just before this, had advanced Christian knowledge of the world, how the southern coastline of Asia is traced by Marco Polo, and how even Madagascar is named, though not visited, by the same traveler. The Florentine map of 1351 proves that a fairly true guess of the shape of Africa could be made even before persistent exploration began with Henry of Portugal. The Arab settlements of the east coast of Africa and their trade with the Malabar coast, though still kept as a close monopoly for Islam, had thoroughly opened up a line of navigation that was ready, as it were, for the first Europeans who could strike into it and press the Moorish pilots into a new service. Discovery was thus anticipated when the coasts of west and south had once been rounded. Beyond this, the vague knowledge of the Guinea coast already gained through the Sahara caravan trade was improved by the prince himself during his stay at Ceuta into the certainty that if the great western hump of Africa beyond Bojador could be passed, his caravels would come into an eastern current, passing the gold and ivory coast, which might lead straight to India, and at any rate would be connected by an overland traffic with the Mediterranean. 2. Again, Henry was founding upon his work of exploration an empire for his country. At first, perhaps, only thinking of the straight sea passage as the possible key of the Indian trade, it became clearer with every fresh discovery that the European kingdom might and must be connected by a chain of forts and factories with the rich countries for whose sake all these barren coasts were passed. In any case, and in the eyes of ordinary men, the riches of the East were the plain and primary reason of the explorations. Science had its own aims, but to gain an income for its work, it must promise some definite gain. And the chief hope of Henry's captains was that the wealth now flowing by the overland routes to the Levant would in time, as the prize of Portuguese daring, go by the waterway, without delay or fear of plunder or Arab middlemen, to Lisbon and Oporto. This would repay all the trouble and all the cost, and silence all who murmured. For this Indian trade was the prize of the world, and for the sake of this Rome had destroyed Palmyra, and attacked Arabia, and held Egypt, and struggled for the mastery of the Tigris. For the same thing half the wars of the Levant had been waged, and by this the Italian republics, Venice, Genoa, and Pisa, had grown to greatness. 3. Lastly, Henry was a crusader with Islam and a missionary with the heathen. Of him, fully as much as of Columbus, it may be said that if he aimed at an empire, it was a Christian one, and from the time of the first voyages his captains had orders not merely to discover and to trade, but to convert. Till his death he hoped to find the land of Prester John, the half-true, half-fabulous Christian priest-king of the outer world, so long cut off from Christendom by the Mohammedan states. At this time, many things were drawing Western Europe towards the East and towards discovery. The progress of science and historic knowledge, the records and suggestions of travelers, the development of the Christian nations, the position of Portugal and the spirit of her people, all these lines met, as it were, in Henry's time and nation and person, and from that meeting came the results of Columbus and da Gama and Magellan. In the earlier chapters we have tried to trace the preparation along these slowly converging paths for the discoveries of the 15th century. We started with that body of knowledge and theory about the world which the Roman Empire bequeathed to Christendom, and which in the earlier Middle Ages was worked upon by the Arabs, and we gained some idea from the sayings of Moslem geographers and from the doings of Moslem warriors of the hindrance as well as of the help that Islam gave to European expansion. We saw that during the great struggle of Christianity and of the old order with barbarism, the chief energy of our Western world in discovery or extension of any sort took the shape of pilgrimage. Then, as time went on, it was possible to see that the Saracens, who had begun as destroyers in the south, were acting as teachers and civilizers upon Europe, that the Viking, who as pirates in the north seemed raised up to complete the ruin of Latin civilization, were really waking it into a new activity. In the Crusades, this activity, which had already founded the kingdom of Russia on one side and touched America on the other, seemed to pass from the northern seamen into every Christian nation and every class of society, and with the conversion of the Northmen, their place as the discoverers and leaders of the Christian world fitted in with the other movements of Mediterranean commerce and war and devotion. Even the pilgrims of the crusading age were now no longer distinctive. They were often, as individuals, members of other classes, traders, fighters, or travelers, who, after gaining a firm foothold in Syria, began the exploration of the further east. The three great discovering energies of the 13th and 14th centuries, in land travel, navigation, and science, were all seen to be results, in whole or in part, of the Crusades themselves, and in following the more important steps of European travel and trade and proselytism from the Holy Land to China, it became more and more evident that this practical finding out of the treasures of Cathay and the Indies was the necessary preparation for the attempts of Genoese and Portuguese to open up the sea route as another and a safer way to the source of the same treasures. Lastly, the intermittent and uncertain ventures of the 14th century seamen, Italian, Spanish, French, or English, to coast round Africa or to find the Indies by the southern route, to reach a definite end without any clear plan of means to that end, and the revival in theoretical geography, which was trying at the same time to fill up the gaps of knowledge by tradition or by probability, seemed to offer a clear contrast and a clear foreshadowing also of Prince Henry's method. Even his nearest forerunners in seamanship or in map-making were strikingly different from himself. They were too much in the spirit of Ptolemy and of ancient science. They neglected fact for hypothesis, for clever guessing, and so their work was spasmodic and unfruitful, or at least disappointing. It was true enough that each generation of Christian thought was less in fault than the one before it, but it was not till the 15th century, till Henry had set the example, that exploration became systematic and continuous. To Marco Polo and men like him we owe the beginnings of the art and science of discovery among the learned. To the Portuguese is due at least the credit of making it a thing of national interest and of freeing it from a false philosophy. To find out by incessant and unwearying search what the world really was, and not to make known facts fit in with the ideas of some thinker on what the world ought to be. This we found to be the main difference between Cosmas or even Ptolemy and any true leader of discovery. For a real advance of knowledge, fancy must follow experiment, and no merely hypothetical system or universe as shown in Holy Scripture would do any longer. We have come to the time when explorers were not Ptolemaics or Strabonians or scripturists, but naturalists, men who examine things afresh for themselves. These various objects are all involved in the one central aim of discovery, but they are not lost in it. To know this world we live in and to teach men the new knowledge was the first thing, which makes Henry what he is in universal history. His other aims are those of his time and his nation, but they are not less a part of his life. And he succeeded in them all. If in part his work was for all time, and in part seemed to pass away after 100 years, that was due to the exhaustion of his people. What he did for his countrymen was realized by others, but the start, the inspiration, was his own. He persevered for 50 years, 1412 to 1460, till within sight of the goal, and though he died before the full result of his work was seen, it was none the less his due when it came. We find these results put down to the credit of others. But if Columbus gave Castile and Leon a new world in 1492, if Da Gama reached India in 1498, if Diaz rounded the Cape of Tempests or of Good Hope in 1486, if Magellan made the circuit of the globe in 1520 to 1522, their teacher and master was none the less Henry the Navigator. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Prince Henry the Navigator, the Hero of Portugal and of Modern Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince Henry the Navigator by Charles Raymond BEAZLEY. Chapter 8. Prince Henry and the Capture of Ceuta, 1415. We have seen how the kingdom of Portugal itself was almost an offspring of the Crusades. They had left behind them a thirst for wealth and for a wider life on one side, and a broken Moslem power on the other, which opened the way and stirred the enterprise of every maritime state. We know that Lisbon had long been an active centre of trade with the Hanse towns, Flanders, and England. And now the projected conquest of Ceuta and the appeal of the conqueror of Aljubarrota for a great national effort found the people prepared. A royal prince could do what a private man could not, and Portugal, more fully developed than any other of the Christian kingdoms, was ready to expand abroad without fear at home. Even before the conquest of Ceuta in 1410 or 1412, Henry had begun to send out his caravels past Cape Non, which had so long been, with Cape Bojador, the Finisterre of Africa. The first object of these ships was to reach the Guinea coast by outflanking the great western shoulder of the continent. Once there, the gold and ivory and slave trade would pass away from the desert caravans to the European coasters. Then the eastern band of Africa, along the bights of Benin and Biafra, might be followed to the Indies, if this were possible, as some had thought. If not, the first stage of the work would have to be taken up again, till men had found and had rounded the southern cape. The outflanking of Guinea proved to be only a part of the outflanking of Africa, but it was far more than half the battle. Just as India was the final prize of full success, so the Gold Coast was the reward of the first chapter in that success. But of these earlier expeditions nothing is known in detail. The history of the African voyages begins with the War of 1415, and the new knowledge it brought to Henry of the Sahara and the Guinea coast, and of the tribes of tawny Moors and Negroes on the Niger and the Gambia. In 1414, when Edward was 23, Pedro 22, and Henry 20, King John planned an attack on Ceuta, the great Moorish port on the African side of the Straits of Gibraltar. The three princes had all asked for knighthood. Their father, at first, proposed to celebrate a year of tournaments, but, at the suggestion of the treasurer of Portugal, Dom Afonso de Alenquer, he decided on this African crusade instead. For the same strength and money might as well be spent in conquests from the Moslem as in sham fights between Christians. So, after reconnoitring the place, and lulling the suspicions of Aragon and Granada by a pretence of declaring war against the Count of Holland, King John gained the formal consent of his nobles at Torres Vedras, and set sail from Lisbon on St. James' Day, July 25th, 1415, as foretold by the dying Queen Philippa 12 days before. That splendid woman, who had shared the throne for 28 years, and who had trained her sons to be fit successors of her husband as the leaders of Portugal and the examples of all Christians, was now cut off by death from a sight of their first victories. Her last thought was for their success. She spoke to Edward of a king's true vocation, to Pedro of his knightly duties in the help of widows and orphans, to Henry of a general care for his men. On the 13th, the last day of her illness, she roused herself to ask what wind was blowing so strong against the house, and hearing it was the north, sank back and died, exclaiming, "It is the wind for your voyage, that must be about St. James' Day." It would have been false respect to delay. The spirit of the Queen, the Crusaders felt, was with them, urging them on. By the night of the 25th of July, the fleet had left the Tagus. On the 27th, the Crusaders anchored in the Bay of Lagos and mustered all their forces. 33 galleys, 27 triremes, 32 biremes, and 120 pinnaces and transports, carrying 50,000 soldiers and 30,000 mariners. Some nobles and merchant adventurers from England, France, and Germany took part. It was something like the conquest of Lisbon over again, a greater armada for a much smaller prey. On the 10th of August they were off Algeciras, still in Moorish hands, as part of the Kingdom of Granada, and on the 12th the lighter craft were over on the African coast. A strong wind nearly carried the heavier into Malaga. Ceuta, the ancient Ceuta, once repaired by Justinian, was the chief port of Morocco and a center of commerce for the trade routes of the south and east, as well as a center of piracy for the Barbary corsairs. It had long been an outpost of Moslem attack on Christendom. Now that Europe was taking the offensive, it would be an outpost of the Spanish Crusade against Islam. The city was built on the ordinary model in two parts, a citadel and a port town, which together covered the neck of a long peninsula running out some 3 miles eastward from the African mainland, and broadening again beyond the eastern wall of Ceuta into a hilly square of country. It was here, just where the land began to spread and form a natural harbor, that the Portuguese had planned their landing, and to this point Prince Henry, with great trouble, brought up the heavier craft. The strong currents that turned them off to the Spanish coast proved good allies of the Europeans after all, for the Moors, who had been greatly startled at the first signs of attack, and had hurried to get all the help they could from Fez and the upland, now fancied the Christian fleet to be scattered once for all, and dismissed all but their own garrison, while the Portuguese had been roused afresh to action by the fiery energy of King John, Prince Henry, and his brothers. On the night of the 15th of August, the feast of the Assumption, the whole armada was at last brought up to the roads of Ceuta. Henry anchored off the lower town with his ships from Oporto, and his father, though badly wounded in the leg, rowed through the fleet in a shallop, preparing all his men for the assault that was to be given at daybreak. Henry himself was to have the right of first setting foot on shore, where it was hoped the quays would be almost bared of defenders, for the main force was brought up against the castle, and every Moor would rush to the fight where the King of Portugal was leading. While these movements were being settled in the Armada, all through that night Ceuta was brilliantly lighted up, as if unfed. The governor, in his terror, could think of nothing better than to frighten the enemy with the show of an immensely populous city, and he had ordered a light to be kept burning in every window of every house. As the morning cleared, and the Christian host saw the beach and harbor lined with Moors shouting defiance, the attack was begun by some volunteers who forgot the prince's claim. One Rui Gonçalves was the first to land and clear a passage for the rest. The Infantes, Henry and Edward, were not far behind, and after a fierce struggle, the Moslems were driven through the gate of the landing place back to the wall of the city. Here they rallied, under a Negro giant who fought naked, but with the strength of many men, hurling the Christians to the earth with stones. At last he was brought down by a lance thrust, and the Crusaders forced their way into Ceuta. But Henry, as chief captain on this side, would not allow his men to rush on plundering into the heart of the town, but kept them by the gates, and sent back to the ships for fresh troops, who soon came up under Fernandes da Taide, who cheered on the princes. This is the sort of tournament for you. Here you are getting a worthier knighthood than you could win at Lisbon. Meantime, the king, with Dom Pedro, had heard of Henry's first success while still on shipboard, and ordered an instant advance on his side. After a still closer struggle than that on the lower ground, the Moors were routed, and Pedro pressed on through the narrow streets, just escaping death from the showers of heavy stones off the housetops, till he met his brothers in a mosque, or square adjoining, in the centre of Ceuta. Then the conquerors scattered for plunder, and came very near losing the city altogether, but for the dogged courage of Henry, who twice broke up the Moslem rally with a handful of men, at last holding a gate on the inner wall between the lower town and the citadel, with 17, himself the 18th, Ceuta would have been lost after it had been gained. Both Henry and Pedro were reported dead. Such is the end a soldier must not fear, was all their father said, as he stayed by the ships under the lee of the fortress, waiting, like Edward III at Crécy, for what his sons would do. But towards evening it was known throughout the army that the princes were safe, that the port town had been gained, and that the Moors were slipping away from the citadel. Henry, Edward, and Pedro held a council, and settled to storm the castle next morning, but after sunset a few scouts sent out to reconnoitre reported that all the garrison had fled. It was true. The governor, who had despaired all along of holding out, was no sooner beaten out of the lower city than he set the example of a strategic movement up the country, and when the Portuguese appeared at the fortress gate with axes and began to hew it down, only 2 Moors were left inside. They shouted out that the Christians might save themselves that trouble, for they would open it themselves, and the standard of St. Vincent, patron of Lisbon, was planted, before dark came, upon the highest tower of Ceuta. King John offered Henry, for his gallant leadership, the honours of the day and the right to be knighted before his brothers, but the prince, who had offered at the beginning of the storm to resign his command to Edward, as the eldest, begged that those who were before him in age might have their right to be first in dignity as well. And the 3 infantes received their knighthood in order of birth, each holding in his hands the bare sword that the queen had given him on her deathbed. It was the first Christian rite held in the great mosque of Ceuta, now purified as the cathedral, and after it the town was thoroughly and carefully sacked from end to end. The plunder of gold and silver and gems, stuffs and drugs, was great enough to make the common soldiers reckless of other things. The great jars of oil and honey and spices and all provisions were flung out into the streets, and a heavy rain swept away what would have kept a large garrison in plenty. The great nobles and the royal princes took back to Portugal some princely spoils. Henry's half-brother, now Count of Barcelos, afterwards more famous and more troublesome as Duke of Bragança, chose for his share some 600 columns of marble and alabaster from the governor's palace. Henry himself gained in Ceuta a knowledge of inland Africa, of its trade routes, and of the Gold Coast, that encouraged him to begin from this time the habit of coasting voyages. His earlier essays in exploration had been attempts, like the unconnected and occasional efforts of Spanish and Italian daredevils. It is from this year that continuous ocean sailing begins. From the time of his stay in Ceuta, Henry works steadily and with foresight towards a nearer goal well foreseen, a first stage in his wider scheme, which had been traversed by men he had known and talked with. They had come into Ceuta from Guinea over the sea of the desert. He would send his sailors to their starting point by the longer way over the desert of the sea. Thus, the victory at Ceuta is not without a very direct influence on our subject, and for the same reason it was important that the conquerors, instead of razing the place, decided to hold it. When most of the council of war were for a safe and quick return to Portugal, one noble, Pedro de Menezes, a trusted friend of Henry's, struck upon the ground impatiently a stick of orange wood he had in his hand. "By my faith, with this stick I will defend Ceuta from every Morisca of them all." He was left in command, and thus kept open, as it were, to Europe and to the prince's view, one end of a great avenue of commerce and intercourse, which Henry aimed at winning for his country. When his ships could once reach Guinea, the other end of that same line was in his hands as well. The king and the princess left Ceuta in September of the same year, September 2nd, 1415, but Henry's connection with his first battlefield was not yet over. Menezes found, after 3 years' sole command, that the Moors were pressing him very hard. The King of Granada had sent 74 ships to blockade the city from the sea, and the troops of Fez were forcing their way into the lower town. Henry was hurriedly sent from Lisbon to its relief, while Edward and Pedro got themselves ready to follow him, if needed, from Lagos and the Algarve coast. But Ceuta had already saved itself. As the first succours were sailing through the Straits of Gibraltar, Menezes contrived to send them word of his danger. The Berbers on the land side had mastered Almina, on the eastern part of the merchant town, while the Granada galleys had closed in upon the port itself. At this news, Henry made the best speed he could, but he was only in time to see the rout of the Moors. Directly they sighted the relief coming through the straits. The same appearance struck a panic into the enemy's fleet, and only one galley stayed on the African coast to help their landsmen, who were thus left alone and without hope of succour on the eastern hills of the Ceuta peninsula, cut off by the city from their Berber allies. When Henry landed, Almina had been won back, and the last of the Granada Moslems cut to pieces. From that day, Ceuta was safe in Christian hands. But the prince, after spending 2 months in the hope that he might find some more work to do in Africa, planned a daring stroke in Europe. Islam still owned in Spain the Kingdom of Granada, too weak to reconquer the old Western Caliphate, but too strong as the last refuge of a conquered and once imperial race to be an easy prey of the Spanish kingdoms. And in that kingdom, Gibraltar, the Rock of Tariq, was the most troublesome of Moorish strongholds. The Mediterranean itself was not fully secured for Christian trade and intercourse, while the European pillar of the Western Straits was a Saracen fort. If Portugal was to conquer or explore in northern Africa, Gibraltar was as much to be aimed at as Ceuta. Both sides of the straits, Calpe and Abila, must be in her hands before Christendom could expand safely along the Atlantic coasts. So Henry, in the face of all his counsel, determined to make the trial on his voyage back to Lisbon. But a storm broke up the fleet, and when it could be refitted and reformed, the time had gone by, and the prince obeyed his father's repeated orders and returned at once to court. For his gallantry and skill in the storm of Ceuta, he had been made Duke of Viseu and Lord of Covilhã, when King John first touched his own kingdom, after the African campaign, at Tavira on the Algarve coast. With his brother Pedro, who shared his honours as Duke of Coimbra and Lord of the lands henceforward known as the Infantado or Principality, Henry thus begins the line of dukes in Portugal, and among the other details of the war, his name is especially joined with that of an English fleet which he had enrolled as a contingent of his armada while recruiting for ships and men in the spring of 1415. In the same way as English crusaders had passed Lisbon just in time to aid in its conquest by Afonso Henriques, the great first king of Portugal in 1147, so now 27 English ships on their way to Syria were just in time to help the Portuguese make their first conquest abroad. Lastly, the results of the Ceuta campaign in giving positive knowledge of Western and Inland Africa to a mind like Henry's, already set on the finding of a sea route to India, have been noticed by all contemporaries and followers who took any interest in his plans. But it was not merely caravan news that he gained in these two visits of 1415 and 1418. Both Azurada, the chronicler of his voyages, and Diego Gomes, his lieutenant, the explorer of the Cape Verde Islands and of the Upper Gambia, are quite clear about the new knowledge of the coast now gained from Moorish prisoners. Not only did the prince get news of the passage of merchants from the coasts of Tunis to Timbuktu and to Cantor on the Gambia, which inspired him to seek the lands by the way of the sea, but also the tawny Moors, or Azenagis, his prisoners, told him of certain tall palms growing at the mouth of the Senegal or Western Nile, by which he was able to guide the caravans he sent out to find that river. By the time Henry was ready to return from Ceuta to Portugal for good and all, in 1418, there were clearly before his mind the 5 reasons for exploring Guinea given by his faithful Azurada. First of all was his desire to know the country beyond Cape Bojador, which till that time was quite unknown either by books or by the talk of sailors. Second was his wish that if any Christian people or good ports should be discovered beyond that cape, he might begin a trade with them that would profit both the natives and the Portuguese, for he knew of no other nation in Europe who trafficked in those parts. Thirdly, he believed the Moors were more powerful on that side of Africa than had been thought, and he feared there were no Christians there at all. So he was fain to find out how many and how strong his enemies really were. Fourthly, in all his fighting with the Moors, he had never found a Christian prince to help him from that side of further Africa for the love of Christ. Therefore he wished, if he could, to meet with such. Last was his great desire for the spread of the Christian faith and for the redemption of the vast tribes of men lying under the wrath of God. Behind all these reasons, Azurada also believed in a 6th and deeper one, which he proceeds to state with all gravity as the ultimate and celestial cause of the prince's work. For, as his ascendant was Aries, that is in the house of Mars, and the exaltation of the sun, and as the said Mars is in Aquarius, which is the house of Saturn, it was clear that my lord should be a great conqueror, and a searcher out of things hidden from other men, according to the craft of Saturn, in whose house he was. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Prince Henry the Navigator, the hero of Portugal and of modern discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince Henry the Navigator by Charles Raymond BEAZLEY. Chapter 9. Henry's settlements at Sagres and first discoveries, 1418-1428. Whatever the prince owed to his stay at Ceuta, beyond the general suggestion and encouragement to take up a life profession of discovery, it was, at any rate, put into practice on his second and last return, 1418. From that time to the end of his life, he became a recluse from the court life of Lisbon, though he soon gathered round himself a rival court of science and seamanship. The old sacred Cape of the Romans, then called Sagres, now the Cape St. Vincent of Nelson and modern maps, was his chosen home for the next 40 years, though he seems to have passed a good deal of his time in his port of Lagos, close by. In 1419, King John made him governor for life of the Algarves, the southern province of Portugal, and the new governor at once began to rebuild and enlarge the old naval arsenal in the neck of the Cape into a settlement that soon became the prince's town. In Lagos, his ships were built and manned, and there, and in Sagres itself, all the schemes of discovery were thought out, the maps and instruments corrected, and the accounts of past and present travellers compared by the prince himself. His results then passed into the instructions of his captains and the equipment of his caravels. The Sacred Cape, which he now colonized, was at any rate a good centre for his work of ocean voyaging. Here, with the Atlantic washing the land on three sides, he was well on the scene of action. There were buildings on Sagres headland as old as the 11th century. Greek geography had made this the starting point of its shorter and continental measurements for the length of the habitable world, and the Genoese, whose policy was to buy up points of vantage on every coast, were eager to plant a colony there. But Portugal was not ready to become like the Byzantine Empire, a depot for Italian commerce, and Henry had his own reasons for securing a desolate promontory. On this he now built himself a palace, a chapel, a study, an observatory, the earliest in Portugal, and a village for his helpers and attendants. In his wish to gain a prosperous result for his efforts, the prince devoted great industry and thought to the matter, and at great expense procured the aid of one Master Jacomi from Majorca, a man skilled in the art of navigation and in the making of maps and instruments, and who was sent for, with certain of the Arab and Jewish mathematicians, to instruct the Portuguese in that science. So at least says de Barros, the Livy of Portugal. At Sagres was thus founded anew the systematic study of applied science in Christendom. It was better than the work of the old Greek university at Alexandria, with which it has been compared, because it was essentially practical. From it our sailors, says Pedro Nunes, went out well taught and provided with instruments and rules which all map-makers should know. We would gladly know more of Henry's scientific work. A good many legends have grown up about it, and even his foundation of the chair of mathematics in the University of Lisbon or Coimbra, our best evidence of the unrecorded work of his school, has been doubted by some modern critics, even by the national historian Alexandre Herculano. But to Prince Henry's study in science, two great improvements on this side may be traced. First, in the art of map-making. Secondly, in the building of caravels and ocean-craft. The great Venetian map of Fra Mauro of the Camaldolese convent of Murano, finished in 1459, 1 year before the navigator's death, is evidence for the one. Cadamosto's words, as a practical seaman of Italian birth, in Henry's service, that the caravels of Portugal were the best sailing ships afloat, may be proof sufficient of the other. On both these lines, Henry took up the results of Italians and worked towards success with their aid. As Columbus and the Cabots and Verrazzano in later times represented the intellectual leadership of Italy to other nations, Spanish, England, and France, but had to find their career and resources not in their own commercial republics, but at the courts of the new centralized kingdoms of the West, where a paternal despotism gave the best hope of guiding any popular movement, social or religious or political or scientific. So, in the earlier 15th century, mariners like Cadamosto and Denoli, scientific draughtsmen like Fra Mauro and Andrea Bianco, looked from Venice and Genoa to the court of Sagres, and to the service of Prince Henry as their proper sphere, where they would find the encouragement and reward they sought for at home, and often sought in vain. Henry's settlement of Cape St. Vincent was not long without results. The voyage of his captain, John de Trasto, to the fruitful district of Grand Canary in 1415 was not in any sense a discovery, as the conquest of John de Betancourt in 1402 had made these fortunate islands perfectly well known, but the finding of Porto Santo and Madeira in 1418-1420 was a real gain, for the Machin story of the English landing in Madeira was a close secret, which by good fortune passed into the prince's keeping, but not beyond, so that, as far as general knowledge went, the Portuguese were now fairly embarked upon the Sea of Darkness. First came the sighting of the Holy Haven in 1418. In this year, says Azurara, 2 squires of the prince's household, named John Gonçalves Zarco and Tristão Vaz, eager for renown and anxious to serve their lord, had set out to explore as far as the coast of Guinea, but they were caught by a storm near Lagos and driven to the island of Porto Santo. This name they gave themselves at this very time in their joy at thus escaping the perils of the tempest. Zarco and Vaz returned in triumph to Sagres, and reported the new-found island to be well worth a permanent settlement. Henry, always generous, took up the idea with great interest, and sent out Zarco and Vaz with another of his equerries, one Bartholomew Perestrello, to colonize with 2 ships and products for a new country, corn, honey, the sugar cane from Sicily, the Malvasia grape from Crete, even the rabbit from Portugal. On his first return voyage, Zarco had captured the pilot Morales of Seville, and from him the prince had gained certain news of the English landing in Madeira. So it was with a definite purpose of further discovery that his captains returned to Porto Santo in 1420, with Morales as their guide. Now, as before, Zarco appears as chief in command. He had won himself a name at Ceuta, and if the tradition be true, had just brought in the first use of ship artillery. The finding of Porto Santo was mainly credited to him. Sailing from Lagos in June 1420, he had no sooner reached once again the fair haven of his first success than he was called to note a dark line, like a mark of distant land, upon the southwest horizon. The colonists he had left on his earlier visit had watched this day by day, till they had made certain of its being something more than a passing appearance of sea or sky, and Morales was ready with his suggestion that this was Machin's Island. The fog that hung over this part of the ocean would be natural to a thick and dank woodland like that on the island of his old adventure. Zarco resolved to try. After 8 days' rest in Porto Santo, he set sail, and, observing that the fog grew less toward the east of the cloud bank, made for that point, and came upon a low marshy cape which he called St. Lawrence Head. Then, creeping round the south coast, he came to the highlands and the forests of Madeira, so named here now, either as de Barro says, from the thick woods they found there, or in the form of Machico, from the first discoverer, luckless Robert Machin. For, on landing, the Portuguese, guided by Morales, soon found the wooden cross and grave of the Englishman and his mistress, and it was there that Zarco, with no human being to dispute his title, took seizin of the island in the name of King John, Prince Henry, and the Order of Christ. Embarking once more, he then coasted slowly round from the River of the Flint to Jackdaw Point, and the Chamber of the Wolves, where his men started a herd of sea-calves. So he came to the vast plain overgrown with fennel or funchal, where the chief town of after days grew up. A party sent inland to explore reported that on every side the ocean could be seen from the hills, and Zarco, after taking in some specimens of the native wood and plants and birds at Funchal, put back in the last days of August to Portugal. He was splendidly received at court, made a count of the Chamber of the Wolves, and granted the command of the island for his own life. A little later, the commandership was made hereditary in his family. Tristão Vaz, the second in the prince's commission, was rewarded too. The northern half of Madeira was given him as a captaincy, and in 1425 Henry began to colonize in form. Zarco, as early as May 1421, had returned with wife and children and attendants, and begun to build the port of Machico and the city of Funchal. but this did not become a state affair until 4 years more had gone by. But from the first, the island, by its export of wood and dragon's blood and wheat, became to reward the trouble of discovery and settlement. Sugar and wine were brought to perfection in later years, after the great 7 years' fire had burnt down the forests and enriched the soil of Madeira. It was soon after Zarco's return to Funchal that he first set fire to the woods behind the fennel fields of the coast, to clear himself a way through the undergrowth into the heart of the island. The fire blazed and smouldered till it had taken well hold of the entire mass of timber that covered the upper country. Nothing in the feeble resources of the first settlers could stop it, and Madeira lighted the ships of Henry on their way to the south, like a volcano, till 1428. This was at least the common story as told in Portugal, and it was often joined with another, of the rabbit plague, which ate up all the green stuff of the island in the first struggling years of Zarco's settlement, and so prevented the export of anything but timber. So much of this was brought into Portugal that Henry's lifetime is a landmark in the domestic architecture of Spain, and from the trade of the wood island is derived the lofty style of building that now began to replace the more modest fashion of the Arabs. A charter of Henry's, dated 1430, 10 years after the rediscovery of Madeira, and reciting the names of some of the first settlers and his bequest of the island, or rather of its spiritualities, to the Order of Christ on September 18th, 1460, just before his death, are the chief links between this colony and the home country in the next generation. But in the history of institutions, there are few more curious facts than the insistence of the prince on a census for his little nation. From the first, the family registers of the colonists were carefully kept, and from these we see something of the wonder of men who were beginning human life, as it were, in a new land. The first children born in Madeira, a son and daughter of Irish Ferreira, one of Zarco's comrades, were christened Adam and Eve. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Prince Henry the Navigator, the hero of Portugal and of modern discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince Henry the Navigator by Charles Raymond BEAZLEY. Chapter 10. Cape Bojador and the Azores, 1428-1441. But, in spite of Zarco's success, Cape Bojador had not yet been passed, though every year from 1418 caravels had left Sagres to find the coasts of Guinea. In 1428, Dom Pedro, Henry's elder brother, had come home from his travels with all the books and charts he had collected to help the explorers, and it is practically certain that the Mappa Mundi given him in Venice acted as a direct suggestion to the next attempts on west and south, westward to the Azores, southward towards Guinea. Kept in the royal monastery of Alcobaça till late in the 16th century, though now irrecoverably lost, this treasure of Dom Pedro's, like his manuscripts of travel, would seem to have been used at the Sagres school till Prince Henry's death, and at least as early as 1431 its effect was seen in the first Portuguese recovery of the Azores. All the West African islands, plainly enough described in the map of 1428, were half within, half without the knowledge of Christendom, ever and anon being brought back or rediscovered by some accident or enterprise, and then being lost to sight and memory through the want of systematic exploration. This was exactly what the Portuguese supplied. The Azores, marked on the Laurentian Portulano of 1351, were practically unknown to seamen, when, after 80 years had passed, Gonçalo Cabral was sent out from Sagres to find them, 1431. He reached the Formiga group, the Ant Islands, and next year, 1432, returned to make further discoveries, chiefly of the island Santa Maria. But the more important advances on this side were made between 1444 and 1450, after the first colony had been planted 12 or 14 years, and were the result of the prince's theoretical correction of his captain's practical oversight. From a comparison of old maps and descriptions with their accounts, he was able to correct their line of sail, and so to direct them to the very islands they had searched for in vain. But as yet these results were far distant, and the slow and sure progress of African coasting toward Cape Bojador was the chief outcome of Pedro's help. In 1430, 1431, and 1432, the infant urged upon his captains the paramount importance of rounding the Cape, which had baffled all his caravels by its strong ocean currents and dangerous rocks. At last, this became the prince's one command: pass the Cape if you do nothing beyond. Yet the years went by, King John of good memory died in 1433, and Gil Eanes, sent out in the same year with strong hopes of success, turned aside at the Canaries, and only brought a few slaves back to Portugal. A large party at court, in the army, and among the nobles and merchant classes complained bitterly of the utter want of profit from Henry's schemes, and there was at this time a danger of the collapse of his movement. For though, as yet, he paid his own expenses, his treasury could not long have stood the drain without any incoming. Bojador, the paunch or bulging cape, 180 miles beyond Cape Non, had been, since the days of the Laurentian Portolano, 1351, and the Catalan and Portuguese voyages of 1341 and 1346, the southmost point of Christian knowledge. A long circuit was needed here, as at the Cape of Good Hope, to round a promontory that stretched, men said, fully 100 miles into the ocean, where tides and shoals formed a current 20 miles across. It was the sight or the fancy of this furious surge which frightened Henry's crews, for it plainly forbade all coasting, and compelled the seamen to strike into the open sea, out of sight of land. And though the discovery of Porto Santo had proved the feasibility and the gain of venturing boldly into the Sea of Darkness, and though since that time, 1418, the prince had sent out his captains due west to the Azores and southwest to Madeira, both hundreds of miles from the continent, yet, in rounding Bojador, there were not only the real terrors of the Atlantic, but the legends of the tropics to frighten back the boldest. Most mariners had heard it said that any Christian who passed Bojador would infallibly be changed into a black, and would carry to his end this mark of God's vengeance on his insolent prying. The Arab tradition of the green sea of night had too strongly taken hold of Christian thought to be easily shaken off. And it was beyond the cape which bounded their knowledge that the Saracen geographers had fringed the coast of Africa with sea monsters, and serpent rocks, and water unicorns, instead of place names, and had drawn the horrible giant hand of Satan raised above the waves to seize the first of his human prey that would venture into his den. If God made the firm earth, the devil made the unknown and treacherous ocean. This was the real lesson of most of the medieval maps, and it was this ingrained superstition that Henry found his worst enemy, appearing as it did sometimes even in his most trusted and daring captains. And then again, the legends of tropical Africa, of the mainland beyond Bojador, were hardly less terrible than those of the tropical ocean. The dark continent, with its surrounding sea of darkness, was the home of mystery and legend. We have seen how ready the Arabs were to write uninhabitable over any unknown country. Dark seas and lands were simply those that were dark to them, like the Dark Ages to others. But nowhere did their imagination revel in genies and fairies and magicians and all the horrors of hell with more enthusiastic and genial interest than in Africa. Here only the northern parts could be lived in by man. In the south and central deserts, as we have heard from the Moslem doctors themselves, the sun poured down sheets of liquid flame upon the ground, and kept the sea and the rivers boiling day and night with the fiery heat. So any sailors would of course be boiled alive as soon as they got near to the torrid zone. It was this kind of learning, discredited but not forgotten, that was still in the minds of Gil Eanes and his friends when they came home in 1433 with lame excuses to Henry's court. The currents and south winds had stopped them, they said. It was impossible to get round Bojador. The prince was roused. He ordered the same captain to return next year and try the Cape again. His men ought to have learned something better than the childish fables of past time. And if, said he, there were even any truth in these stories that they tell, I would not blame you. But you come to me with the tales of 4 seamen who perhaps know the voyage to the Low Countries or some other coasting route, but except for this, don't know how to use needle or sailing chart. Go out again and heed them not, for by God's help, fame and profit must come from your voyage, if you will but persevere. The prince was backed by the warm encouragement of the new king. Edward, his eldest brother, who had only been 1 month upon the throne when he bestirred himself to shew his favour to a national movement of discovery. King John had died on August 14th, 1433, the anniversary of Aljubarrota, and on September 26th of the same year, by a charter given from Sintra, King Edward granted the islands of Madeira and Porto Santo, with the Desertas, to Henry as Grand Master of the Order of Christ. With this encouragement, the infant sent out Gil Eanes in 1434, under the strongest charge not to return without a good account of the Cape and the seas beyond. Running far out into the open, his caravel doubled Bojador, and coming back to the coast, found the sea as easy to sail in as the waters at home, and the land very rich and pleasant. They landed and discovered no trace of men or houses, but gathered plants, such as were called in Portugal St. Mary's roses, to present to Dom Henry. Not even the southern Cape of Tempests or Good Hope was so long and obstinate a barrier as Bojador had been, and the passing of this difficulty proved the salvation of the prince's schemes. Though again and again interrupted by political troubles between 1437 and 1449, the advance at sea went on, and never again was there a serious danger of the failure of the whole movement through general opposition and discontent. In 1435, Gil Eanes was sent out again to follow up his success with Afonso Baldaia, the prince's cupbearer, in a larger vessel than had yet been risked in exploration, called a Verinel, or oared galley. The 2 captains passed 50 leagues, 150 miles, beyond the Cape, and found traces of caravans, reached as far as an inlet they named Gurnet Bay from its shoals of fish, and again put back to Lagos early in the year. There were still several months left for ocean sailing in 1435, and Henry at once dispatched Baldaia again in his Verinel, with orders to go as far as he could along the coast, at least till he could find some natives. One of these he was to bring home with him. Baldaia, accordingly, sailed 130 leagues, 390 miles, beyond Cape Bojador, till he reached an estuary running some 20 miles up the country and promising to lead to a great river. This might prove to be the western Nile of the Negroes, or the famous River of Gold, Baldaia thought, and though it proved to be only an inlet of the sea, the name of Rio Douro, then given by the first hopes of the Portuguese, has outlasted the disappointment that found only a sandy reach instead of a waterway to the Mountains of the Moon and the kingdom of Prester John. Baldaia anchored here, landed a couple of horses, which the infant had given him to scour the country, and set 2 young noble gentlemen upon them to ride up country, to look for signs of natives, and if possible, to bring back one captive to the ship. Taking no body armour, but only lance and sword, the boys followed the river to its source, 7 leagues up the country, and here came suddenly upon 19 savages armed with assegais. They rode up to them, and drove them out of the open, up to a loose mound of stones. Then, as evening was coming on and they could not secure a prisoner, they rowed back to the sea, and reached the ship about the dawn of day. And of these boys, says the chronicler, I myself knew one when he was a noble gentleman of good renown in arms. His name was Heitor Homem, and you will find him in our history well proved in brave deeds. The other, named Lopes de Almeida, was a nobleman of good presence, as I have heard from those who knew him. The first landing of Europeans on the coasts of unknown Africa, since the days of Carthaginian colonies, is one of the great moments in the story of Western expansion and discovery. For it means that Christendom, on her western side, has at last got beyond the first circle of her enemies, the belt of settled Moslem ground, and has begun to touch the wider world outside, on the shores of the ocean, as well as along the eastern trade routes. And it almost seemed to be of little practical value that Marco Polo and the friars and traders who followed him had passed Islam in Asia and reached even furthest Tartary, for it only made more clear that Asia was not Christian, and that there would have to be a deadly struggle before European influence could be restored on this side to what it had been under Alexander. But on the west, by the Atlantic coasts, when Morocco had been passed, there were only scattered savage tribes to be dealt with. Baldaia had now reached the pagans beyond Islam. The rival civilization of the Arabs and their converts had been almost outflanked by Dom Henry's ships, and the boys who rowed up the Rio Douro beach in 1435 were the first pickets of a great army. Their charge upon a body of grown men 10 times their number was a prophecy of the coming conquests of Christian Europe in the new worlds it was now in search of, in south and east and west. Now Baldaia instantly followed up his pioneers. He took a party in his ship's boat and rowed up the stream to the scene of the fight, with the boys on horseback riding by the bank and shewing him the stone heap where the natives had rallied on the day before. But in the night they had all fled farther up country, leaving most of their miserable goods behind. All these were carried off, and the Portuguese left the Bay of the Horses, as they call this farthest reach of the Rio Douro, and pulled back to the Verno, without any further success than a wholesome disappointment. They must go farther southward if they were to find the Western Isle and the way round Africa. Still, Baldaia was not content. He wished to carry back a prisoner, as Henry had charged him, and so he coasted along 50 leagues more, from the Rio Douro to the port of Galley, a rock that looked like a galley, where there was a more prominent headland than he had passed since Bojador. Here he landed once again, and found some native nets made of the bark of trees, but none of the natives who made them. In the early months of 1436 he and his Verno were again in Portuguese waters, but the land had now been touched that lay 300 miles beyond the old African Finisterre, and in 2 years, 1434, 1436, Portugal and all the Christian nations, through Henry's work, had entered on a new chapter of history. The narrower world of the Roman Empire and the medieval Church was already growing into the modern globe, in the break-up of that old terror of the sea, which had so long fixed for men the bounds that they must not pass. The land route had been cleared to Western knowledge, though not mastered, by the Crusades. Now the far more dreaded and unknown waterway was fairly entered. For up to this time there is no fair evidence that either Christian or Moorish enterprise had ever rounded Bojador, and the theoretical marking of it upon maps was a very different thing from the experience that it was just like any other cape, and no more an end of the world than Cape St. Vincent itself. Neither Genoese, nor Catalans, nor Normans of Dieppe, nor the Arab wanderers of Idrisi and Ibn Said were before Don Henry now. His discoveries of the Atlantic islands were findings, rediscoveries. His coast voyages from the year 1433 are all ventures in the true unknown. But from 1436 to 1441, from Baldaia's second return to the start of Nuno Tristão and Antão Gonçalves for Cape Blanco, exploration was not successful or energetic. The simple cause of this was the infant's other business. In these years took place the fatal attempt on Tangier, the death of King Edward, and the troubles of the minority of his child, Afonso V, Afonso the African conqueror of later years. True it is, we read in our Chronicle of the Discovery of Guinea, that in these years there went to those parts 2 ships, one at a time, but the first turned back in the face of bad weather, and the other only went to the Rio Douro for the skins and oil of sea-wolves, and after taking in a cargo of these, went back to Portugal. And true it is too that in the year 1440 they were armed and sent out 2 caravels to go to that same land, but in that they met with contrary fortune, we do not tell any more of their voyage. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11. Prince Henry the Navigator, the hero of Portugal and of modern discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Prince Henry the Navigator by Charles Raymond Beasley. Chapter 11. Henry's Political Life, 1433 to 1441. The prince's exile from politics in his hermitage at Sagres could not be absolutely unbroken. He was ready to come back to court and to the battlefield when he was needed. So he appeared at the deathbed of his father in 1433 and of his brother in 1438 at the siege of Tangier in 1437 and during the first years of the Regency 1438 to 1440. He helped to govern for his nephew, Edward's son, Afonso. From 1436 till 1441 he did not seriously turn his attention back to discovery. What is chiefly interesting in the story of these years is the half-religious reverence paid to Henry by his brothers, by Cortes, and the whole people. He was above and beyond his age, but not so much as to be beyond its understanding. He was not a leader where there are no followers. He was one of the fortunate beings who are most valued by those who have lived on the closest terms with them, by father and by brothers. It was believed throughout the kingdom that King John's last words were an encouragement to the infant to persevere in his right laudable purpose of spreading the Christian faith in the lands of darkness. Whether true or not, at any rate it was felt to fit the place and the man, and Henry's brothers, Pedro and Edward, took up loyally their father's commission to keep peace at home and sailing ships on the sea. But the new reign was short and full of trouble. King Edward had scarcely been crowned when the scheme of an African war was revived by Don Ferdinand, the fourth of the famous infants of the House of Avis, 1433. Ferdinand, always a crusader at heart, had refused a cardinal's hat, that he might keep his strength for killing the enemies of Christ, and in Henry he found a ready listener. It was the Navigator, in fact, who planned and organized the scheme of campaign now pressed upon the king and the country. It was perfectly natural that he should do so. The war of Ceuta had been of the first importance to his work of discovery. It had been largely his own achievement, and his wish to conquer heathens and Saracens and to make good Christians of them was hardly less strong than his natural bent for discovery and exploring settlement. He now took up Ferdinand's suggestion, made of it a definite project, for a storm of Tangier, and wrung a reluctant consent from Edward and from Cortez. The chief hindrance was lack of money. Even the popularity of the government could not prevent sore grudging and murmuring among the people. Don Pedro himself was against the whole plan, and from respect to his wishes the question was referred to the Pope. Are we to make war on the infidels or no? If the infidels in question, answered the Curia, were in Christian land and used Christian churches as mosques of Mohammed, or if they made incursions upon Christians, though always returning to their own land, or if doing none of these things they were idolaters or sinned against nature, the princes of Portugal would do right to levy war upon them. But this should be done with prudence and piety, lest the people of Christ should suffer loss. Further, it was only just to tax a Christian people for support of an infidel war, when the said war was of necessity in defense of the kingdom. If the war was voluntary, for the conquering of fresh lands from the heathen, it could only be waged at the king's own cost. But before this answer arrived, the armament had been made ready, and things had gone too far to draw back. The Queen was eager for the war, and had brought King Edward to a more willing consent. So, in the face of bad omens, an illness of Prince Ferdinand's, and the warning words of Don Pedro, the troops were put on board ship August 17th, 1437. On August 22nd they set sail, and on the 26th landed at Ceuta, where Menezes still commanded. The European triumphs of 1415 and 1418 were still fresh in the memories of the Moors, and Don Henry was remembered as their hero. So it was to him that the tribes of the Beni Hamed sent offers of submission and tribute on the first news of the invasion. The prince accepted their presents of gold and silver, cattle and wood, and left them in peace during the war, for the forces he had with him were barely sufficient for the siege of Tangier. Out of 14,000 men levied in Portugal, only 6,000 answered the roll call in Ceuta. A great number had shirked the dangers of Africa, and the room on shipboard had in itself been absurdly insufficient. The transports provided were just enough for the battalions that actually crossed, and for a fresh supply they must be sent back to Lisbon. In the council of war most were agreed upon this as the best thing on paper, but the practical difficulties were so great that Henry decided not to wait for reinforcements, but to push forward with the troops in hand. The direct road to Tangier by way of Zemira was now found impassable, and it was determined to march the army round by Tetuan, while the fleet was brought up along the coast. Ferdinand, who was still suffering and unequal to the land journey, was to go by sea, while his elder brother, as chief captain of the whole armament, undertook to force his way along the inland routes. In this he was successful. In 3 days he came before Tetuan, which opened its gates at once, and on September 23rd, without losing a single man, he appeared before old Tangier, where Ferdinand was already waiting his arrival. A rumor was now spread that the Moors were flying from Tangier as they had fled from Ceuta Castle 22 years before, but Zala ben Zala, who commanded here as he had done there, now knew better how to defend a town, with the desperate courage of his Spanish foes. The attack, instantly ordered by Henry on the gates of Tangier, were roughly repulsed, and for the next fortnight the losses of the Crusaders were so heavy that the siege was turned into a blockade. On September 30th, 10,000 horse and 90,000 foot came down from the upland to the coast for the relief of Tangier. Henry promptly led his little army into the open and ordered an attack, and the vast Moorish host, which had taken up its station on a hill within sight of the camp, not daring to accept the challenge, wavered, broke, and rushed headlong to the mountains. But after 3 days they reappeared in greater numbers and even ventured down into the plain. Again Henry drove them back. Again, next day, they returned. At last, after their force had been swollen to 130,000 men, and by overwhelming numbers had compelled the Christians to keep within their trenches, they threw themselves upon the Portuguese outposts. After a desperate struggle, they were repulsed, and a sally from the town was beaten back at the same time. The Europeans seemed ready to meet any odds. With these victories, Henry was confident that Tangier must soon fall. He ordered another escalade, but all his scaling ladders were burnt or broken, and many of his men crushed beneath the overhanging parts of the wall that were pushed down bodily upon the storming parties. In this final assault of the 5th of October, 2 Moors were taken, who told Henry of immense succours now coming up under the kings of Fez, of Morocco, and of Tafilet. They had with them, said the captives, at least 100,000 horse. Their infantry was beyond count. Sure enough, on the 9th of October, the hills round Tangier seemed covered with the native armies, and it became clear that the siege must be raised. All that was left for Henry was to bring off his soldiers in safety. He tried his best. With quiet energy he issued his orders for all contingents. The marines and seamen were to embark at once. The artillery was given in charge of the Marshal of the Kingdom. Almada, the Hercules of Portugal, was to draw up the foot in line of battle. The infant himself took his station with the cavalry on a small piece of rising ground. When the Moors charged, they were well received. In spite of all their strength, one army being held ready to take another's place, as men grew tired, the Portuguese held their own. Henry had a horse killed under him. Cabral, his master of horse, fell at his side with 25 of his men. The cowardice of one regiment, who fled to the ships, almost ruined the defense, but when night fell, the Moorish columns fell sullenly back, and left the infant one more chance of flight and safety. It was the only hope, and even this was lost through the desertion of a traitor. Martin Vieira, the apostate priest, once Henry's chaplain, now gave up to the enemy's generals the whole plan of escape. After a long debate, it was determined not to massacre the Christian army, but to take sureties from them that Ceuta should be restored with all the Moorish captives in the prince's hands. These terms were accepted, for it was soon known that escape was hopeless. But next morning a large party of Moors, with more than the ordinary Moslem treachery, made a last fierce attempt to surprise the camp. For 8 hours 8 separate attacks went on. When all had failed, the retreating Berbers tried to set fire to the woodwork of the entrenchments. With the greatest trouble Henry saved his timbers, and under cover of night fortified a new and smaller camp close to the shore. Food and water had both run short, and the besiegers, who were now become the besieged, had to kill their horses and cook them, with saddles for fuel. They were saved from a fatal drought by a lucky shower of rain. But their ruin was only a matter of time, for it was hopeless to try an embarkation under the walls of the city with all the hosts of Morocco waiting for the first chance of a successful storm. But the losses of the native kings and chiefs had been so great that they were ready to sign a written truce and to keep their cutthroats to the terms of it. On the 15th of October, Don Henry, for the Portuguese, agreed that Ceuta, with all the Moorish prisoners kept in guard by Menezes, should be given up, and that no further attack should be made by the King of Portugal on any side of Barbary for 100 years. The arms and baggage of the Crusaders were to be surrendered at once. Directly this was done they were to embark, with none of the honors of war, and to sail back at once to Europe. Don Ferdinand was left with 12 nobles as hostages for the treaty till Ceuta was restored. On the other side, Zala ben Zala's eldest son was all the security given. Even after this, a plot was laid to massacre the Christian dogs as they passed through the streets of Tangier on their free passage to the harbor which the treaty secured them. Henry got wind of this just in time, and instantly embarked his men by boats from the shore outside the walls, but his rear guard was set upon just as they were leaving the land, and about 60 were killed. It was a terrible disaster. Although his losses were but some 500 killed and disabled, Henry was overcome with the disgrace. As he thought of his brother among the Moors, he refused to show his face in Portugal, and shut himself up in Ceuta. Here, as he worried himself to find some means of saving Ferdinand, he fell dangerously ill, till fresh hope came to him with the arrival of Don John, whom Edward had sent to the help of his brothers with some reserves from Algarve. Henry and John consulted about Ferdinand's ransom, and at last offered their chief hostage, Zala ben Zala's boy, as an exchange for the infant. It was the only ransom, they told the Moors, that would ever be thought of. Ceuta would never be surrendered. Don John's mission was a failure, as might have been expected, and both the princes were now recalled to Portugal, where Henry steadily refused to go to court, staying at Sagres in an almost complete retirement from his usual interests, till King Edward's death forced him again into action. It was the unavoidable shame of the only choice given to himself and the kingdom that paralyzed his energy and made him moody and helpless through this time of inaction and disgrace. Captive he saw his brother, bright Fernand, the saint aspiring high, with purpose brave, who as a hostage in the Saracen's hand betrayed himself his leaguered host to save. Lest bought with price of Ceuta's potent town, to public welfare be preferred his own. The mere failure to storm Tangier was brilliantly atoned for by the bravery of the army and the repeated victories over immensely superior force. But now either Ceuta must be exchanged for Ferdinand, or the youngest and favorite brother of the house of Aviz must be left to die among the Berbers. Many, if not most of the Cortes summoned in 1438 to Leiria to discuss the ransom were in favor of letting Ceuta go, but all the chiefs of the government, except the king himself, thought it not just to deliver a whole people to the fury of the infidels for the liberty of one man. Even Henry at last agreed in this with Don Pedro and Don John. Edward was in despair. He was willing to pay almost any price to recover Ferdinand, and in hopes of finding support he now appealed from his own royal house and his nobles to the Pope, the cardinals, and the crowned heads of Europe. All agreed that a Christian city must not be bartered even for a Christian prince. Edward's offers of money and perpetual peace were scornfully rejected by the Moors, who held to their bond Ceuta or nothing, and their wretched captive, treated to all the filthy horrors of Mussulman imprisonment and slavery and torture, died under his agony in the 6th year of his living death and the 41st of his age, 5th June 1443. Before this, his loss had dragged down to the same fate his eldest brother, King Edward, and but for the inspiration of a great purpose, which again put meaning into his life, Henry might have died of the same illness of soul. Every Portuguese burned to revenge the constant prince. The Pope was called upon to approve a new crusade. Levies were made and vessels built when the plague broke out with terrible violence and ravaged every class and every district as it had not since the days of the Black Death. The king, seized by it in his misery and weakness and bitter disappointment, fell a victim. The wreck of all his hopes left him with hardly a wish to live, and on September 9, 1438, at the age of 47, and after a reign of 5 years, he died at Thomar, in the act of breaking open a letter, but not before Henry had come to his side. To the last he kept on working for his people, and it was in the fatigue of traveling from one plague-stricken town to another that he caught the pest. Among all the kings of Christendom there was never a better or nobler or more luckless, and Alfred with the fortune of unready Ethelred. By his last will there was fresh trouble provided for Don Henry and Don Pedro and the Cortes. His successor, the child Afonso V, now 6 years of age, was strictly charged to rescue Ferdinand even at the price of Ceuta. This was nothing to practical politics, but in naming his wife, Leonor of Aragon, along with Don Pedro and Don Henry, as guardian of his children and regent of the kingdom, he put power in the wrong place. The Portuguese were always intensely suspicious of foreign government, and after the age of Leonora Tellis they might well refuse a female regent. On the other side, King Edward's queen, who had won his absolute trust as a wife and a mother, was not willing to stand aside for Pedro or for Henry. She began to organize a party, and she worked on her side, the nobles and the patriots counterworked on theirs. Don John was the first of her husband's brothers to take his natural place as a leader of the national opposition. Henry for a time seemed to waver between friendship and loyalty. All who knew the queen loved her, but the people hated the very notion of a foreign female reign. Like John Knox, they could not be fair to the monstrous regiment of women, and their voices grew clearer and clearer for Don Pedro and his rights, real or supposed. The eldest of the young king's uncles, the right-hand man of the state since his return from travel in 1428, he was the proper guardian of the kingdom. Henry was a willing exile from most of court life, though his support was the greatest moral strength of any government. John had begun the movement of discontent, but no one thought of him before his brothers. While they lived, his only part was in helping them on their way. Donna Leonor recognized her chief danger in Don Pedro and tried to win him over. When she summoned Cortes, she pressed him to sign the royal writs. Then she offered to betroth his daughter Isabel to her son. Pedro secured a written promise and waited for the opening of the National Assembly in 1439. Here a fierce outcry was raised by a party of the nobles against the marriage settlement of their king, but Don Pedro was too strong to be put down. He moved on by slow and steady intrigue towards the regency he claimed. Henry had now appeared as peacemaker, and in his brother's interests arranged a compromise. The queen was to keep the actual charge of her children, and to train the little king for his duties. Pedro was to govern the state as defender of the kingdom and of the king. The Count of Barcelos, soon to be Duke of Braganza, the leader of the factious and fractious party, was to be bought off with the administration of the justice of the interior. The queen at first struggled on against this dethronement, fortified herself in Alamquer, and sent for help from her old home in Aragon. At this the mob rose in fury, and only Henry was able to prevent a massacre and a war that would have stopped the expansion of Portugal abroad for many a day. He went straight to Alamquer, 1439, talked Queen Leonor into reason, and brought her back with him to Lisbon, where she introduced Afonso to his people and his parliament. For another year Henry stayed at court, completing his work of settlement and reconciliation, and towards the end of 1440 that work seemed fairly safe. The fear of civil war was over. Don Pedro's government was well started. Henry could now go back to Sagres to his other work of discovery. It was time to do something on this side, for in the past 5 years scarcely any progress had been made to Guinea and the Indies. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12, Part 1. Prince Henry the Navigator, the hero of Portugal and of modern discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Prince Henry the Navigator by Charles Raymond Beasley. Chapter 12, Part 1. From Bojador to Cape Verde, 1441 to 1445. But with the year 1441, discovery begins again in earnest, and the original narratives of Henry's captains, which old Azurara has preserved in his chronicle, become full of life and interest. From this point to the year 1448, where ends the Chronica, its tale is exceedingly picturesque, as it was written down from the remembrance of eyewitnesses and actors in the discoveries and conquests it records. And though the detail may be wearisome to a modern reader as a wordy and emotional and unscientific history, yet the story told is delightfully fresh and vivid, and it is told with a simple naivete and truth that seems now almost lost in the self-consciousness of modern literature. It seems to me, says our author, Azurara's favorite way of alluding to himself, that the recital of this history should give as much pleasure as any other matter by which we satisfy the wish of our prince. And the said wish became all the greater as the things for which he had toiled so long were more within his view. Wherefore I will now try to tell of something new, of some progress, in his wearisome seed time of preparation. Now it was so that in this year 1441, as the affairs of the kingdom had now some repose, though it was not to be a long one, the infant caused them to arm a little ship, which he gave to Anton Gonsalves, his chamberlain, a young captain, only charging him to load a cargo of skins and oil. For, because his age was so unformed, and his authority of needs so slight, he laid all the lighter his commands upon him, and looked for all the less in performance. But when Anton Gonsalves had performed the voyage that had been ordered him, he called Afonso Guterres, another stripling of the infant's household and the men of his ship, who were in all 21, and said to them, "Brothers and friends, it seems to me to be shame to turn back to our Lord's presence with so little service done. Just as we have received the less strict orders to do more than this, so much more ought we to try it with the greater zeal. And how noble an action would it be if we who came here only to take a cargo of such wretched merchandise as these sea wolves should be the first to bring a native prisoner before the presence of our Lord. In reason, we ought to find some hereabout, for it is certain there are people, and that they traffic with camels and other beasts, who bear their merchandise, and the traffic of these men must be chiefly towards the sea and back again. And since they have yet no knowledge of us, they will be scattered and off their guard, so that we can seize them. With all which our Lord the Infant will be not a little content, as he will thus have knowledge of who and what sort of people are the dwellers in this land. Then what shall be our reward you know well enough from the great expense and trouble our prince has been at in past years only to this one end. The crew shouted a hearty, "Do as you please, we will follow," and in the night, following Anton Gonsalves, set aside 9 men, who seemed to him most fit, and went up from the shore about 3 miles, till they came on a path, which they followed, thinking that by this they might come up with some man or woman whom they might catch. And going on 9 miles farther, they came upon a track of some 40 or 50 men and boys, as they thought, who had been coming the opposite way of that our men were going. Now the heat was very great, and by reason of that, as well as of the trouble they had been at, the long tramp they had on foot and the failure of water, Anton Gonsalves saw the weariness of his men, that it was very great. So, "Let us turn back and follow after these men," said he, and turning back toward the sea, they came upon a man stark naked, walking after and driving a camel, with 2 spears in his hand. And of our men, as they rushed on after him, there was not one who kept any remembrance of his great weariness. As for the native, though he was quite alone, and saw so many coming down upon him, he stood on his defense, as if wishing to show that he could use those weapons of his, and making his face by far more fierce than his courage was warrant for. Afonso Guterres struck him with a dart, and the Moor, frightened by his wounds, threw down his arms like a conquered thing, and so was taken, not without great joy of our men. And going on a little farther, they saw upon a hill the people whose track they followed, and they did not want the will to make for these also. But the sun was now very low, and they very weary, and thinking that to risk more might bring them rather damage than profit, they determined to go back to their ship. But as they were going, they came upon a blackamoor woman, a slave of the people on the hill, and some were minded to let her alone, for fear of raising a fresh skirmish, which was not convenient in the face of the people on the hill, who were still in sight and more than twice their number. But the others were not so poor-spirited as to leave the matter thus, Anton Gonsalves crying out vehemently that they should seize her. So the woman was taken, and those on the hill made a show of coming down to her rescue, but seeing our men quite ready to receive them, they first retraced their steps, and then made off in the opposite direction. And so Anton Gonsalves took the first captives. And for that the philosopher saith, resumes the next chapter of the Chronicle, that the beginning is 2 parts of the whole matter. Great praise should be given to this noble squire, who now received his knighthood, as we shall tell. For now we have to see how Nuno Tristram, a noble knight, valiant and zealous, who had been brought up from boyhood at the infant's court, came to that place where was Anton Gonsalves, bringing with him an armed caravel with the express order of his lord that he was to go to the port of Gallie and as far beyond as he could, and that he should try and make some prisoners by every means in his power. And you may imagine what was the joy of the 2 captains, both natives of one and the selfsame realm, and brought up in one and the selfsame household, thus to meet so far from home. And now Nuno Tristram said that an Arab he had brought with him, a servant of the infant, should speak with Gonsalves's prisoners, and see if he understood their tongue, and that if he understood it, it would profit them much thus to know all the state and conditions of the people of that land. But the tongue of the Arab was very different from that of the captives, so that they could not understand each other. And when Nuno Tristram perceived that he could not learn any more of the manner of that land, he would fain be gone, but envy made him wish to do something before the eyes of his fellows that should be good for all. "You know," he said to Anton Gonsalves, "that for 15 years the infant has been seeking in vain for certain news of this land and its people, in what law or lordship they do live. Now let us take 20 men, 10 from each of the crews, and go up country in search of those that you found." "Not so," said the other, "for those whom we saw will have warned all the others, and peradventure when we are looking out to capture them, we may in our turn become their prisoners. Now where we have gained a victory, let us not return to suffer loss. Nuno Tristram said this counsel was good, but there were two squires whose longing to do well outran all besides. Gonzalo de Sintra was the first of these, whose valor we shall know more of in the progress of this history, and he counselled that as soon as it was night they should set out in search of the natives, and so it was determined. And such was their good fortune that they came early in the night to where the people lay scattered in two dwellings. Now the place between the two was but small, and our men divided themselves in three parties and began to shout at the top of their voice, "Portugal! St. James for Portugal!" the noise of which threw the enemy into such confusion that they began to run without any order, as ours fell upon them. The men only made some show of defending themselves with assegais, especially two who fought with Nuno Tristram till they received their death. 3 others were killed and 10 were taken, of men, women, and children. But without question, many more would have been killed or taken if all our men had rushed in together at the first. And among those who were taken was one of their chiefs named Adahu, who shewed full well in his face that he was nobler than the rest. Then, when the matter was well over, all came to Antón Gonzalves and begged him to be made a knight, while he said it was against reason that for so small a service he should have so great an honour, and that his age would not allow it, and that he would not take it without doing greater things than these, and much more of that sort. But at last, by the instant demand of all others, Nuno Tristram knighted Antón Gonzalves, and the place was called from that time Port of the Cavalier. When the party got back to the ships, Nuno Tristram's Arab was set to work again, with no better success, for the language of the captives was not Moorish, but Azanegai of Sahara, the tongue of the great desert zone of West Africa, between the end of the northern strip of fertile country round Fez and Morocco, and the beginning of the rich tropical region at the Senegal, where the first real blacks were found. The Portuguese were in despair of finding a prisoner who could tell the Lord Infant what he wanted to know, but now the chief, even as he showed that he was more noble than the other captives, so now it appeared that he had seen more than they, and had been to other lands where he had learnt the Moorish tongue, so that he understood our Arab and answered to whatever was asked of him. And so, to make trial of the people of the land, and to have of them more certain knowledge, they put that Arab on shore, and one of the Moorish women their captives with him, who were to speak to the natives, if they could, about the ransom of those they had taken, and about exchange of merchandise. And at the end of 2 days there came down to the shore quite 150 Moors on foot, and 35 mounted on camels and horses, and though they seemed to be a race both barbarous and bestial, there was not wanting in them a certain sharpness with which they could cheat their enemies, for at first there only appeared 3 of them on the beach, and the rest lay in ambush till our men should land, and they could rush out and master them. Which thing they could easily have done, so many were they, if our men had been a whit less sharp than themselves. But when the Moors saw that our boats did not land, but turned back again to the ship, they discovered their treachery, and all came down in a body upon the beach, hurling stones and making gestures of defiance, showing us the Arab we had sent to them as a captive in their hands. So our men came back to the ship and made their division of the prisoners according to the lot of each. And Antón Gonzalves turned back because he had now loaded his caravel with the cargo that the Infant had ordered him. But Nuno Tristram went on, as he for his part had in charge. But as his vessel was in need of repair, he put to shore, and careened and refitted it as well as he could, keeping his tides as if he were before the port of Lisbon, at which boldness of his many wondered greatly. And sailing on again, he passed the port of Galli, and came to a cape which he called the White, Cape Blanco, where the crew landed to see if they could make any captures. But after finding only the tracks of men and some nets, they turned back. seeing that for that time they could not do any more than they had already done. Antón Gonzalves came home first with his part of the booty, and then arrived Nuno Tristram, whose present reception and future reward were answerable to the trouble he had borne, like a fertile land that with but little sowing answers the husbandman. The chief, or cavalier, as he is called, whom Antón Gonzalves brought home, was able to make the infant understand a great deal of the state of that land where he had been, though as for the rest, they were pretty well useless, except as slaves, for their tongue could not be understood by any other Moors who had been in that land. But the prince was so encouraged by the sight of the first captives that he at once began to think how it would be necessary to send to those parts many a time his ships and crews well armed, where they would have to fight with the infidels. So he determined to send at once to the Holy Father and ask of him that he should give him of the treasures of Holy Church for the salvation of the souls of those who in this conquest should meet their end. Pope Eugenius IV, then reigning, if not governing, in the great apostolic see of the West, answered this appeal with great joy, and with all the rhetoric of the papal register. As it hath now been notified to us by our beloved son Henry, Duke of Viseu, Master of the Order of Christ, that trusting firmly in the aid of God, for the confusion of the Moors and enemies of Christ in those lands that they have desolated, and for the exaltation of the Catholic faith, and because that the knights and brethren of the said Order of Christ against the said Moors and other enemies of the faith have waged war with the grace of God under the banner of the said Order, and to the intent that they may bestir themselves to the said war with yet greater fervor, we do to each and all of those engaged in the said war, by apostolic authority and by these letters, grant full remission of all those sins of which they shall be truly penitent at heart, and of which they have made confession by their mouth. And whoever breaks, contradicts, or acts against the letter of this mandate, let him lie under the curse of the Almighty God and of the blessed apostles Peter and Paul. And besides, adds the chronicle rather quaintly, of more temporal and material benefits, the infant Di Pedro, then regent of the kingdom, gave to his brother Henry a charter, granting him the whole of the fifth of the profits which appertained to the king, and considering that it was by him alone that the whole matter of the discovery was carried out at infinite trouble and expense, he ordered further that no one should go to these parts without D. Henry's license and express command. The chronicle, which has told us how Antón Gonzalves made the first captives, now goes on to say how the same one of the prince's captains made the first ransom. For the captive chief, that cavalier of whom we spoke, Henry's first prize from the lands beyond Bojador, pined away in Europe, and many times begged of Antón Gonzalves that he would take him back to his own land, where, as he said, they would give for him 5 or 6 blackamoors, and he said too that there were 2 boys among the other captives for whom they would get a like ransom. So the infant sent him back with Gonzalves to his own people, as it was better to save 10 souls than 3, for though they were black, yet had they souls like others, all the more as they were not of Moorish race, but heathen, and so all the easier to lead into the way of salvation. From the negroes, too, it would be possible to get news of the land beyond them. For not only of the Negro land did the infant wish to know more certainly, but also of the Indies and of the land of Prester John. So Gonzalves sailed with his ransom, and in his ship went a noble stranger like Verde the Dane, whom we shall meet later on, one of a kind which was always being drawn to Henry's court. This was Balthazar the Austrian, a gentleman of the emperor's household, who had entered the infant's service to try his fortune at Ceuta, where he had got his knighthood, and who now was often heard to say that his great wish was to see a storm, before he left that land of Portugal, that he might tell those who had never seen one what it was like. And certainly his fortune favored him, For at the first start they met with such a storm that it was by a marvel they escaped destruction. Again they put out to sea, and this time reached the Rio de Oro in safety, where they landed their chief prisoner, very well vested in the robes that the infant had ordered to be given him, under promise that he would soon come back and bring his tribe with him. But as soon as he got safely off, he very soon forgot his promises, which Anton Gonsalves had trusted, thinking that his nobility would hold him fast and not let him break his word. But by this deceit all our men got warning that they could not trust any of the natives save under the most certain security. The ships now went 12 miles up the Rio de Oro, cast anchor, and waited 7 days without a sign of anybody. But on the 8th there came a Moor on top of a white camel with fully 100 others who had all joined to ransom the 2 boys. 10 of the tribe were given in exchange for the young chiefs, and the man who managed this barter was one Martin Fernandez, the infant's own ransomer of captives, who shewed well that he had knowledge of the Moorish tongue, for he was understood by those people whom Nuno Tristam's Arab, Moor though he was by nation, could not possibly get speech with, except only the one chief who had now escaped. With the blackamoors, Anton Gonsalves got as ransom what was even more precious, a little gold dust, the first ever brought by Europeans direct from the Guinea coast, which more thoroughly won the prince's cause at home and brought over more enemies and scoffers and indifferentists to his side than all the discoveries in the world. Many ostrich eggs, too, were included in the native ransom, such that one day men saw at the infant's table 3 dishes of the same, as fresh and as good as those of any other domestic fowls. Did the court of Sagres suppose the ostrich to be some large kind of hen? What was still more to the prince's mind, those same Moors related that in those parts there were merchants who trafficked in that gold that was found there among them, the same merchants, in fact, whose caravels Henry had already known on the Mediterranean coast, and whose starting point he had now begun to touch. Ever since the days of the first caliphs, this Sahara commerce had gone on under the control of Islam. For centuries these caravans had crossed the valleys and plains to the south of Morocco and sold their goods, pepper, slaves, and gold dust, in Moslem Ceuta and Moslem Andalusia. Now, after 700 years of monopoly, this Moslem trade was broken in upon by the Europeans, who, in 50 years' time, broke into the greater monopoly of the Indian seas when de Gama sailed from Lisbon to Malabar, 1497 to 1499. Next year, 1443, came Nuno Tristam's turn once more. People were now eager to sail in the infant's service after the slaves, and still more the gold dust, had been really seen and handled in Portugal, and that noble cavalier, for each and all of the 3 reasons of his fellows, to serve his lord, to gain honor, to increase his profit, was eager to follow up his first successes. Commanding a caravel manned in great part from the prince's household, he went out straight to Cape Blanco, the white headland, which he had been the first to reach in 1441. Passing 25 leagues, 75 miles beyond, into the bank or bight of Arguin, he saw a little island from which 25 canoes came off to meet him, all hollowed out of logs of wood, with a host of native savages, naked not for swimming in the water, but for their ancient custom. The natives hung their legs over the sides of their boats and paddled with them like oars, so that our men, looking at them from a distance and quite unused to the sight, thought they were birds that were skimming so over the water. As for their size, the sailors expected much greater marvels in those parts of the world where every map and traveler's tale made the sea swarm with monsters as big as a continent. But as soon as they saw they were men, then were their hearts full of a new pleasure, for that they saw the chance of a capture. They launched the ship's boat at once, chased them to the shore, and captured 14. If the boat had been stronger, the tale would have been longer, for with a crew of 7 they could not hold any more prisoners, and so the rest escaped. With this booty they sailed on to another island, where they found an infinite number of herons, of which they made good cheer, and so returned Nuno Tristram very joyfully to the prince. This last piece of discovery was of much more value than Nuno thought. He saw in it a first-rate slave hunting ground, but it became the starting point for trade and intercourse with the Negro states of the Senegal and the Gambia, to the south and east. It was here, in the Bay of Arguin, where the long desert coast of the Sahara makes its last bend toward the rich country of the south, that Henry built in 1448 that fort which Cadamosto found in the next 10 years had become the center of a great European commerce, which was also among the first permanent settlements of the new Christian exploration, one of the first steps of modern colonization. And now the volunteer movement had fairly begun. Where in the beginning, says Azurara, people had murmured very loudly against the prince's enterprise, each one grumbling as if the infant was spending some part of his property, now when the way had been fairly opened and the fruits of those lands began to be seen in Portugal in much greater abundance, men began softly enough to praise what they had so loudly decried. Great and small alike had declared that no profit would ever come of these ventures. But when the cargoes of slaves and gold began to arrive, all were forced to turn their blame into flattery, and to say that the infant was another Alexander the Great, and as they saw the houses of others full of new servants from the new discovered lands, and their property always increasing, there were few who did not long to try their fortune in the same adventures. The first great movement of the sort came after Nuno's return at the end of 1443. The men of Lagos took advantage of Henry's settlement so near to them in his town of Sagres to ask for leave to sail at their own cost to the prince's coast of Guinea, for no one could go without his license. One Lanzarote, a squire brought up in the infant's household, an officer of the royal customs in the town of Lagos, and a man of great good sense, was the spokesman of these merchant adventurers. He won his grant very easily. The infant was very glad of his request, and bade him sail under the banner of the Order of Christ, so that 6 caravels started in the spring of 1444 on the first exploring voyage that we can call national since the prince had begun his work. So, as the beginning of general interest in the crusade of discovery which Henry had now preached to his countrymen for 30 years, as the beginning of the career of Henry's chief captain, the head of his merchant allies, as the beginning, in fact, of a new and bright period, this first voyage of Lanzarote's, this first armada sent out to find and to conquer the Moors and blacks of the unknown or half-known South, is worth more than a passing notice. And this is not for its interest or importance in the story of discovery pure and simple, but as a proof that the cause of discovery itself had become popular, and as evidence that the cause of trade and of political ambition had become thoroughly identified with that of exploration. The expansion of the European nations, which had languished since the Crusades, had begun again. What was more unfortunate, from a modern standpoint, the African slave trade, as a part of European commerce, begins here, too. It is useless to try to explain it away. Henry's own motives were not those of the slave driver. It seems true enough that the captives, when once brought home to Spain, were treated under his orders with all kindness. His own wish seems to have been to use this man-hunting traffic as a means to Christianize and civilize the native tribes, to win over the whole by the education of a few prisoners. But his captains did not always aim so high. The actual seizure of the captives, Moors and Negroes, along the coast of Guinea was as barbarous and as ruthless as most slave drivings. There was hardly a capture made without violence and bloodshed. A raid on a village, a fire and sack and butchery was the usual course of things, the order of the day. And the natives, whatever they might gain when fairly landed in Europe, did not give themselves up very readily to be taught. As a rule, they fought desperately, and killed the men who had come to do them good, whenever they had a chance. The kidnapping, which some of the Spanish patriot writers seem to think of as simply an act of Christian charity, a corporal work of mercy, was at the time a matter of profit and money returns. Negro bodies would sell well, Negro villages would yield plunder, and like the killing of wild Irish in the 16th century, the prince's men took a blackamoor hunt as the best of sport. It was hardly wonderful, then, that the later sailors of Cadamosto's day, 1450 to 1460, found all the coast up in arms against them, and that so many fell victims to the deadly poisoned arrows of the Senegal and the Gambia. Every native believed, as they told one of the Portuguese captains in a parley, that the explorers carried off their people to cook and eat them. In most of the speeches that are given us in the Chronicle of the time, the masters encourage their men to these slave raids by saying, first, what glory they will get by a victory; next, what a profit can be made sure by a good haul of captives; last, what a generous reward the prince will give for people who can tell him about these lands. Sometimes, after reprisals had begun, the whole thing is an affair of vengeance, and thus Lanzarote, in the great voyage of 1445, coolly proposes to turn back at Cape Blanco without an attempt at discovery of any sort, because the purpose of the voyage was now accomplished. A village had been burnt, a score of natives had been killed, and twice as many taken. Revenge was satisfied. It was only here and there that much was said about the prince's purpose of exploration, of finding the Western Nile, or Prester John, or the way round Africa to India. Most of the sailors, both men and officers, seem to know that this, or something towards this, is the will of their Lord, but it is very few who start for discovery only, and still fewer who go straight on, turning neither to right hand nor left, till they have got well beyond the farthest of previous years, and added some piece of new knowledge to the map of the known world out of the blank of the unknown. What terrified ignorance had done before, greed did now, and the last hindrance was almost worse than the first. So one might say impatiently, looking at the great expense, the energy, and time and life spent on the voyages of this time, and especially of the years 1444 to 1448. More than 40 ships sail out, more than 900 captives are brought home, and the new lands found are all discovered by 3 or 4 explorers. National interest seems awakened to very little purpose. But what explains the slow progress of discovery explains also the fact that any progress, however slow, was made at all, apart from the personal action of Henry himself. Without the mercantile interest, the prince's death would have been the end and ruin of his schemes for many a year. But for the hope of adventure and of profitable plunder, and the certainty of reward, but for the assurance, so to say, of such and such a revenue on the ventures of the time, Portuguese public opinion would not probably have been much ahead of other varieties of the same organ. In deciding the abstract question to which the prince had given his life, the mob of Lisbon or of Lagos would hardly have been quicker than modern mobs to rise to a notion above that of personal gain. If the cause of discovery and an empire to come had been left to them, the labor leaders might have said then in Spain, as some of them have said today in England, "What is all this talk about the empire? What is it to us working men? We don't want the empire, we want more wages." And so, when the great leader was dead, and the people were left to carry out his will, his spiritual foresight of great scientific discoveries, his ideas of conversion and civilization, were not the things for the sake of which ordinary men were reconciled to his scheme and ready to finish his work. If they thought or spoke or toiled for the finding of the way to India, it was to find the gold and spices and jewels of an earthly paradise. This is not fancy. It is simply impossible to draw any other conclusion from the original accounts of these voyages in Azurara's chronicle, for Azurara himself, though one of Henry's first converts, a man who realized something of the grandeur of his master's schemes and their reach beyond a merely commercial ideal through discovery to empire, yet preserves in the speeches and actions of captains and seamen alike proof enough of the thoroughly commonplace aims of most of the first discoverers. On the other hand, the strength of the movement lay, of course, in the few exceptions. As long as all, or nearly all, the instruments employed were simply buccaneers, with a single eye to trade profits, discovery could not advance very fast or very far, till the real meaning of the prince's life had impressed his nearest followers with something of his own spirit. There could be no exploration except by accident, though without this background of material gain no national interest could have been enlisted in exploration at all. Real progress in this case was by the slow increase of that inner circle which really shared Henry's own ambition, of that group of men who went out, not to make bargains or do a little killing, but to carry the flag of Portugal and of Christ farther than it had ever been planted before, according to the will of the Lord Infant. And as these men were called to the front, and only as they were there at all was there any rapid advance. If two sailors, Diego Cam and Bartholomew Diaz, could within 4 years, in 2 voyages, explore the whole southwest coast of Africa from the equator to the Cape of Tempests or of Good Hope, was it not absurd that the earlier caravels, after Bojador was once passed, should hang so many years round the northwest shores of the Sahara? Even some of the more genuine discoverers, the most trusted of the prince's household, men like Gil Yanes, the first who saw the coasts beyond the terrible Bojador, or Dinis Diaz, or Antam Gonzalves, or Nuno Tristam, as they came before us in Azurara's chronicle, are more like their men than their master. He thought of the slaves they brought home with unspeakable pleasure as to the saving of their souls, which but for him would have been forever lost. They thought a good deal more, like the crowd that gathered at the slave market in Lagos, of the distribution of the captives and of the money they would get for each. At those sales, which Azurara describes so vividly, Henry had the bearing of one who cared little for amassing plunder, and was known, once and again, to give away his fifth of the spoil, for his spoil was chiefly in the success of his great wishes. But his suite seems to have been as keenly on the lookout for such favors as their lord was easy in bestowing them. To return to Lanzarote's voyage. For that the infant knew, by certain Moors, that Nuno Tristam had carried off, that in the Isle of Nar, in the Bay of Arguin, and in the parts thereabout, were more than 200 souls, the 6 caravels began with a descent on that island. 5 boats were launched and 30 men in them, and they set off from the ships about sunset. And rowing all that night, we are told, they came upon the time of dawn to the island that they sought, and as day was breaking they got up to a Moorish village close to the shore, where were living all the people in the island. At sight of this the boats' crews drew up, and the leaders consulted whether to go on or turn back. It was decided to attack. 30 Portugals ought to be a match for 5 or 6 times as many natives. The sailors landed and rushed upon the villagers, and saw the Moors with their women and children coming out of their huts as fast as they could, when they caught sight of their enemy. And our men, crying out, "St. James, St. George, Portugal," fell upon them, killing and taking all they could. There you might have seen mothers catch up their children, husbands their wives, each one trying to fly as best he could. Some plunged into the sea, others thought to hide themselves in the corners of their hovels, others hid their children underneath the shrubs that grew about there, where our men found them. And at last our Lord God, who gives to all a due reward, to our men gave that day a victory over their enemies, in recompense for all their toil in his service. For they took, what of men, women, and children, 165, without counting the slain. Then, finding from the captives that there were other well-peopled islands near at hand, they raided these for more prisoners. In their next descent they could not catch any men, but of women and little boys not yet able to run, they seized 17 or 18. Soon after this they did meet the Mormon bold, who were drawing together on all sides to defend themselves. A great power of 300 savages chased another raiding party to their boats. That the whole expedition had no thought of discovery was plain enough from the fact that Lanzarote did not try to go beyond the White Cape Blanco, which had been already passed several times, but turned back directly he found the hunting grounds becoming deserted, and a descent producing no prize except one girl, who had chosen to go to sleep when the rest of the people fled up country at the first sight of the Christian boats. The voyage was a slave chase from first to last, and 235 blacks were the result. Their landing and their sail at Lagos was a day of great excitement, a long remembered 8th of August. Very early in the morning, because of the heat of the later day, the sailors began to land their captives, who, as they were placed all together in the field by the landing place, were indeed a wonderful sight, for among them there were some that were almost white, of beautiful form and face, others were darker, and others again as black as moles, and so hideous alike in face and body that they looked, to anyone who saw them, the very images of a lower hemisphere. End of chapter 12, part 1. Chapter 12, part 2. Prince Henry the Navigator, the hero of Portugal and of modern discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Prince Henry the Navigator by Charles Raymond Beasley. But what heart so stern, exclaims the chronicler, as not to be pierced with pity to see that company? For some held down their heads, crying piteously, others looked mournfully upon one another, others stood moaning very wretchedly, sometimes looking up to the height of heaven, calling out with shrieks of agony, as if invoking the Father of nature. Others grovelled upon the ground, beating their foreheads with their hands, while others again made their moan in a sort of dirge in their own way, for though one could not understand the words, the sense of all was plain in the agony of those who uttered it. But most terrible was that agony when came the partition and each possessor took away his lot. Wives were divided from husbands, fathers from sons, brothers from brothers, each being forced to go where his lot might send him. Parents and children, who had been ranged opposite one another, now rushed forward to embrace, if it were for the last time. Mothers, holding their little children in their arms, threw themselves down, covering their babes with their own bodies. And yet these slaves were treated with kindness, and no difference was made between them and other and free-born servants. The younger captives were taught trades, and those who showed that they could manage property were set free and married. Widow ladies treated the girls they bought like their own daughters, and often left them dowries by will, that they might marry as entirely free. Never have I known one of these captives, says Azurara, put in irons like other slaves, or one who did not become a Christian. Often have I been present at the baptisms or marriages of these slaves, when their masters made as much and as solemn a matter of it as if it had been a child or a parent of their own. During Henry's life, the action of buccaneers on the African coast was a good deal kept in check by the spirit and example and positive commands of the infant, who sent out his men to explore, and could not prevent some outrages in the course of exploration. Again and again he ordered his captains to act fairly to the natives, to trade with them honorably, and to persuade them by gentler means than kidnapping to come to Europe for a time. In the last years of his life he did succeed in bettering things. By establishing a regular government trade in the Bay of Arguin, he brought a good deal more under control the unchained deviltry of the Portuguese freebooters. Cadamosto and Diego Gomez, his most trusted lieutenants of this later time, were real discoverers, who tried to make friends of the natives rather than slaves. In the early days of Portuguese exploration, it may also be said, information, first-hand news of the new countries and their dangers, was absolutely needed, and if the Negroes and the Azinegui Moors could not or would not speak some Christian tongue and guide the caravels to Guinea, they must be carried off and made fit and proper instruments for the work. It would be out of place here to justify or condemn this excuse, or to enter on the wider question of the right or wrong of the slave trade in general. It is enough to see how brutally the work of saving the heathen was carried out by the average explorer, when discovery was used as a plea for traffic. No one then questioned the right of Christians to make slaves of heathen blacks. Henry certainly did not, for he used slavery as an education. He made captives of Gentiles for the highest ends, as he believed to save their souls and to help him in the way of doing great things for his country and for Christendom. He knew more of the results than of the incidental cruelty, more of the hundreds taken than of the hundreds more killed and maimed and made homeless in the taking. For centuries past, Moors had brought back slaves from the south across the Sahara to sell on the coast of Tunis and Morocco. No Christian doubted the right and, more than the right, the merit of the prince in bringing black slaves by sea from Guinea to Lisbon, where they might be fairly saved from the grasp of foul Mahomet. So if it is said that Henry started the African slave trade of European nations, that must not be understood as the full-blooded atrocity of the West Indian planters, for the use he made of his prisoners was utterly different, though his action was the cause of incessant abuse of the best end by the worst of means. At the time the gold question was much more important than the slave trade, and most Portuguese, most Europeans, nobles, merchants, burghers, farmers, laborers, were much more excited by the news and the sight of the first native gold dust than by anything else whatever. It was the first few handfuls of this dust, brought home by Gonzalves in 1442, that had such a magical effect on public opinion, that spread the exploring interest from a small circle out into every class, and that brought forward volunteers on every side. For a Guinea voyage was now the favorite plan of every adventurer. But however they may be explained, however natural and even necessary they may seem to be, as things stood in Portugal and in Latin Christendom, the slave trade and the gold hunger hindered the prince's work quite as much as they helped it. If further discovery depended upon trade profits, native interpreters, and the attractions of material interest, there was at least a danger that the discoverers who were not disposed to risk anything, and only went out to line their own pockets, would hang about the well-known coast till they had loaded all the plunder they could hold, and would then simply reappear at Sagres with so many more souls for the good prince to save, but without a word or a thought of finding of new lands. And this, after all, was the end. Buccaneering on the northwest coast of Africa was not what Henry aimed at. So he gave a caravel to one of his household, Consalo de Sintra, who had been his stirrup boy, and bade him go straight to the land of Guinea, and that for no cause whatever should he do otherwise. But when de Sintra got to the white Cape Blanco, it struck him that, with very little danger, he could make some prisoners there. So, with a cheerful impudence, in the face of the infant's express commands, he put his ship about and landed in that bay of Arguin where so many captures had been made. But he was cut off from the rest of the men, and killed with 7 others by a host of more than 200 Moors, and the chronicle which tells of all such details at the greatest length stops to give 7 reasons for this, the first serious loss of life the Europeans had suffered in their new African piracies. And for the rest, may God receive the soul that he created and the nature that came forth from him, as it is his very own. Habeat dus animam quam creavit et naturam, quod suum est. Azurara, chapter 27. 3 other caravels which quickly followed de Sintra sailed with special orders to Christianize and civilize the natives wherever and however they could. And the result of this was seen in the daring venture of Juan Fernandez. This man, the pattern of all the Crusoes of after time, offered to stay on shore among the blacks to learn what he could of the manners and speech and customs of the people, and so was left along with that bestial and barbarous nation for 7 months, on the shores of the bank of Arguin, while in exchange for him an old Moor went back to Portugal. Yet a 3rd voyage was made in this spring of 1445 by Nuno Tristram, and of this, says Azurara, I know nothing very exact or at first hand, because Nuno Tristram was dead before the time that King Afonso, D. Henry's nephew, commanded me to write this history. But this much we do know, that he sailed straight to the Isle of Herons in Arguin, that he passed the sandy wilderness and landed in the parts beyond, in a land fertile and full of palm trees, and having landed he took a score of prisoners. And so Nuno Tristram was the first to see the country of the real blacks. In other words, Nuno reached Cape Palmar, far beyond Cape Blanco, where he saw the palms and got the all-important certainty that the desert did end somewhere, and that beyond, instead of a country unapproachable from the heat, where the very seas were perpetually boiling as if in a cauldron, there was a land richer than any northern climate, through which men could pass to the south. Still further was this proved by the next voyage, which reached the end of the great western trend of the African coast, and found that instead of the continent stretching out farther and farther to an infinite breadth, there was an immense contraction of the coast. Diniz Diaz, the eldest of that family which gave to Portugal some of her greatest men and makers, now begged a caravel from the prince with the promise of doing more with it than any had done before. He had done well under old King John, and now he kept his word. Passing Arguin and Cape Blanco and Cape Palmar, he entered the mouth of the Senegal, the Western Nile, which was now fixed as the northern limit of Guinea, or Black Men's Land. Nor was this a little honor for our prince, whose mighty power was thus brought to bear upon the peoples so far distant from our land and so near to that of Egypt. For Azurara, like Diaz, like Henry himself, thought not only that the Senegal was the Niger, the Western Nile of the blacks, but that the caravels of Portugal were far nearer to India than was the fact, were getting close to the mountains of the moon and the sources of the Nile. But Diaz was not content with this. He had reached and passed, as he thought, the great western stream up which men might sail, in the belief of the time, to the mysterious sources of the world's greatest river, and so down by the eastern and northern course of the same to Cairo and the Christian seas. He now sailed on to a great cape which he named Cape Verde, a green and beautiful headland covered with grass and trees and dotted with native villages, running out into the western ocean far beyond any other land, and beyond which, in turn, there was no more western coast, but only southern and eastern. From this point Diaz returned to Portugal. But great was the wonder of the people of the coast in seeing his caravel, for never had they seen or heard tell of the like, but some thought it was a fish, others were sure it was a phantom, others again said it might be a bird that had that way of skimming along the surface of the sea. 4 of them picked up courage to venture out in a canoe and try to settle this doubt. Out they went in their little boat, all made from one hollow tree. But when they saw that there were men on board the caravel, they fled to the shore, and, the wind falling, our men could not overtake. And though the booty of Dinis Diaz was far less than what others had brought home before him, the prince made very much of his getting to that land of Negroes and Cape Verde and the Senegal, and with reason, for these discoveries assured the success of his work, and from this time all trouble and opposition were at an end. Mariners now went out to sail to the golden country that had been found, or to the spice land that was now so near. Men passed at once from extreme apathy or extreme terror to an equally extreme confidence. They seemed to think the fruit was within reach for them to gather, before the tree had been half climbed. Long before Fernando Po had been reached, while the caravels were still off the coasts of Sierra Leone, men at home, from King Afonso to the common seamen of the ports, thought the line of Tunis and even of Alexandria had been long passed. The difficult first steps seemed all. Now 3 volunteers, Antem Gonzalves and 2 others who had already sailed in the prince's service, applied for the command of ships, for the discovery and conquest of the lands of Guinea, and to bring back Joan Fernandez from his exile. Sailing past Cape Blanco, they set up there a great wooden cross, and much would it have amazed anyone of another nation that should have chanced to pass that way. Not knowing of our voyages along that coast, says Azurara gleefully, giving us proof enough in every casual expression of this sort, often dropped with perfect simplicity and natural truthfulness, that to his knowledge and that of his countrymen, to the Europe of 1450, the Portuguese had had no forerunners along the Guinea coast. A little south of the bight of Arguin, the caravels sighted a man on the shore making signals to the ships, and, coming closer, they saw Fernandez, who had much to tell. He had completely won over the natives of that part during his 7 months' stay, and now he was able to bring the caravels to a market, where trinkets were exchanged for slaves and gold with a Moorish chief, a cavalier called Ahude Meimam. Then he was taken home to tell his story to the prince, the fleet wasting some time in descents on the tribes of the Bay of Arguin. When he was first put on shore, Joan Fernandez told Don Henry the natives came up to him, took his clothes off him, and made him put on others of their own make. Then they took him up the country, which was very scantily clothed with grass, with a sandy and stony soil, growing hardly any trees. A few thorns and palms were the only relief to the barren monotony of this African prairie, over which wandered a few nomad shepherds in search of pasture for their flocks. There were no flowers, no running streams to light up the waste. So Fernandez thought at first, till he found 1 or 2 exceptions that proved the rule. The natives got their water from wells, spoke a tongue, and wrote a writing that was different from that of the other Moors, though all these people in the upland were Moslems, like the Berbers nearer home, for they themselves were a tribe, the Asenaguic tribe, of the great Berber family, who had 4 times in the 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th centuries come over to help the Moslem power in Spain. "Yet," said Fernandez, "these Moors of the West are quite barbarous. They have neither law nor lordship. Their food is milk and the seeds of wild mountain herbs and roots. Meat and bread are both rare luxuries, and so is fish for those on the upland. But the Moors of the coast eat nothing else, and for months together I have seen those I lived among, their horses and their dogs, eating and drinking only milk like infants. 'Tis no wonder they are weaker than the negroes of the South, with whom they are ever at war, fighting with treachery and not with strength. They dress in leather breeches and jackets, but some of the richer wear a native mantle over their shoulders, such rich men as keep good swift horses and brood mares." It was about the trade and religion of the country that Fernandez was specially questioned, and his answers were not encouraging on either point. The people were bigoted, ignorant worshippers of the abominations of Mahomet, he said, and their traffic in slaves and gold was a small matter after all. The only gold he saw in their country was in ankle rings on the women of the chiefs. The gold dust and black bodies they got from the negroes they took to Tunis and the Mediterranean coast on camels. Their salt, on which they set great store, was from the Tagaza salt quarries, far inland. The chief Ahude Maimam, who had been so kind to Fernandez, lived in the upland. The Christian stranger had been induced to ride up from the coast and had reached the court only after tortures of thirst. The water failed them on the way, and for 3 days they had nothing to drink. Altogether, Fernandez's report discouraged any further attempts to explore by land, where all the country, as far as could be reached, seemed to yield nothing but desert with a few slender oases. It was not, indeed, till the European explorers reached the Congo on their coasting voyages to the south that they found a natural and inviting pathway into the heart of Africa. The desert of the north and west, the fever-haunted swamps and jungle of the Guinea coast only left narrow inlets of more healthy and passable country, and these the Portuguese did their best to close by occasional acts of savage cruelty and impudent fraud in their dealings with the natives. Another expedition, and that an unlucky one, under Gonzalo Pacheco, a gentleman of Lisbon, followed this last of Antón Gonçalves. Pacheco got leave to make the voyage, equipped a caravel that he had built for himself, and got 2 others to share the risk and profits with him. And so, says Azurara, hoisting the banners of the Order of Christ, they made their way to Cape Blanco. Here they found 1 league from the Cape a village, and by the shore a writing that Antón Gonçalves had set up, in which he counseled all who passed that way not to trouble to go up and sack the village, as it was quite empty of people. So they hung about the bank of Arguin, making raids in various places, and capturing some 120 natives. All of which is not of much interest to anyone, though as Pacheco and his men had to pay themselves for their trouble and make a profit on the voyage, these manhunts were the chief thing they thought about, and the main thing in their stories when they got home. Men like Pacheco and his friends were not explorers at all. They stopped far short of the mark that Diniz Diaz had made for the European furthest, and their only discovery was of a new cape 100 miles and more beyond the bank of Arguin. Sailing south, because the natives fled at their approach and left the coastland all bare, they came to a headland which they called Cape St. Anne, by which an arm of the sea ran 4 leagues up the country, where they hunted for more prisoners. Still in search of slaves and gold, they sailed on 250 miles, 80 leagues, to Negroland, where Diaz had been before, and where they saw a land to the north of the great western cape, all green, peopled with men and cattle, but when they tried to near the shore and land, a storm drove them back. For 3 days they struggled against it, but at last they found themselves near Cape Blanco, more than 300 miles to the north, where they gave up all thought of trying to push into the unknown south, and turned cheerfully to their easier work of slave hunting. In one of these raids, a party of 7, in a boat away from all the rest, was overpowered and killed like de Cintra's men by a large body of natives, whose souls may God in his mercy receive in the habitation of the saints. The Moors carried off the boat and broke it up for the sake of its nails, and Azurara was told by some that the bodies of the dead were eaten by their brutal conquerors. "'Tis certain at least," he adds, "that their custom is to eat the livers of their victims and to drink their blood, when they are avenging the death of parents or brothers or children, as they do it to have full vengeance on such as have so greatly injured them." End of Chapter 12, Part 2.